Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Adaptive Augmentation Quirk. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You should probably just give it up. The All Might action figure fell from grace onto the floor. Izuku Midoriya gasped, but quickly composed herself for the sake of her son, wishing to scramble whatever was left of the crumbling situation. Was the doctor implying that her little hero simply did not have a quirk? No need to jump to such assumptions over an admittedly vague statement, right? She had heard of quirkless children and had even seen a few in her youth, but that didn't happen nowadays, right? Quirkless. The concept seemed almost alien. The doctor gave a resigned sigh. While it didn't happen often, he has given the news before, and the children always seem to be cut from the same cloth, excitable, kind, bright, and always aspiring to be heroes. Why couldn't he break the news to some little brat instead? He decided this was no time for emotion and carried on his duties. Your child is extremely unlikely to be a late bloomer. I've shown you the picture of his foot, the two pinky toe joints indicating a lack of quirk. The only thing out of the ordinary about this child is a slightly higher bone density. I am sorry, Midoriya-san. The ride home was painfully quiet and uneventful. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Midoriya would never give up his greatest quality. The trait of generosity. A simple desire to help others. It was ingrained in his body, the milk of human kindness simply being another term for his blood. He was idealistic about it, willingly choosing to believe that anyone, quirkless or not, could make great change in the world and those who are evil may one day find their way back to the light. I won't let you hurt him, Kaken. It's a shame these admirable qualities don't usually do anything for him personally. His ex-best friend often put a wrench in these machinations. Chich, and what are you going to do about it, Deku? You're never gonna hit back anyways, even if you did have a quirk. The bully flashed a wicked grin full of malice and swung at Izuku, who couldn't react in time and took the blow in all its glory. As much glory that could be mustered by a 5-year-old, anyways. He fell limp to the ground, his head colliding against it. His consciousness was on the brink of the abyss, but he could only feel rage. Against Kaken and himself, for being the same old useless Deku who couldn't save anyone. He watched as the next victim could only sputter and freeze in fear, as most did when directly under the tyrant's gaze. A voice spoke, and a preternatural calm descended on him. He didn't hear it directly, but he certainly understood it, almost as if he was imagining it. An electric shiver coursed through his veins. He could feel his entire body change. Rebooting. Augmentations, active. Situation assessment completed. Suddenly, the pain was gone. The fear was gone. The haze was gone. In their place, Izuku Midoriya was reborn. I have to protect that kid. The young hero stood up, with newfound righteous determination radiating off him. Kaken heard the sound of metal scraping behind him and hesitated. It's not like the kid was going anywhere. He turned around and was met with a fearsome but admittedly cool sight. Deku was glaring at him, his arms and legs covered in a silver-black metallic texture, some muscle apparent, his face etched with thin, barely noticeable lines, as if every piece of skin was carefully manufactured to fit his skull's frame. His eyes, once with green irises and white sclera, now gold and black. His stance was solid and his fists were clenched. He looked ready to defeat some big-shot villain. Katsuki Bakugo refused to be unnerved by the icy glare. Threat analysis concluded. Deku, you said you didn't have a quirk. Were you lying to me? This whole time? And your actual quirk was being a FING robot. He was met with silence. The nerd was probably calculating some sheet in his robo-brain or whatever. The kid behind him ran away, but that weakling was of no concern compared to what was in front of him, although Deku seemed to relax a little. Goddamn Deku. A robot? This entire time? When his awe faded at the realization of it all, a single, primal thought remained. Violence. Deku, that's honestly the coolest sheet. Did Kaken just call me cool still a threat? What does he mean by R? Maybe now you'll finally hit back UF Deku. Izuku regained his focus just in time, and time slowed down compared to before. Katsuki ran and threw a punch in his most reckless fashion, and Izuku saw every step, every muscle in his arm contracting. It was absolutely surreal to see his fist gradually sliding past where his jaw used to be. He felt as though, if he really wanted to, he could grab his wrist before he pulled his arm back. Everything looks so slow. Is this my quirk? I have a quirk. On the other hand, Katsuki was furious. How the f did he dodge that? He looked like he didn't even try. He wasn't even paying attention to him, like the bee had something better to be doing. He was mumbling to himself in the middle of a fight for fuck's sake. Sparks were seen and crackles were heard. He felt a smile rise to his lips. This was gonna be a strong one. Dodge this, Izuku realized what was going on too late to dodge, and put both his arms in front him to protect his face. King Explosion Murder brought both his hands in front of him. The artillery focused right on Deku's center mass, and FENG fired that sheet. He immediately felt a numbed pain in his arms. He would definitely be sore, but it would be worth it. When the smoke cleared, he saw a standing-up mass of crystalline black in front of him, vaguely in the shape of a person. The inky crystal black unraveled, gradually disappearing, starting at his FANG, unscathed face. Deku looked like he hadn't taken a goddamn scratch. Even his arms looked untouched, protected by whatever that crystal sheet was. What the F dash? What the F heck? I don't feel anything. He didn't miss or anything. He never misses. Maybe. Katsuki roared in little 5-year-old fury, absolutely said that his best blast to date did nothing against this useless pebble in the road. Izuku was still lost in thought, as if he didn't even FANG notice what just happened. His mind was completely overruled by his emotions and he tried to punch Deku again, but this time, he didn't dodge. Deku felt something collide against his face and heard a scream, spooking him out of his train of thought. He looked up to see a crying, screaming, and cursing Bakugo holding his right hand. In his left arm, cradling the injured instrument of pain. Panic overtook him when he realized what just happened. Kaken punched me and hurt his hand. OF dash. The aspiring hero freaked out worse than the aspiring number 1 did, frantically claiming everything would be okay and dragged Katsuki home to get help, the former not taking a single second to take account of his new body and the latter swearing up a storm of pain and threats the entire way. Izuku Midoriya stood worriedly in her apartment. Izuku usually got home by now. What if he got in trouble? She knew her boy wouldn't hurt a fly, but with all the bullying that she knew occurred because of his quirkless status, she just couldn't help but worry. Maybe he lost it. Maybe he hit back and the school was keeping him for DSPN. Maybe he was ambushed by that little hellion Katsuki. Maybe he was being bullied right now. Inko sighed. Maybe she'll make Izuku a snack for when he gets home. He seemed to really like katsudon, although that was more of a meal. She decided to go for it. Anything to keep her busy and calm her down. Suddenly, the door burst open, and what she saw was beyond belief. Kaken hurt his hand and he needs a hospital, please. Was that really Izuku? Her little boy? Inko stood there in shock. Katsuki had an expression of rage and pain, and was clenching his right hand tenderly. Izuku. She couldn't think about that right now. Izuku was safe and Katsuki wasn't. Simple as that. She could figure this all out later. Let's go. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Katsuki was resting not so comfortably in a bed. Thankfully, the doctor determined the injury as non-serious, so no lasting damage was to be expected. When asked how his injury occurred, Izuku stepped up and told them he accidentally punched a wall really hard, much to Kaken's dismay. He did not want Deku to help him as if he needed it. He was fine. Still, he was content keeping the real reason quiet. Then she arrived. "Katsuki, you little sheet. How the hell can you break your hand punching a wall? Did you really think you can punch through walls like All Might or something? You're lucky you have such a good friend to take care of you." "He didn't take care of me, you hag. All he did was walk me to his I could have done that by my demon self." Mitsuka didn't dignify her son with a response, which only seemed to annoy him further, and spoke to Izuku instead, legitimately interested in the quirkless child's appearance. I really want to thank you and your mom for helping my son. The little brat just doesn't know when to stop sometimes. So what's up with the cosplay? That looks really real. Mitsuki looked at Inko, who was nearly in tears, who in turn looked at Izuku. Now that the danger was gone, the elephant in the room needed addressing. Izuku brought his mechanical wonder of an arm up, staring at it with eagle-like vision and clarity with digital eyes, enraptured in its design and control. He didn't know exactly when this had happened, only knowing that what happened to Kaken was because of him. After a few moments of thinking, he spoke up. I think this is my quirk. Mother Midoriya's emotions broke through the dam and flooded the room, taking the form of happy tears. Oh Izuku, I knew it. She rushed the poor child, picking him up and hugging him with the strength of a titan that likely would have physically broken something if Izuku was still 100% human. Now though, he just had moderate difficulty breathing, his skeletal frame holding firm through the onslaught of pure, motherly love. Mitsuki held a shocked expression on her face, a vast array of thoughts being played with and processed. Of course, this was the perfect time for the doctor to come back. Ahem, Bakugo-san. Your son is expected to make a full recovery from his injury in 2 to 3 weeks. Until then he should limit the use of his hand, including his explosion quirk. I also belie dash. What do you mean I can't explode anymore? Who the hell are you to say dash? He's Aiden doctor, you brat. He can tell you whatever the hell to do and you're gonna do it. Ahem. I'm sorry for the interruption, please go on. The doctor wore a worried expression on his face. Were they stressed from mental traumas of some kind, or was this family just loud? He decided this wasn't something he wanted to be involved in. Besides, he had distinct memories of inadvertently crushing a certain Midoriya's dreams, but the very same one was here looking slightly different. Right, that these papers will explain everything. Midoriya-san, I've noticed a most unexpected development with your son here. If I may, I'd like to determine his quirk's nature. I'm sure you and him would like to know as well. Inko attempted to recompose herself after the outburst, setting down a started, but otherwise happy Izuku, who perked up at hearing an opportunity to learn more about his own quirk. Oh, of course, please take as long as you need, I'm sure Izuku won't give you any trouble. Izuku's brightest smile appeared, setting nearly everyone's shining star in their hearts ablaze. I'll perform some tests to determine his quirk, its limits, and other information you should probably know. He drew some blood from the boy's arm, his expression unchanging the whole time. The liquid was golden and seemed to shine through the syringe. Interesting. The doctor walked away to perform the tests, taking Izuku along as well. Inko was left with Mitsuki and her child, but worry began to grow. How would her boy handle all the attention? It's not like he could go all day hiding his entire body, and someone was bound to notice those lines on his face soon enough, not to mention his beautiful new eyes. He would have attention drawn to him his entire life. He seemed to be stronger, but can metal even grow? If they got damaged, would they have to be repaired by a mechanic every time? Izuku could become a hero now, but being a hero was so dangerous, and she couldn't imagine him getting hurt. Would Izuku be stuck with little 5-year-old arms forever? A harrowing thought occurred. If Izuku's body was metal, did that mean, will I ever have grandchildren? Tears welled up in her eyes. She knew she was overreacting, but she couldn't help it. The entire world would seem different due to Izuku's quirk. It was better than being quirkless, but it was much more complicated now. The hypotheticals kept firing off in her mind, all while Mitsuki was politely trying to get her attention, giving up on the polite part after 4 seconds, shocking her out of her train of thought. Ainkyo. W it. Come with me, alright? Katsuki, don't break anything. Truth be told, something was bothering Mitsuki, but she couldn't discuss it in front of the kids, especially Izuku. HMPF. The mothers left the room and came out into the relatively empty hallway. The smell of cleaning alcohol and bodily fluids permanently permeated into the walls themselves. Inko was worried for Izuku, but couldn't help but wonder why her best friend brought her out, alone. Maybe something personal was going on with her life? Mitsuki was never good at being subtle or bringing herself down to someone else's comfort level, something she knew she had passed on to her own child. She figured it was better to just say it already. But is Izuku Hisashi's son? Did she just which what? Is the kid someone else's? No. Mitsuki, how the hell can you ask something like that? She shrugged nonchalantly. Just curious, I mean, fire breath and weak telekinesis doesn't exactly add up to Optimus Prime. Inko was bewildered by the whole situation. Never in her life has disloyalty reared its ugly head in her thoughts, even when Hisashi was never around. Her son was all she cared about, all she ever would care about. She admitted to herself that her friend had a point though. Izuku's genetics would never likely add up to cyborg. It had to be some kind of mutation. Mitsuki responded, I dunno, I figured if there was though you'd tell me. Can't help a girl for being curious about her best friend's life. Inko glared at her. Right, nothing. Sorry. Footsteps were heard in the hallway, and the two mothers were met with the doctor and Izuku returning from the testing room. Izuku looked a little tired, but happy as ever, while the doctor had an expression of puzzlement on his face. Interesting news was inbound. Hi Izuku, quiet down please. He Mitsuki rolled her eyes at the exchange. Adorable as ever, those two. She opened the door for everyone and they returned to the room. I have completed the tests. These forms will go over the finer details of his quirk, but I will explain the basics. Izuku perked up, eager to absorb as much information as he could. Despite being the one testing and being tested on, he didn't really find that much else out, nothing that he could put into words, anyways. Your son has a mutation-type quirk that's previously unseen before. I documented it as augmentation. His natural body is so heavily augmented, with mechanical and chemical structures that, by appearance, he is more machine than man. His arms, legs, and majority of internal organs are augmented. While his augmented body parts are not technically living, they function as if they were, which means his augments will repair themselves and their host, as well as grow alongside him. His strength is comparable to a gorilla's, and will only continue to grow as he does. His motor control is excellent, and his eyesight is extraordinary, being able to see clearly in low light conditions and over long distances with minimal effort. Aside from his passive augments, he has an ability that projects a type of armor over his entire body, including his externally unaugmented chest. I have to compare it to a transformation-type quirk, as it seems to strain him significantly and he cannot hold the armor for long. He generates energy from his own movements and from exposure to sunlight, but his stomach is perfectly functioning as well, likely better than before, in fact. I performed some intelligence tests, and while smart, he doesn't have any significant social or academic advantages that could be related to his quirk. At least, not for now. That was a lot. Was that really just the basics? It seems things would be more complicated than she thought. She looked into the digital eyes of Izuku and found hope, joy, and a steely gaze of determination. This is a good thing, she consciously reminded herself. Still, nothing wrong with getting as much information as she could. What do you mean, not for now? Well, the issue is, I cannot determine a stopping point for his mutation. He is still growing after all, and it's incredibly likely he will have access to new abilities and augments. As he grows, I expect he will see new changes in the following years, so I recommend you come visit me every 6 months. That is all, Midoriya-san. HMPF, exclaimed the rowdy child that was Katsuki Bakugo, having heard all the information. That's a pretty okay quirk, Deku, but I'm still gonna be a better hero than you. Mitsuki moved to scold her child, but Izuku heard none of it. All he heard was that Kaken thought he could be a hero. Years passed and Izuku Midoriya's quirk continued to improve, provide new functions, and gradually cover ground inside his body. To Inko's amazement, the metal limbs grew alongside her son. For all intents and purposes, they were living. Of course, being the child Izuku was, he would have some issues, have some incidents over the years. Accessing deep storage data. Memories washed over Izuku like a gentle stream, of the amazing as well as troublesome situations his quirk has gotten him into. In Premium HD. Mommy, can I help you cook? Please. Well, I don't know, sweetie, you're a little young to be handling a knife. Please. Oh, fine, Izuku, but let me get a smaller one. Mom's getting me a small knife. HMPF. All Might doesn't use small knives. He eats big food to stay big, so he uses big knives. Izuku felt an odd sensation, like an electrical current was running through him, then it was replaced with another sensation beneath his skin. Actual crawling. In his skin. He brought his arm to closer inspection, and out of the upper layer of his arm, a 6-inch blade, nearly as wide as his arm but thin enough to fit inside, protruded from just above his wrist, going directly over his knuckles, seeming impossibly close to grazing them. Izuku gasped at the sight and untested his other arm, the same process occurring. This is so cool. I'm like that Canadian hero with the claws. I can cut anything. Izuku looked at the cutting board and the vegetables on it. A devious smile crept onto his face as his idea took place. Unfortunately, Mommy returned, just as he was about to test his blades. Izuku, put those back where they came from right now. But Mum, I just want dash. Now, sweetie. Chills came down the child's neck when he realized how serious Mom was being, and retracted the blades into his arms. What he didn't realize was that Inko thought he was holding the blades, not that they were a part of him. Upon seeing her son retract literal blades into his arms, she screamed, XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX even if his super strength could be erased, and I don't think it can, he is still a massive titan against some skinny ninja. Hey, Eraserhead isn't skinny. Not everyone can be as built as All Might. I'm just saying that Eraserhead is the perfect counter. The moment he closes his eyes, All Might is gonna rush him faster than he can open them again. You're just delusional. Oh my god. You are such a fanboy, Midoriya. You sure you don't have some kinda malfunction in your subroutines? Izuku hated that joke. Just because his quirk made him look like a robot didn't mean. I'm not a robot, Shinso-san. Oh yeah? So why is it I can't brainwash you, Ichim? It works on everyone else, except you. Whenever I try with you, it feels like I'm being blocked by something. I can see your brain, but I can't touch it. Izuku paused. Was that really true? It explains the weird looks he randomly gave me from time to time, but that is my brain really not human anymore? What even am I? Shinso sighed. Midoriya was going on another one of his famous muttering to himself rants. He's heard about it before, but he never really thought he'd witness it. Not more than twice a day anyways. Suddenly, Izuku abruptly stopped and his void-like golden eyes rolled into the back of his head for the smallest of moments, before immediately returning and continuing his muttering. It was disturbing to say the least. Midoriya? Yes, Shinso-san? What was that? Izuku felt a tinge of red and heat infect his cheeks and his ears. Did he notice? Damn it, I hate it when that happens. There's no warning or anything. Sometimes I really wish I could just disappear and not have to be such a weird malfunctional robot. And so he did. Holy shit. What's wrong, Shinso? You're not there, but I can hear you. Where are you, Midoriya? Izuku didn't understand what was going on. Shinso didn't usually play pranks on him, but he was in fact here. He was looking at where Izuku was, but not directly at him, as if his face was moved somewhere else on his body. I'm right here, I never moved. Stop acting weird. I can kinda see his brain, so I'm not imagining things. I can't see him, but I can hear him. Is the answer really so simple? I thought he had an armor ability. Hey Midoriya, look at your hand. Izuku hesitated. His hand? Was this some kind of brainwash attempt? He didn't feel the urge to. Maybe he ought to anyways. Shinso seemed weird right now and he didn't want to freak him out any further. He took a glance and holy shit, where's my hand? Aha Shinso, oh crap, where's my hand? Why is this happening to me? I don't understand. Midoriya, it's fine. You're just invisible. Invisible? How can I be invisible? Is someone using their quirk on me? I knew Shinso was playing a prank. I bet one of his friends is spying on us. Shinso, I know you're involved in this somehow. I swear, I have nothing to do with this. No pranks. Honest. Maybe it's part of your quirk? Like the armor? Like the armor? The augmented future hero focused and concentrated on that feeling. That feeling of wanting to be away from the prying eyes of the world, the stress and anxiety that came with being stared at for the void in his eyes and the metallic texture of his skin, the unpleasant, unwanted glares received when he made a mistake. He focused on that horrible ball of emotion in his stomach and let it go. It's okay if he messed up. It's okay if he was looked at funny. Heroes make mistakes sometimes, and they always get stared at. He didn't need to hide the way he looked, because soon he would look like a hero instead. The invisibility unraveled, exposing a boy who felt a newfound pride in himself. Then he nearly fell to his knees because goddamn was invisibility exhausting. So, you figured it out? Izuku could barely respond, his respiratory system temporarily on overdrive to keep him in the realm of consciousness. Yes, I did. I'm gonna be a hero, Shinso-san. I'm gonna be the best hero ever. Shinso felt a sting of shame at hearing the words. Izuku certainly had the quirk to do it, but he recognized something else. He had the spirit for it too. It was the one thing he wanted, more than anything in the entire world. The entire world couldn't stop him if it tried. I know you will, Izuku. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX did things like normal friends would, but it always seemed like he was doing it out of necessity. This time was no different, except today his true intentions would be shown. Wow, Kaken, that we're heading out kind of far, huh? Izuku was a little worried. While certainly old and powerful enough to take care of himself from the average thug, especially with Kaken with him, he wasn't sure what to make of going this far into their normal playing woods. What if they ran into a bear with a gigantism quirk? Or a wolf with a speed quirk? This far out, the noise and relative safety of civilization was lost to them. Then Izuku bumped into the explosive teen because he wasn't paying attention again. "Do you quit your muttering and look where you're going?" The little twerp was muttering again. It didn't surprise him in the slightest, but he'd at least figure out why he brought him out here, right? Katsuki looked at Izuku, a rather Deku expression on his face. "Guess not." "Whatever." "Threat assessment. Moderate. W. Where?" Katsuki sparked up, firecrackers going off in his hands. Deku froze. Is this the threat? Is this why he brought him out here? To beat him up? He looked at the king of explosions and possibly murders, and saw he was not joking around. A cruel grin full of malice, just like when they were boys. "Damn it, Kaken. I don't want to fight you. I thought things were better now? Was it just an act?" "Kaken. Shut up, do you? I'm sick of you looking down on me. You might have a more versatile quirk, but there's no way in hell you can fight the big villains All Might fights with your quirk. So just give it up already." The angry, splody boy rushed forward to deliver a vicious right hook, which was barely dodged by Izuku. "He's gotten faster. I don't want to hurt you, Kaken. Let's just play or something, please." Suddenly, a shiver made its way through the August. It felt as if every nerve was lightly grazed by a feather. It wasn't painful, but it was a pressure so intense it felt as if his very soul was touched. His eyes rolled into the back of his head. Fight back already." Katsuki aimed an explosion at him, center mass, and let loose. The blast obliterated the area behind Izuku, taking 2 innocent trees from this world and injuring Izuku was too stunned by whatever the hell that malfunction was to get his armor set up. At least he finally got a good shot off on him. He waited until the smoke cleared and saw him, flat on his but with the stupidest look on his face. The explosive teen's heart went aflutter at the sight. "Hey, you dead or something?" "And sweet, get back up." Izuku was stunned in more way than one. What the hell just happened? That feeling I get when a new augment showed up, but it's like All Might was backing it up or something and just beat me into the dirt. I hope I got something good. Deku, get up. W8 Kaken, let me just dash. I said get F up. Will you just F wait? The pause. Oh god, did I just? Please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me, please don't hurt Meppel. Katsuki paused as well. Did he just effing hear that right? Did Deku just FNG talk back to him? Who the f does he think he is? He should FNG pummel him for that yet. He wasn't really upset. Sure, Deku didn't get up and didn't stop being annoying, ever. But if he was willing to talk back to him, that means he's finally growing a pair and might FNG fight back for once. About DMN time. Deku was muttering to the point of hyperventilation, completely unnecessary as always. He figured he'd have to take this slowly. Introduce it as training or some shit like that. Explosions versus the wimp's unwimpy armor. See who runs out of juice first. That not a bad idea. Oh my god, is this it? Is this the end? Oh my god, please don't kill me. My hero name is about to be stained because by the time he's done. Deku, quit your dim crying. I'm not gonna kill you today. Today. I have an idea. We ain't really gotta fight, but what if we got trained instead? Katsuki struggled with those last few words. Not fighting? It feels so unnatural, but it'd probably FING work at least. He wants to train with me? Sure, Kaken, that could work, I guess. What did you have in mind? Kaken gave an evil grin, happy to return to his old self. Your armor against my explosions. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX experience with his abilities. Over time he had honed them to be usable more consistently, but they still drained him quite a bit. Especially the last one, pheromone emitter. It took him a long time to figure that one out. On command, or sometimes not on command, which was quite embarrassing, he could release undetectable pheromones, a mix of microscopic stimulants or depressants that would be inhaled by those around him, and the chemical makeup of those particles would affect the brain directly, either calming them down or riling them up. When he told Kaken about what happened, he was sad, but he never stopped the training. Izuku smiled at realizing he used his powers to help his friend, in his own small way. The August smiled. Life was good, wasn't it? The day passed without much event. Izuku went through all his normal classes, successfully interacting when he was required to, passing with flying colors. Today was the day the students would think seriously about their future, though naturally everyone wanted to go to the various hero courses around the country, seeking money, glory, or a straight-up adrenaline rush in the form of an occupation. Too few wanted to be a hero for the sole purpose of helping people. 2 in that room dared dream of attending Yui High, the most prestigious heroics establishment in the world. One of which was Izuku Midoriya, which the teacher was so kind as to announce to the entire class. Suddenly, the day stopped being uneventful. Katsuki Bakugo started sweating, all for the wrong reasons. Crackles and miniature explosions erupted from his palms, a clear announcement to the class that he was about to set something straight, and it probably involved Izuku. He rushed over to the cyborg's desk and slammed his hands on the table. You really think you can compete with me in Yui? You need more than just shitty robo-punches to beat villains. You just gonna stand there and let them wail on your armor until someone saves your butt? The class chuckled at Bakugo's assertive approach, and a few took out their phones the moment Midoriya's name was called, knowing just how predictably it would play out. Bakugo would get his panties in a twist. Midoriya would try to get him to chill, usually by giving up entirely, which Bakugo already knew would probably be a FNG lie, and Bakugo would say something along the lines of HMPF, demonstrate, and stomp back to his chair so he could get set off at something else in the next 10 to 30 minutes. It was the natural order of things. Actually, Kaken, I'm gonna be the #1 hero, said the metallic protagonist, sporting a haughty tone. What the f did he just say? The class erupted in a mass mixture of laughter, howling, gasps, and jeering towards the 2 rivals, those of which had taken a side affectionately referred to themselves as the Baku Squad or the Deku Squad, and then turned this mob emotion towards each other, all while the teacher in the room was trying not to laugh at his class antics. Izuku's mind wasn't too terribly complicated, never was. It was efficient and certainly one of the better ones, but it ran on emotions, just as most of them did. What he was feeling right now was not something he was ever used to feeling, but it did feel good, so naturally it consumed every fiber of his being for a short period of time like a new crush or a new augmentation. What Izuku was feeling couldn't be described as anything else other than self-satisfied, superior, and smug. Izuku felt smug. A week ago during one of his regular training sessions, Deku had, through a few mistakes on Bakugo's part and not shitty usage of armor and cowardly maneuvering, managed to outlast his own explosion quirk. Ever since his victory, if making an enemy tired could even be considered, that Deku radiated this bullshit glow of rainbows out his butt. He hadn't expected this holier-than-thou attitude to extend to the classroom. He was gonna wipe that stupid but sheet-eating grin off his face, mark his words. While Katsuki was formulating a response to put this dumb motherfucker in his place that wasn't in the form of physically beating him within an inch of his life, which he certainly wanted to do but wouldn't risk Yui for it, the clock struck that special time in every student's heart. The class was free to leave the school and prepare for their futures, the vast majority probably needing to find another dream profession in 10 months. Deku was already out the door, leaving the explosive teen raging and pushing through the crowds in an effort to catch up and politely inform him of his inaccurate statement. Just kidding, he was catching up to beat his butt. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX constant strain. All of a sudden, the sun's rays seemed more appealing now. He rolled up his restrictive school uniform's sleeves the best he could, and checked to see if the coast was clear. He sighed and returned back to the path he used whenever he wanted to avoid Kaken. It wasn't like he was a bad guy or anything, just too loud and angry for his liking sometimes. He thought back to what he said in class and giggled to himself like a child. What emotion overtook him and compelled him to say those words? He had no idea, but it was intoxicating. It felt as if he was good at something. Better than others, even. Was this what they called pride? If this is what Kaken felt all the time, why was he so angry? Man, he's gonna be so mad at training. Suddenly he felt something. It happened again. Izuku looked around and saw nothing. He probed around for any new augments. Nothing on either fronts. Something was going on and he was not in on it. Threat assessment, high. Kaken? Come on, it wasn't that bad. Then the sewer plate behind him exploded. Vibrations. I was feeling vibrations, stupid D. Arg. Criminal might. What the hell is he doing here? 2 minutes that I got TW dashed. Izuku felt a primal terror go up his back. The kind of human fear that has kept us alive since times of old. It was the feeling of being in someone's sight. He looked around and his digital eyes were met with something really gross looking. The villainous creature stood at an intimidating height, staring right at him with an evil grin. Although, standing wasn't the right word. It looked entirely made out of a sludge substance, which seemed fitting considering it came out of a sewer. The words it spoke next would provoke fear, and a combative instinct. Mechanical mutation type. Not my preferred taste, but it'll do just fine. Izuku's survival instincts kicked in just in time for the sludge villain to send a tendril towards his knees, intending to get him on the ground. The attack was just barely dodged, and Izuku came to a dire realization. He said he has 2 minutes. What does it mean? Is it his quirk limit or is someone chasing him? I can't just run. If he's willing to go for me on sight, he'll probably attack anyone else he sees. I have to distract him until help arrives. Combat assessment. Concluded. Enemy combatant is composed of a liquid substance and is able to control its own viscosity fully. It is faster than it appears and stronger than you are. It seeks to possess your body and escape from a greater threat in disguise. Armor, ineffective. Blunt force, ineffective. Countered by faster reactions using arm blades and by exploiting its vulnerable eyes. Izuku paused. Arm blades. He discovered the augment when he was young and thought they were the coolest, but now he was well aware of how dangerous they are. They could easily kill if he wasn't careful, and could seriously injure even if he was. He extended the blades a foot and a half past his knuckles. The edges were kept incredibly sharp by his internal systems, and the length had increased as he grew up. The sludge villain grinned upon seeing the blades and the child's new, more fluid stance. You making some kind of plan, kid? Good sheet. Now dodge this. The villain spit out some sludge towards Izuku, which he easily dodged, but at the same time, sent out a massive tendril that forcefully collided with him. Izuku was sent flying and slammed against the wall so hard it cracked. A golden ichor oozed from his mouth, and he scolded himself for falling for such an obvious ruse. Something was definitely broken. I ain't fucking stupid boy. You're not the first or the last. Now just stay still and this'll be over soon. The second wind hit Izuku like a train, and he fully forgot any repercussions of hurting the villain, this being a matter of life and death. With a desperate scream he swung the blade at the villain, who almost leaped away unscathed, if not for the large gash in his right eye. Reddish sludge leaked out of the wound and the trash reject roared in pain. This sheet, and if All Might, I'm gonna kill your stupid, but if it's the last thing I do. The August stopped, completely sure he misheard him. Did you just say All Might? If Trash Face could pale, he probably would at this moment. Exactly how much time had passed again? The two combatants stared at each other, one in glee and the other in terror, before a rumbling was felt and a mountain of a man crawled out of the sewer hole. I am here. Omegoditsalmi dash. God fucking da dash. Faster than either of them could comprehend, All Might dashed forward and got Izuku out of the line of fire, before looking back at him with a knowing wink. Good job on the defense, boy, but I'll take it from here. Enjoy the show. All M dash. All Might turned towards the villain, who could only quiver under the gaze of the symbol of peace. In a last desperate act, he willed half his mass into various tentacles and sent them towards All Might, who dashed under them and brought his massive fist forward, bellowing a mighty war cry. Texas Mareas. The sludge villain had fallen. Its liquid form that was once held together was now splattered on every surface as if it was hit by a train, although a train would probably do less damage. Izuku stared, wide-eyed, in awe at the sheer power that was All Might. The behemoth looked back towards him, prompting a surge of fanboyism previously unseen. Oh my god, All Might, that was amazing. How does your body handle that kind of power? I mean, I considered maybe you just grew up with it and trained, but still it's a Krazemianigus. The child continued on ranting, but he seemed good-natured. He had blood on his hands and a golden substance over his face, contrasting with his mostly void eyes. There was a crack on the wall, perhaps the boy had been thrown into it? If he wasn't part machine, it likely would have killed him. All Might felt a pang of guilt for letting the villain escape in the first place. Because of his incompetence, a child had to defend himself against a full-fledged villain. The boy was lively as ever, but what happened when that injury caught up to him? The adrenaline would wear off sometime, and the villain still needed to be apprehended. What is your name, young man? Izuku took a deep breath. This is All Might he's talking to. He should make an impression at least, especially since he wants to be a hero. He answered as firm as he could, along with a bow. Izuku Midoriya, thank you for saving me, sir. Sir? All Might let out a bellowing laugh. This kid was too cute. Brave as well, considering he faced down a villain. Perhaps? No need for sir or the gesture, young Midoriya. It's all part of being a hero. Tell me, are you injured? That golden stain on your face is most unusual. Oh, this? It's my blood. I coughed some up when I oughta hit that wall. Don't worry though, my body is good at repairing itself. Izuku cringed at the sudden increase in noise in his voice. Calm down, damn it. I am glad to hear that. Well, I must clean up the villain and get it to the station. I'm sure someone else needs saving. Wait, how about that I help you clean him up? All Might's smile seemed more genuine then. The child was kind as well. A real catch. Perhaps he was worthy? Young Midoriya. The name simply rolled off the tongue in an almost eloquent manner. Maybe he'll ask him later. He didn't want to further implicate the child in hero work. He was technically breaking a law or two already, as well as the fact that he was approaching his personal limit. Still, glancing at the boy's extremely human expression despite his quirk, what the hell? Of course, my boy, however, I'd ask you keep your mouth shut about this, you hear? This isn't exactly legal. Izuku nearly squealed. He was personally helping All Might. A thought occurred to him. He had nearly every piece of All Might merchandise there was, except, and of course, I'll sign an autograph for you when it's all done. Am I in heaven? XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX All Might's autograph offer was fulfilled, and Izuku gave All Might his exact weight and odd request. But what was he supposed to say? The number one hero grabbed the number one fanboy and gently placed him on his own massive shoulders. Izuku barely had time to react and held on for dear life, screaming the whole way as All Might launched himself away from the ground like a rocket, accelerating with such force Izuku nearly slipped off him despite his own immense strength. All Might gracefully landed on a rooftop that towered above the other buildings in the area and set the kid down. Thankfully no one was around. He hoped he was using the proper judgment with Midoriya, because this information was not something he could screw up with. He already felt a hot steam rising off his torso, extending to his legs and forearms. The symbol of peace took a deep breath and spoke calmly. "Young man, I have something to show you and an offer to make. As you know, I have been the world's symbol of peace and justice for a very long time. I cannot last forever, but my power can. Ayurike." The steam that was previously around All Might exploded into a cloud, and when it settled, a ghastly figure remained. He was skeletal and honestly looked rather sick. His clothes. He's wearing what All Might was wearing. That can't possibly be. The sickly man stared at him. If he didn't know better, he would have thought he was glaring. A moderate amount of blood leaked out of his mouth as he recomposed himself. "Young man, my name is Toshinori Yagi. I am the number one hero, All Might. My quirk, One for All, is a quirk that can be passed down like a sacred torch from one user to the next, making it one of the oldest quirks in existence. I see a great amount of potential in you, Izuku Midoriya. I ask you one question. Do you wish to be the world's next symbol of peace? To be the very best hero, to be someone who would inspire the world with his smile?" This was exactly what he wanted from that very first All Might video. That was his dream. And yet something felt wrong. Quirk assessment completed. One for All allows the user to gain unrivaled levels of raw strength through their bodies, can be transferred to other humans through unknown means. Incompatible with augmentation. One for All requires living tissue as a conduit. Majority mass of augmentation user is unliving tissue. God fing damn it. For the first time in a while, Izuku felt completely and utterly crushed. Out of all the quirks he could have gotten, all the situations he could have been placed in, he managed to be in a situation where his dream would certainly come true, if not for his own DMN mechanical mutation type quirk. The power of All Might would never be known to him, and he couldn't help but feel the sorrow of erased potential weigh on him. He would have cried if he was capable, instead emitting a series of pheromones and holding his head in his cold hands. All Might seemed taken aback. The man suddenly felt that despair and sorrow, heavy as lead. He drew his own conclusions. "Young Midoriya, are the quirked parts of you technically unliving?" Izuku nodded. I am sorry, young man. Didio dash. Yes. I do believe you can still be the number one hero. Izuku stared in shock at All Might. The words. He said them. How could he let something like his own quirk stop him? Some people didn't even have quirks, rare as they were. His own quirk was rightly powerful, having as many functions as it did. Yui was in 10 months, and he had to be ready. Thank you, All Might, I won't let anyone down. All Might flared up, briefly entering his muscular form to deliver words in a more inspirational tone. I know you can do it, go beyond. Izuku didn't hesitate. Plus Ultra. 10 months have passed since Izuku's encounter with Earth's mightiest hero. Since then he has trained with Kaken and refined his abilities to a formidable degree. His armor was nigh indestructible and could be held for 3 minutes at a time before exhaustion caught up with him and needed a break. His invisibility was more strenuous though, and could only be held for 1.5 minutes. He could punch and slice through most types of trees with minimal damage to his own body, and his lung capacity was an impressive 8 minutes, which was great because he couldn't swim at all. The first time he went to the pool since his augmentations activated, he literally sank to the bottom of the pool. It has grown leaps and bounds, and now that he was ready. The entrance exam to Yui was right there, all he had to do was take that first step. Du. Kaken was next to him in an instant and gave him a hearty clap on his shoulder, except it was actually more of a smack, it was actually on his head, and he unleashed a somewhat controlled explosion on contact, likely causing a serious brain injury to anyone whose skeletal system wasn't reinforced. And so that first step into the future of heroics was a complete and utter failure. The pavement rushed up to meet him, but a flash of pink and a sturdy pair of arms later, he was right back up, disoriented and confused, but unharmed. Hey dude, you alright? You nearly made out with the ground. Oh my god, a girl. Izuku looked up to see the girl's back to him. She and Kaken were in a glaring contest. Oh no. Wait, he's my friend. The girl stopped what she was about to say and turned around, and holy super crap, she was cute. Her skin as well as her hair were pink. She had a pair of horns jutting out of her mess of curly hair that seemed to fit so perfectly despite its chaos. Her face was aesthetically pleasing to look at, bordering beautiful, and her expression was strong and genuine, a mixture of anger and concern. The most breathtaking thing, however, were her eyes. A vast, nearly empty void with a single sun in the center, the yellow irises were downright piercing in their intensity, as if everything she looked at was being blessed or cursed with the warmth or power of a supernova. It was like looking at a black hole, with your single greatest desire on the other side, daring, begging for you to reach out and grab it, to overcome the impossible just to grasp, even for just a moment, eternal happiness. He's your free, oh my god, your eyes. The girl's squeal of disbelief snapped the boy out of his stupor, but her smile reeled him back in, as if All Might himself decided to pick up fishing. She was downright beautiful now, and he was stuck between the choices of stopping a misunderstanding between her and Kaken, explaining his quirk to her, asking about her quirk, and asking if she's also aiming for the hero course. Given these circumstances, he did his best. They try him, you not thanks for stopping my fall, I'm not too good with falling. This here is my friend Kaken, he was just messing around with that whole smacking me thing. My quirk makes me pretty tough so I can take it, and it makes me eyes like yours too. Like yours? That's too personal, I should have said, like this. Kaken was visibly annoyed at the word friend. Deku, we're not friends. We train together because everyone else is too scared to train with me. Listen here, Raccoon Eyes number 2, Kaken is a nickname, and only Deku gets to say it, because he's the only one who can survive the consequences of saying it. So if you feel like keeping your arms attached, you won't say it. Name is Katsuki Bakugo. The girl looked annoyed at the explosive teen's attitude, but didn't dwell on it. It seemed nice enough, if a bit nervous and red in the face. He was probably used to having to keep his friend on a leash around others. Deku spoke up, some forced lightheartedness in his tone. What a kidder, right? Well, Kaken, I'm the closest you got to a friend. He looked even more set off now, but he didn't deny the statement. The girl spoke again. Hello, Bakugo. What's your name, Deku? Mine is Mina Ishido. I didn't know you were friends. I guess everyone shows their care differently. I can tell he's just a big softy. For the first time since they met, Deku laughed and gave a genuine smile, and whoa, it was something. He looked like someone turned a puppy into a human being. How could Bakugo ever be mean to that face? My name is Izuku Midoriya, and yeah, Kaken is a softy, why one time while we were training. Bakugo scoffed, and headed to the auditorium where they would receive instructions for the physical portion of the entrance exam. He didn't need to hang around for whatever bullshit moment Deku misinterpreted as kindness. Don't stay too long with your girlfriend Deku. If you don't get into Yui, I'm finding someone else to train with. Girlfriend? That seemed to do it, Mina noted. Midoriya was having some kind of panicky episode, flailing his arms and stuttering, trying to retort to his friend, but failed miserably. She did take the gist of it though. He was embarrassed and shy around those concepts, wasn't he? This is gonna be fun. She got rather close to Midoriya, wrapped her arms around his neck, like a blushing bride just wedded, and spoke with a refined posh. Oh Izuku, you won't just let him say those horrible things, will you? What an uncivilized brute. I. The look on his face was priceless. Wahaha, oh my god Midoriya, you're too much dude. That's not funny, Ishido-san. You sure? Why are you smiling then? God damn it, I am smiling. This girl is merciless. So he started laughing as well, because in all honesty Ishido did pull a good joke, and for a brief moment, there was no training, no Yui, no heroes or villains. It was just Izuku with his friend, having fun. Izuku realized that she hadn't let go of him yet and his face received a new wave of red, but Ashido couldn't help but stare at him. The green-haired, golden-eyed boy had freckles, but there was something off. An inconsistency in the canvas. Barely noticeable, but it was there. A line went right through one of his freckles, as if his face was carefully assembled by some kind of surgeon or mechanic. What a weird quirk. How long have I been holding on to him like this? She let go of him immediately, just now realizing how unintentionally close she had gotten to inspect him. A splash of light violet blush betrayed her and crept onto her face. Desperate to change the subject, she asked him about his quirk, or would've, if Izuku didn't beat her to the punch. Hey Ashido, I hope you don't mind me asking, but what does your quirk do? I'm really interested in how you look. Oh, are you now? As if he read her thoughts, or spent a second to realize how that came out, he immediately broke into another blush, looking away and keeping himself deathly quiet. Ashido giggled at his social inexperience but ignored it otherwise, feeling merciful after the stunt she pulled on him. She pulled up her sleeve and let a few drops of hydrofluoric acid drip out, heavily diluted of course. I don't mind at all, Midoriya. My quirk is called acid. I can kinda squeeze acid out through my skin and can control its concentration and slipperiness. I have this cool technique that lets me surf off solid ground. As for my appearance, the skin is from the acid, but the rest is all natural genetics. Midoriya got over his embarrassment incredibly fast upon hearing her talk about her quirk. He stared at her while she talked, completely absorbed and into it. When she stopped talking, he immediately started, eager to share his thoughts. That's so cool. You could be a great hero, Ashido. You could break out of or break through any restraints to save hostages, and you could also melt locks and such to ambush villains, or maybe you could shoot the acid out of your hands like a mist, so you could incapacitate even really strong villains as long as they have eyes. Well, you could also be a scary hero. Gang Orca and Endeavor are really intimidating, and that makes villains more likely to surrender instead of fight. If you get yourself a good costume, you could make yourself look like a demon or a monster. What, he is super into this. I like his energy. So this is what makes him tick. Heroes and quirks. I never realized how many uses my acid could have, plus shooting it like a mist instead of a bucket of sludge? Why haven't I thought of that? An intimidating hero, huh? I could totally go for that. I have the eyes and the horns for it. Demon or monster. Or alien. God, this boy was smart. Smart with pretty eyes, like hers. Eyes. His quirk. Hey Midoriya? I'm kinda curious about your quirk. Does it give you night vision? Night vision? Izuku paused. It's not like it was a bad guess or anything, it just made him realize how much of a blessing his quirk was, despite the drawback of not accepting one for all. Some people really did just have night vision or some quirk that made their eyes unusual. Hell, he read about a quirk that broke the user's bones. That's it. Some didn't even have quirks. The thought of a bone-breaking quirk passed through him like a tremor, filling his plastic stomach with an uneasy sensation of déjà vu. Midoriya? You still there? I didn't break you again, did I? Oh, sorry Ashido-san, I was just lost in thought. Izuku rolled up his sleeve, revealing the technological marvel of a limb to her, flexing his metallic muscle and slowly moving his fingers around, demonstrating their function. The wonder on her face was as clear as the stars in her eyes. My quirk is called Augmentation, and it replaces my limbs and some of my insides with cybernetic counterparts, basically upgrading my entire body to work better. My eyes do see very well in the dark and much better than normal eyes as well. I'll explain the rest to you on the way there cause we're about to be late. You're like a robot, Midoriya. So cool. Izuku usually disliked that term, but this time it didn't bother him as much. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX to separate to their individual seatings. They learned about the physical exam from the hero present Mike, then a somewhat stuck-up boy with glasses called his muttering habit out, and he discovered that him and Kakin would not be in the same battle simulation, to which he commented, "Good, you're dumb but would probably need saving when you realize your offensive potential is utter crap." So you're saying you'd stop thrashing villains to save me, Kaken? You saying I'm not able to beat up villains and save people? That's what a hero does, right? You think you can do better, do you? That's the Kaken I know. They split paths after leaving the auditorium, and Izuku found himself in front of massive walls guarding a hollow city. The sheer lack of sound was surreal. He had forgotten what true silence felt like. The atmosphere was tense and uneasy. The rest of the contestants were quietly talking amongst themselves and performing stretches. One in particular had pink skin with horns. It's a Shido. I wonder what she thinks about the Physica. You're not thinking of disturbing her while she's stretching, are you? You should know better than to sabotage someone else's concentration for your own personal benefit. Shameful. I do hope you're taking this as seriously as you should. Izuku flushed as the other students chuckled at the fierce scolding the tall boy with the glasses dished out. Damn it, this guy is here too? He certainly doesn't pull any punches. That means I can't either. Yui will be a tough school, and heroes receive criticism all the time, even when they do things well. I have to be more assertive. Like Kaken. He would always win. Assertive. Kaken. Hey, listen here, glasses guy. I think you should, take your opinion and, stick it like some dash. But before Izuku could finish embarrassing himself and everyone else via secondhand embarrassment, a super loud Geo rang off and the gates to the concrete jungle opened. Well, there are no countdowns in real life? Get moving, kiddos. Timer started, 10 minutes. We will continue this exchange later. The sheer intensity from the tall applicant was intimidating, and he broke off in a run. Izuku briefly saw his legs before he rocketed away. A speed quirk, damn it, I need to catch up. Izuku sprinted to the previously soulless city, eager to rack up some points, get into Yui, pass everything the best he could, become a sidekick, turn into a pro hero, turn into the best pro hero, and continue the era of peace that All Might had started. Nothing too serious, just the fate of the world. Relax, one thing at a time, right? All Might didn't become number one by freaking out. He spotted a one-pointer, and adrenaline was administered through his system. It was fight or flight, but was leaning towards fight. Combat assessment. Completed. One-pointer robot. Composed of steel and wiring, not faster or stronger than you are. Attacks with rubber bullets from firearms. Vulnerable to arm blade augment and blunt force trauma. Good enough. Izuku rushed forward towards the robot, extending his arm blades and activating his crystalline armor around his face, as the robot took notice of him and rained a hailstorm of rubber ammunition towards him. Most of them missed, and the ones that did hit did not create enough force to stagger him back. He got in close and slashed the robot's single tire with one blade to stop it from moving, and decapitated it with the other to get that point. One down. Way more to go. He repeated this process a few more times, desperately picking up his pace while also looking for something other than one-pointers, please. He rounded a corner and was met with a sight that was a pure example of biting off more than you can chew. The rude speedster and some blonde dude with a fancy belt were pinned underneath multiple 2- and 3-pointers, who were emitting ominous sounds that could only be described as laughing. Izuku leapt into action. Combat assessment. Complete. Threat. 2-pointer robot. Scorpion-like frame, its tail attacks will overwhelm your defenses. Similar speed to your own. Equipped with thermal imaging technology. Invisibility augmentation. Ineffective. Vulnerable to blunt force trauma and superior reflexes. 3-pointer robot. Tank-like frame. Significantly slower than 1-pointer. Immensely stronger than you are. Missile pads composed of non-lethal incapacitating chemical. Respiratory filtration system can filter these chemicals for 2 minutes before overuse. Vulnerable to arm blade and invisibility augment. Have to watch out for the 2-pointers. Izuku changed course last second, nearly being pinned by one of the 2-pointer tails that cracked the concrete. One of the 3-pointers launched a gas missile between the speedster and the fancy belt, putting both of them to sleep, and joined its allies to face the new threat. Izuku counted and changed position, 2 scorpions and 3 tanks. The scorpions were more dangerous due to their speed, while he could mostly ignore the tanks until he needed to step out of the gas to let his breathing catch up, as fighting while holding his breath would severely diminish his breath-holding abilities. He gave himself 3 minutes before he had to retreat. How much time did he have again? 5:44. Good enough. I hope. Izuku let a scorpion try and lunge for the kill, and dodged the tail gracefully before grabbing its face with both hands and tore it into two with his formidable strength. The tanks approached slowly behind and unleashed a salvo of gas missiles on his location. His filtration system activated, and he continued undaunted. The other scorpion feinted a tail strike, but instead grabbed his arm with its pinchers, catching him off guard, and then went in with its tail, landing a successful blow against the augmented applicant, who nearly crumbled under the strike. Nearly. Holy shit, that might have broke something. That I hope those two didn't get hit this hard. Izuku kept his footing and grabbed at the pincer still clamped on, using his free arm, lifted both of his arms over his head and slammed the robot on the ground with as much force as he could, stunning the foe. With as much force as he could muster, he stomped in the head of the beast, a symphony of metal on metal reverberating through the air. Izuku looked towards the 3 pointers steadily advancing towards him, took a deep breath, and remembered his technique. Calm, flowing like water. One day we are here, the next we may not be here, and that is okay. We live and we die, no one will best time, and that is all right. If I die and fade from the memory of the entire world, where no one will ever know I existed, that's okay, that because I did exist, and even if it's never known, what I've done, what I will do, will change the world immeasurably. Nobody may know my worth, and that's okay. I know my worth. I know my worth. I don't need to be recognized by anyone. So thought Izuku, before leaving the visible spectrum. What has happened? Thought Tenya Ida. The ground was harsh concrete and he was laying on it. He must be in a dangerous situation. He does not normally lay down on concrete. The memories came flooding back. He was in the entrance exam for Yui. He was fighting 1-pointers and 2-pointers with ease, but that all came to an abrupt halt when he tried to smash open a 3-pointer, only for his leg to bounce harmlessly off the metal machine's plating. It was far stronger than he had anticipated. Nothing short of a reciproburst could destroy it, he concluded too late. The machine had gotten a hand on him and put him to sleep. Now he was awake, and the admittedly stylish French imitator was waking as well. The 3-pointers were on the other side of the road, shrouded by what was likely sleeping gas, and what he saw seemed to defy logic. In a spectacular display of sparks and methodical precision, the 3-pointer tanks were being sliced open, eviscerated, disemboweled, decapitated, mutilated, decimated, and multiple other words he knew, all with their exact descriptions applied to the robots. It's as if a pair of invisible swords were engaged in a dance, either their main goal to bump into as many other dancers as possible, and it was working. First the arms would be cut off at the elbows, then the treads of the tanks were sliced upwards, sideways, and diagonally, and the finisher was a decapitation here, a head-to-chest downward slice there, and once a pure stabbing frenzy, as if the swords were looking for the very heart of the beast. It looked senselessly violent, but Ida could tell, at its core, it was cold, calculated efficiency. When the last tank fell, Izuku ran out of the sleeping gas and deactivated his invisibility. He was almost panting, having held invisibility nearly too long while dispatching the robots. Seems the speedster and casual elegance had woken up. Timer? Hey guys, the robots knocked you out with some kind of sleeping gas. I wish I cold samer, but I really wanna jitinsobi. Just like that he left the two safe, but disoriented on the ground. Timer? 1:47. I gotta find more. Izuku rushed around the nearby streets, but it seemed like every villain bot was already destroyed by the others. Did he even have enough points, Tiano? Don't think about how many you have, just keep looking. Suddenly, at what was exactly the 1:30 mark, a threatening alarm blared through the city, and Izuku felt it, a familiar sensation he only felt once before, roughly 10 months ago. During the sludge villain incident. Tremors. Vibrations. Something life-threatening is coming. Shrieks and screaming rang out from the very end of the street. A mere 300 feet away was the 0-pointer. It was a massive robot, roughly the same size as the buildings surrounding it, and it was on a warpath, ignoring the city and advancing towards the congregation of applicants who had came to save it. Combat assessment, complete. Threat, overwhelming. 0-pointer robot. Overwhelming height, weight, size, and strength advantage. Speed is inconsequential. Equipped with thermal scanners. No vulnerabilities. Do not engage. You don't have to tell me twice. Then he heard her. She's close to it. Damn it. Someone help me. Do not engage. Mina. The hero. To be broke off into a desperate sprint, his adrenaline administers going into overdrive when it became aware their host was charging straight into a downright suicidal situation. His speed picked up, and he took sight of the situation. Mina almost buried under a massive chunk of debris. Check. The 0-pointer that I have no chance of beating is nearly on top of her. Check. The other applicants are running away, conveniently into my path. Check. Izuku reached her position quickly and transferred all the momentum from his sprint into his fist, smashing the debris on top of Mina into pieces. Mina looked injured. Broken ankle? No, sprained. All right, now to pick her up, run away, and narrowly dodge the massive robot's attack just as the timer runs off, looking like a total hero while doing so. Or at least, that was the plan. Holy shit, what are you do? Watch out. Mina let out a scream and desperately tried to leap away, not making much progress with her injury. Izuku realized what was happening. The robot decided not to draw this out any further and struck early. He turned around, the arm of the Goliath halfway there to turning the both of them into a fine milkshake, fit for any cannibal or vampire. He focused. The feelings associated with armor were similar with those associated with invincibility. It relied on one's feeling of stubbornness, of knowing something is futile but going for it anyways, to spite the world, prove oneself, it didn't matter. Izuku remembered All Might, his smile and mere presence compelling courage in allies and terror in enemies. No matter what will happen, he has left his mark on the world, and will be remembered forever, as the hero who created a lasting era of peace. Unstoppable, unmovable, and unrivaled. The world bended to his will, moved purely by his power. I am All Might. I move for no one, and no one moves me. I will be forever remembered. Infinite. So thought Izuku, before being fully encased in inky black crystalline armor. Today had been an interesting day for Mina Ishido. She talked with some old-school friends, she met a very interesting guy with eyes like hers, who was actually part robot. Then she realized the physical exam for Yui was a piece of cake since the robots were extremely vulnerable to her acid and had an absolute blast scrapping them, except for when she got her kill stolen by some French dude with a laser belt. All in all, she'd have to rate the day a good to great 8 out of thing is, no numbers could ever make sense of what the hell is going on now. The demon 0-pointer had caused some debris to fall on her, screwing up her ankle and trapping her. Just when it seemed all was lost, her dashing Prince Midoriya had come to save her. She was confused at first, but was happy knowing just how flustered he was gonna be whenever she brought it up, and she totally would. Before she could react to his rescue though, she saw the 0-pointer lift its massive arm, ready to paste them both. Midoriya looked at it, and holy shit. What he did was so stupid and heroic she didn't know which one outweighed the other. The adorable green bean cyborg puppy activated his crystal armor, crouched down, and jumped up towards the arm. Detroit Smawash. The impact of the robot's arm and Midoriya's fist actually halted the robot, and left a decently sized crater where he struck. Midoriya fell back down and hit the ground hard, but got right back up and crouched down again, readying himself. He was stalling for time. He knows I'm hurt. Why is he really going to do this until he's saved by the bell? He's insane. He is completely insane. The robot swung again, and the augmented hero answered in turn. Smawash. Another impact, another recoil, another hard fall. He's amazing. Midoriya is a real hero. He got up again, but not all of his crystalline armor was there. His fists were bare, and his face could be seen. The armor was being destroyed and moved to his organs. He coughed up something liquid and golden, and his eyes went hazy for a moment, before resuming their usual clarity. Dash. Is that his blood? This was too much. He was doing too much. He's acting like he's all might or something. They were all just kids with dreams of being heroes. Why was he starting the real thing so DMN early? He's clearly hurting and in pain. He could legitimately die. What the F kind of exam is T? Mina. He spoke and she looked at his face clearly. He was in pain. The golden liquid continued to run. His eyes looked unchanged. Izuku. Everything is fine. Why? Please don't. The hero looked up towards the arm, about to descend on the both of them with the force of a train. Izuku crouched down, ready to face the Titan once more. Because. And that's all, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for playing. The 0-pointer stopped its onslaught, and all movement completely. It worked. I saved her. Izuku took one last look at her. Mina. Immediate threats neutralized. Beginning self-repair. Then his consciousness faded. Izuku. Life systems no longer critical. Host condition, stable. Izuku Midoriya's eyes slowly opened, greeted by an incredibly harsh light, before his digital eyes readjusted themselves to the environment. An artificial darkness, seen only by him, fell over the room and balanced the invasive contrast. To his left, a completely unblind window, leaving his body fully exposed to the sun's wrath. He was laying down on something more sturdy than it was comfortable, and the memories flooded back. I'm in a hospital. Never thought I'd need one of these for a while. He heard her before he saw her. A shifting of clothing, cloth rubbing on plastic, likely a chair. Rapid steps, and a voice full of glee, which he was incredibly happy to hear. Izuku, dude, you're alive. Another voice, unknown to him, this one significantly older and with a resigned, impatient tone. Child, you already knew he was alive. Yet another voice, but this one he knew very, very well. Relief and strain evident in its tone. Oh, Izuku, you're all right. You should be ashamed for making your old mother worry so much. Just what were you thinking, charging in and picking a fight with the biggest robot there was? Mina and his mother were both there, one smiling, with the other holding a fierce expression of relief, and a little old lady, who looked like she couldn't even be paid to give a DMN in the slightest. Hey everyone, I guess I'm still alive. Are you alright, Miyashito-san? Did I pass the exam? Did you pass the exam? Mina snorted while Mama Midoriya and Grandma gave him incredulous jaw drops and glares respectively. HMPF, you wake up in a hospital bed after impersonating All Might to the best of your ability, and the first thing you ask is if the person not in a hospital bed is okay. To answer your question, Ashido sustained some minor damage from falling debris, but I healed her up just fine. You, on the other hand, were nearly flattened by multi-ton robot and were unconscious for an entire day. I couldn't even heal you effectively either, since your quirk turns most of your organs abiotic. Know what that word means, Sonny? Unliving. If it weren't for the girl's advice that sunlight helps you gain energy, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. So maybe before you rush into the most dangerous situation you possibly can as if it's a morning buffet, please do realize your quirk does not make you invincible. Izuku's face was completely beet red after the stern chewing out by the doctor. Mina was giggling, nearly laughing her butt off, and Inko just sighed, knowing full well there was nothing the doctor, or anyone in the world, could say that would stop Izuku from putting himself in such a dangerous situation if it was to save someone, and she had a feeling who it was. Izuku? You never told me you made a new friend, and she's a girl. Mom. Mina's giggling had escalated to full-blown laughter, and the doctor just huffed and walked away, not before giving Izuku one last menacing glare. Izuku, your mom is adorable, at least now I know where you get it from. Ashido. Both of the girls had erupted with roaring laughter at his expense, and Izuku could not possibly recall a moment where he had been more embarrassed. This is what he gets for saving someone. Maybe it's not so bad. Izuku moved his cybernetic limbs around, testing for any strain or fatigue, but everything was fine. He got off the bed and was about to ask, again, how Mina did on the exam, before a knocking came from the door. Oh, come in. A tall but very slender man entered the room, dressed in a formal suit that looked a few sizes too big for him, his blue eyes shining discreetly under his brow. He honestly looked more like a patient than some important person, until he looked directly at Izuku, a sly, knowing smile on his face. Holy shit, that's All Might. What is he doing here? I gotta keep my demon mouth shut before I reveal his secret. His voice was more formal and refined than it was when he had last spoke to the boy, but it was him, without a doubt, that and only he knew. Izuku Midoriya? My name is Toshinori Yagi, and I was sent to deliver the test results for the physical exam to you. Your actions have sparked much discussion amongst the judges. Personally, I find what you did extremely heroic, and those at UE would be fools not to let you in, but alas, it's not up to me. Young man, just know that even if you receive some bad news, I think you have the real makings of a hero. Goodbye. All Might thinks I can be a hero. He's proud of me. Toshinori placed an envelope in Izuku's hand and walked away, closing the door behind him. The two in that bright room who were kept in the dark held expressions of confusement and concern. That was weird. You know that guy, Izuku? You haven't been getting into trouble with strangers, have you, Izuku? Izuku's face was still pale from the praise received, and finally allowed himself to breathe. It was a deep breath, one of relief for keeping his nerves under control and not screaming out, "All Might, oh my God," like his base instincts desired, as well as anticipation, because he knew that he hadn't gotten that many points on the physical exam, but desperately wanted to know the results anyways. I don't know him. He saw my fights with the robots though, that's for sure. Izuku stared at the envelope, his future in his hands. He looked at Mina, and she responded with a small smile of reassurance. Her eyes held a softness to them, a type of softness unseen by most that knew her. She was worried for him. Come on, hero, open it. The word was teasing, but genuine. He opened the letter. The only thing it contained was a small disc, roughly the size of a cookie. One side contained the text, this side down. I am here. As a projection. Oh dear. Holy H dash. Oh my God, it's All Might. Ha 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 ha. Greetings, Izuku Midoriya, and thank you for your efforts to enter our prestigious school. I have moved here to personally teach those at UE High. Regarding your exams, you received high scores on your written exam, but only received 19 villain points. Such a low score would not allow for a passing grade. A deathly silence passed over them. Mina dared a glance at Izuku's face. It was completely neutral, as if he hadn't heard the news yet. His arms were limp, his hands were open. The strangest urge overtook her and she acted on it, anything to make things better, to lessen the blow. This was the dude who saved her, who placed himself between a hard place and a giant killer robot just to make sure she wasn't harmed. She suspected it wouldn't have mattered who she was. He seemed like the kind of person to save anyone and everyone, just because it was the right thing to do. And Yui was about to reject him. She grabbed onto his hand and held, fingers intertwined. He tightened his grip immediately. No hesitation. However, heroes are not defined by the villains they face. A hero is someone who helps others regardless of their personal gain. They help others because it is the right thing to do. We have a special type of point in place for such heroic actions. Rescue points. Behold. All Might gestured to a screen behind him, and multiple scenes played out. He saved 2 contestants from some 2- and 3-pointers, as well as his heroics with Mina. Izuku was in every frame, pushing himself until he could no longer stay awake, using every ability that he could use. He held nothing back. Young man, for your heroic actions as well as sportsmanship shown towards your fellow competitors, the panel of judges has awarded you 75 rescue points. Adding these points up, you receive a total of 94 points. Bravo, young Midoriya. You have passed in first place, and have shown the real makings of a hero. All Might gave a sly wink at that last phrase. Izuku Midoriya exploded into a shower of praise and happy tears, congratulating Izuku on just about everything she could, and pulling him into a bear hug, massive feelings of pride and joy erupting from her heart, directed towards her own child, her own pride and joy. Mina Ashido started screaming and jumping in excitement, drastically increasing in volume and energy as she realized her friend didn't just get in, he got in first place. She grabbed Izuku's other hand and her grip on him tightened, eager to drown in their energetic glee. Izuku felt a genuine smile coming onto his face, because it finally felt like his dreams were no longer dreams. They were now tangible, something that could be real. He was going to UE, the most prestigious hero school there was. That wasn't all he was happy about. His cold hands felt the warmth and energy from his friend, and he just now realized how long it had been since he made a new one. All he had was Kaken and his mother, but now that he had another friend. Mina Ishido. A new friend and an old dream, now within his reach. His laughter started weakly, but quickly turned into beautiful sounds of bellowing, unrestrained happiness. Welcome to your hero academia. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX right there, in that building. He walked in and started looking around for his homeroom class 1A. He hadn't seen Kaken or Ashido yet, but he probably figured they were already in their classes. A grim thought occurred to him, and its name was Katsuki Bakugo, screaming at the entire class, in some self-righteous early attempt to establish his dominance, as he often likes to do whenever he enters a new room. He knew Kaken was rough around the edges, but if he had one other friend he would probably be happier. The only times he saw his smile was during training when he broke through the crystalline armor and delivered a beating. Good times. There it is, the door. It's massive. Maybe there's a gigantification mutation in there. Alright, just calm down, open the door, and maybe someone you know is in there. Little did he know just how true that statement was. So you're some stupid elitist prick? I hope that stick up your butt also serves as a spine, cause I'm going to crush you. There was Kaken being himself. What Izuku didn't expect, however, was that rude engine quirk user. His body language was very expressive. Are you threatening a fellow student? On the first day? That is unacceptable. How could you possibly wish to be a hero with such an aptitude for violence? Are you sure you're in the right place? Hey Midoriya. A silence, then everyone in the class shifted their attention to him, with Izuku shifting his attention to the class. Ashido was the one who spoke, her face lit up with a smile and frantic waving to let him know where she was, not that such a task was particularly difficult with her unique appearance. She was already up and approaching him. Unfortunately, the same could also be said for Kaken and the speedster. Midoriya-kun, did you have any trouble finding the place? I was honestly so lost. How the F did you beat my score? I had 74 villain points and you're but somehow got first with some bullshit rescue points. You sure you didn't screw one of the judges with that useless pheromone? Does your blatant disrespect know no bounds? Midoriya was clearly having a conversation with that young woman. Midoriya-san, my name is Tenya Ida, and I have completely misjudged you. Your willingness to put yourself in the line of fire for others, including myself, is commendable. Your intelligence is superb as well, for figuring out the true purpose of the exam. Please do forgive my earlier rudeness. Ida gave a steep, admittedly impressive bow, while Bakugo only scoffed at his theatrics. Ashido looked amused and ready to try again at a conversation, but before she could, a giant, yellow, caterpillar materialized seemingly out of nowhere on the classroom floor, just in front of the desks. A voice, full of uninterested gravel with a hint of sleep deprivation, made itself known to the class. If you're here to socialize, you should just leave now and save us the trouble. The caterpillar unzipped itself and drank from a juice pouch before getting up, his face obscured by ragged hair. The scruffy, almost homeless-looking man, dressed in all black with the exception of his gray scarves, spoke again. I am Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. You students should really be more logical. Every second in this school will count towards making you heroes, but I already feel I'll be busy filling out expulsion forms to guess I should find out what you are all capable of first though. HM? Put these on and meet me outside. I'll write directions on the board. If any of you can't even follow these directions, don't bother showing up tomorrow. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX tests. You all took physical assessments before, but they prohibited the use of a quirk whenever possible. Aizawa took an obvious look at Izuku, his arms a clear indicator that he would not be a good example. I find this rhetoric illogical in a hero setting, so you are all permitted to use your quirks for these tests. Before the inevitable explosion of unneeded noise from the students could surface itself, he made his decision. Katsuki Bakugo, you placed second in the physical entrance exam. Step up. How far could you throw in your last physical assessment? Dechimbev, 65 meters. Try it again with your quirk. Katsuki flashed a grin. Something he had learned from a young age was that by making a strong impression early on, you reduce the amount of bullshit you deal with from other people by about 80%. This was his chance to make an impression and show the entire class just who the F was in charge. Warming up his form, he threw the ball as hard as he could, adding the biggest explosion possible onto the ball. Die. Did he just say die? The ball was rocketed forward, landing barely in one piece after several seconds of flight. A number appeared on the device Aizawa held, who showed it to the entire class. 705 meters. The class erupted in a mixture of gasps, cheers, and muttering, although the muttering could only be attributed to one person. What caught Aizawa's eye, however, was a certain phrase said by a certain, pink-skinned girl. This is gonna be fun. Fun, huh? THS members of Class 1A shut their mouths quickly, creating an exponentially decreasing volume of noise. A bitter chill bit at the students' spines as they spotted a disturbing smile on their teacher's face. Something very bad was about to happen. Being a hero is not fun. People's lives are at stake, especially your own. If you're going to treat it like a game, you have no future in heroics. However, I recognize the importance of games when it comes to children, so let's play one game. Right now. Whoever places last in these physical assessments will be judged unworthy as having zero potential and will be expelled. The class was silent as the grave before it exploded into noise again. This is insane, exclaimed a stocky, thick-lipped teenager. This seems a little too much for the first day of instruction, remarked a tall girl, one of the recommend students if he recalled correctly. I just had to open my big, fat mouth, whined a girl with too many physical alterations to mention. This doesn't seem fair, stupidly complained a girl with short brown hair. Aizawa decided to shut this notion down, lest it be expected out of hero life ever again. Natural disasters, human stupidity, and suicidal villains who intend to take as many with them as they can before they are subdued. None of these events can be described as fair to the people who had wanted nothing to do with it, but that's how it is. As heroes, your duty is to overcome unfair situations and ensure the best possible outcome to society as a whole. Fairness will never be guaranteed, but you will prevail regardless. That is the meaning of plus ultra. So go, show me you are worthy to be taught. The 50-meter dash was first. There were many things Izuku couldn't help but notice during Aizawa's instructions and general terror he inflicted on the class. One of which was just how many glances were being passed his way. He couldn't help but feel self-conscious about his arms. The circuit-infused appendages had gotten him some odd looks before, but nothing as bad as this. Were they expecting him to do some kind of trick? Maybe they were worried about the arm blades, which could never really be removed, as his internal systems simply replaced them over the course of an hour. Why were they only staring at him? There was a kid with 6 arms for crying out loud, as well as someone with pink skin, horns, and... He glanced at Mina, who was lost in her own thoughts. A sudden restlessness gnawed at his mind. She wasn't at risk of failing, was she? Her quirk wasn't exactly suited for physical assessments, but she was pretty quick to catch him before he'd fallen on the pavement, decently strong too. Was she also flexible? That would likely be an important factor to consider. Midoriya. Wait, how long had he been staring again? This is not the first time I have expelled someone who placed first in the physical entrance exam, and I highly doubt it'll be the last. Moving. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. Some snickers and mumbling came from the crowd, and unfortunately, Izuku had better ears than most. He got a thing for that pink girl? How the hell did he get in first? He's like a lost kitten. Isn't my hair magnifique? Sure dude. Taking in a deep breath, Izuku set up at the starting line. He really had no reason to worry. Physical assessment is something he has always been great at due to his quirk. He is completely in his element and should act like it. A hero should be seen as confident, dependable, assertive, maybe even a little social. Be assertive. Like Kaken. Like Mina. My future depends on today. The slightly adorable robot sounded off, and both boys at the starting line took off in a blur of speed. Izuku bursted ahead, but Ida overtook him almost immediately and finished with an impressive time of 3.04 seconds, whereas the enhanced legs of the August could carry him in the still impressive time of 3.42 seconds. I knew he was fast, but that time is insane. Then a tall girl with raven hair, Momo Yaoyorozu, undid her gym uniform and pulled a fully functioning motorcycle out of her torso, riding it to the finish line. It was deemed acceptable by Aizawa. The two boys' minds were running with questions. The grip strength test was right up Izuku's alley, but as it turned out, the six-armed student Mizo Shoji was incredibly strong, easily dwarfing every other student aside from Izuku and the stocky, thick-lipped Rikido Sato, who had impressive scores of their own. Those arms are way stronger than they should be. Maybe his quirk is more than just extra arms. The sidestep test was also competently completed by the cyborg, although a small student with strange hair, Minoru Mineta, dominated the field with an admittedly creative use of his own quirk, before vomiting on the ground immediately after. That's what victory looks like, I guess. The standing long jumps main contenders were Izuku, Tsuyu, and that weird French dude, Ioma. Though they were ultimately surpassed by Bakugo, who used his explosions to essentially fly as far as possible before landing, screaming explosive expletives the whole way. TK, always a flair for the dramatic, Kaken. By far the most impressive thing, however, was a certain plain-looking girl's softball throw, at an unbeatable record of infinity. The entire class stared in awe at Ochako Uraraka. Her quirk must be physics-based, nobody can be that strong. Well, that may be one. Maybe. The sit-up test was not remarkable, but Izuku found himself lagging behind in the seated toe-touch test. Who knew having your tendons and soft tissues replaced with something a little more durable would sacrifice flexibility? Mina, on the other hand, found her place to shine. Showing an impressive performance of flexibility, she easily ranked first, with Tsuyu and a friendly-looking student with a tail, Mashireo Ojiro, in hot pursuit. Izuku was mortified at how easily she bended herself to an impossible angle. JG Zashido-san, you some kind of contortionist or something? Mina glanced up at the familiar voice, a smile already taken residence on her bright face. Nah, I mean yeah, sorta. I've been practicing my flexibility for a while now, but a side benefit of my acid is that my skin can be moist and smooth whenever I want it to be, which helps me get a few extra inches in. Izuku nearly responded, but heard snickers and quiet giggling from two boys already finished, Mineta and someone whose hair could only be described as lightning, Denki Kaminari. One of them whispered something incredibly quietly, but of course, Izuku was just in range for his enhanced eardrums to pick up the speech perfectly. Oh, I bet it does. More quiet laughter from the two rowdy boys, and the topic of what they were addressing hit Izuku like a Detroit smash. He blushed immediately at the realization and tried to form a coherent response, but it was too late. Mina saw his blushed-up face and went over what she said. A few extra inches in, they both thought at once. Mina's face erupted in a storm of lilac at the perverse image she likely placed in his head, but the storm mostly faded when she realized just how dim and funny it was that Izuku of all people would reach that conclusion. Huh, Izuku, didn't realize you were that type of guy. You think like that with every girl, or should I be worried? Half-questioned Mina with a perfectly executed wiggle of her eyebrows, a smirk plastered over her face. Unfortunately, she never got a concise answer as Izuku malfunctioned and covered his face with his steely hands. I swear I mean not. Mina responded with her usual bubbly laughter whenever she successfully turned the social heat up on the Midoriya oven, happy to turn an awkward situation into a funny one. Izuku dared a look at her and just smiled, his head doing its best to mimic a tomato. The frog-like girl, Tsuyu, chose this as an opportune time to get to know her classmates a little more. You two seem close. Are you guys related, Karo? Izuku looked up, the embarrassment dissipating from his brain and eager to talk about Mina in a non-terrifying way. Ah, no, we're not related. What makes you think that? The eyes, of course. Mina and Izuku paused before looking at each other. Their eyes were similar. Mina's eye color was closer to yellow, while Izuku's was more golden, but aside from that, there was no difference in their eyes. It was an entirely fair assumption to think they were related, even despite the multiple other physical abnormalities they both possessed. Izuku stared into Mina's eyes, losing himself yet again in their supernova splendor. Is Midoriya all right? HM? Oh, he does that all the time, no worries. I'm just glad someone can appreciate my eyes. It seems a little disturbing. Izuku? Disturbing? Nah, he's such an innocent dork softy. He just doesn't know how to talk to pretty girls. Izuku remained entranced, occasionally muttering some phrases about space or something. See? He can't resist them. You do know what he did for me in the entrance exam, right? Izuku is the coolest cyborg you'll ever meet. Alright, so basically, their homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, chose this as an opportune moment to move things along. You're going to have to regale the class on Midoriya's heroics later, because it is time for the long-distance run. Everyone line up and get ready. Oh, sure thing, Aizawa-sensei. Truth be told, Mina did not like the homeroom teacher. He gave off this aura of indifference and uncertainty, like he would, say, expel someone from the most prestigious hero establishment in Japan at the drop of a hat, and not even recognize the kid he expelled the next day if he saw him at the grocery. It was unfriendly, unnecessary, and just not very cool. She always imagined their teachers to be the most inspirational, wonderful, entertaining figures they'd meet, yet Aizawa was worse than their previous teachers by a long shot. Go! Announced an adorable little robot, and so the students competed for their futures with all their might, as this was the last test before someone received some very bad news. Ida and Izuku were in the lead, no surprise there. While Mina herself was in the top, Izuku let himself dwell on the situation. Ida is incredibly fast, but he can't run as long as I can. I doubt anyone can run as long as I can. It'll take hours before I even begin to feel fatigue from just sprinting. I should place first. Wait, is he speeding up? Ida smiled. Midoriya probably thought he was going at his top speed during the 50-meter dash, but 50 meters is only enough distance for him to reach third gear. Now he had an even greater advantage in terms of speed, although he would require himself to focus on his breathing technique. If Midoriya saving Ishido the way he did after he destroyed the robots that incapacitated him was to be taken into account, it was not likely he would slow down from his current speed at all. His energy levels seemed limitless. Ida proved right in his train of thought, and finished the race first, while Izuku placed second. He turned towards the boy to offer words of praise, but was beaten to the punch by the very same boy. Wow, Ida, I didn't know you were so fast. I thought I'd be able to outrun you, but I'll obviously need more distance than this at the speed you're going. Ida looked at the boy, who had no visible strain or fatigue from the intense sprinting. He smiled again. Something about Izuku was so honorable and earnest, and just radiated sportsmanship. It reminded him that, despite technically competing against each other, they both seeked to become heroes, striving to become paragons of justice, order, and a better world. I found your stamina just as impressive, Midoriya-san. You did not slow down once. I have truly never seen someone so consistent in their form, physically and mentally. I am assured you will become a great hero. You will become a great hero. Soon after everyone finished the last test, Aizawa called out the students from a clipboard starting with first place, Izuku Midoriya. The class grumbled and murmured, but Mina and Ida simply gave smiles and nods of approval respectively, happy for the success of their fellow student. Izuku did his best to stay calm, collected, and not make eye contact with anyone other than Mina and his newfound friend Ida. Midoriya did not place first in any of the tests, however his physical versatility, aside from his below-average flexibility, allowed him to outrank most of you in every single test. He was consistently above average. You all understand? The best pro heroes are not one-trick ponies and must be adaptable to every possible circumstance. On that note, Midoriya, I will personally ensure your flexibility does not become an issue in the field. Be prepared. The same disheartening chill ran down his spine when Aizawa spoke directly towards him. Oh, of course, Aizawa-sensei. Oh right, nearly forgot. Nobody is being expelled. It was a rational deception meant to bring out your best efforts. Aizawa covered his ears preemptively before the class exploded into a mixture of noise, chaos, and varying states of emotional distress. A short, purple-headed student seemed ready to faint upon hearing the words. He was just screwing around the whole time? A certainly unorthodox method of teaching. He lied to us just so we were sure to try our very best? That's actually kind of manly. Of course it was a ruse. He would not expel one of us on the very first day. It was too reminiscent of a fear tactic. I wouldn't say that, Yamomo. I heard he expelled his entire class last year. That was kinda scary, wasn't it, Izuku? The good kind of scary though, where the monster is creeping up on the good guy but she can't see it. It really gets the blood pumping, or in your case, coolant. It's not coolant, Ashido-kun. I have blood too, nearly whined Izuku. What's with that tone? I don't have a tone. Right, Sir? Izuku just sighed, feeling slightly irked at the robot jokes Mina just loved to make. He knew it was all in good sport but thought he would get her back. So, someday. Maybe. Well, your tests are done and I hope you've all learned a valuable lesson, because I have no intention of repeating myself. Change back into your uniforms and prepare for your classes. This is a school after all. And so Izuku, Ida, and Mina walked back towards the school, carrying with them the important knowledge they had learned. It was the second day for the students of the esteemed high school, and Izuku was filled to the brim with anticipation. The mechanical teen had spent most of his night going over his memory database, analyzing his classmates' various quirks and theorizing their potential applications. Mina took her shoes off and used her acid to ice skate in the 50-meter dash. Genius. That Yaomomo girl created more than just a motorcycle, but nothing as complex or useful. Her quirk probably takes a lot out of her. That stocky guy, Sato, is way stronger than he should be, and didn't seem to tire out either. He did look kinda dull though. Maybe his quirk is some kind of trade-off? There was a girl there who was invisible. It must be a mutation type since she never turned it off. Close quarters combat against her must be a pain, even if she was on the lower end of the scoreboard. How did she even destroy the robots? Maybe there's a button on them that turns them off. I wonder if I could see her with my thermal sight. Wait, that wouldn't be rude, would it? I have to ask Ochako, Infinity Girl, Uraraka about her quirk. I don't think it's super strength, but the results speak for themselves. When Izuku arrived at the homeroom of 1A, he was immediately bombarded with noise. Dude, the way you used your crystal armor to stare down that giant robot was manly as hell. We should be tank buddies, loudly exclaimed a red-headed boy with spiky hair. You have enough guy friends, Kirishima. He's gonna be my stealth buddy. The way he turned invisible and sliced those robots was so cool, ironically screamed the invisible girl with the stealth quirk. Nah, leave him Hagakure, said the stocky, thick-lipped Sato, who captured Izuku in an almost bloodthirsty gaze, but gave off a benevolent smile immediately after. Midoriya, dude, you're really strong. You should join Shoji and I for some friendly arm wrestling. He gestured to the tall, six-armed, masked teen, who only gave a simple nod of affirmation. Ojiro, the tailed martial artist, offered a friendly nod and spoke in a cool, composed tone. Midoriya, despite your mediocre flexibility, your use of reflexes against multiple opponents is astonishing. We should train together sometime. Katsuki Bakugo decided it was his turn to speak. None of you extras should be thinking about making friends with my training partner. He spends his time practicing with me because I'm the best, and because he trains with me, he's the second best, so none of you future dropouts even think about wasting his time. Unfortunately, this was not middle school. Geez, why are you so mean to everyone? Asked the Infinity Girl, Uraraka. Yeah, your personality is like someone tossed sewage, rotten fish, and ants into a blender and turned it on high, viciously uttered a girl with purple hair and odd ear extensions. Even All Might, with due respect to his considerable power, knows how to cooperate with his fellows when the situation demands it. I doubt anyone would want to be on patrol with you, honestly remarked Ida. Izuku, of course, was bewildered and caught off guard by the massive influx of attention and general chaos. They were talking about the entrance exam as if they were there, but only 4 people in the room knew what happened, and only himself knew the entire story. Ida and the blonde French guy, Ioma, wouldn't have possibly. Mina, the aforementioned girl, had been giving a sly smile, bordering a smirk, towards Izuku the whole time. Naturally, she would have been the one to regale the class of his heroics. She must have shown them a video that the judges took of his progress during the exam, as they do for every contestant who attempts to enter UE. He returned a weak, exhausted smile, and rolled his eyes, nearly walking to his seat behind Kaken before realizing something important. I never said, thank you, for her medical advice while I was hospitalized. My recovery might have been more complicated if she didn't head over and open those blinds fully to let in sunlight and restore my energy reserves. I was out for an entire day as well, but she was there when I woke up. She wasn't there the entire time, was she? Hey, Ashido-kun? Yes, Izuku? I just wanted to say thanks for telling that old lady about my quirk. Being exposed to sunlight really helped me get my energy back, and I didn't even realize just how thoughtful that was of you to do in the moment, so thank you. Mina just stared at him, mouth slightly agape. Izuku Midoriya, the augmented hero who had stared down a giant killer robot and nearly died just to save her, was thanking her for simply giving the old lady, whom was actually the hero recovery girl, a tip about his quirk. He didn't come expecting a thank you, he was here to give thanks. What the hell? Following basic emotion, Mina stood up and responded with a firm hug. Izuku's face reddened, and the class was probably staring at them, but to hell with it. He needed to know what his simple, humble gesture meant to her. You're an ideal hero, Izuku, don't ever change. Odi thanks -- Mina. We're best friends now, so you call me Mina. Sure thing, Mina. Mina kept her hold on the boy and examined his face. Aside from his eyes and those thinly etched, nearly unnoticeable lines that ran across his face, he really did look plain. His reddened blush at her close contact brought out his freckles in an aesthetically polished way, as if his face was crafted to be as simple and pleasing as posable. They both smiled at each other before realizing that the class was quiet. Not as quiet as when Aizawa was in the room, but quiet nonetheless. They had an audience. Mina let the poor boy go, making it a point to keep her smile up, now tinged with hues of lilac and violet, until he couldn't see her face. Neither of them dared look at anyone as they returned to their seats, Izuku flat out covering his uncomfortably warm face with his cool hands. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX still more a school than it was anything else. They had ordinary classes with extraordinary teachers. English was taught by Present Mike, the voice hero, who was unsurprisingly fluent in every sense of the word. Modern art history was taught by the R-rated hero Midnight, which made for some very personal and uneasy discussion about the students' opinions. Cementos taught literature, Ectoplasm taught mathematics, and Izuku nearly fainted upon seeing every single one of them. Even lunch was occupied by the hero Lunch Rush, who served incredibly delicious food at speeds unsurpassed. Izuku sat at a lunch table with his close friends Ida and Mina with their close friends Ochako and Hagakure respectively. Kaken was also there, offering scowls to anyone who looked at him. To Izuku, the second day at Yui High was one of the best in his lives, but he couldn't have possibly been prepared for what awaited him in his final class. I am. Oh my god, it's All Might. Coming through the door like a hero. The titanic symbol of peace dashed through the door, in the precise fashion he claimed to, gasps emanating from the students in the classroom paired alongside excited muttering. All Might took dramatic, slow steps towards the front of the classroom, giving the students time to take the situation in. He really is a teacher. That's his Silver Age costume. Such an iconic style. All Might, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I am All Might, and I teach hero basic training. In this class, you will discover what it means to be a hero. Let's get into it. Today you will learn combat training. Hell yeah, a brash, aggressive voice lashed out to all, belonging to one class firecracker Katsuki Bakugo. First off, you will receive these. Several panels were pulled from the wall, each with a number corresponding to the students. Your hero costumes. Created based off of your quirk registrations and personal requests sent in before school began. Change into these, and join me in Ground Beta, young students. At Ground Beta, Izuku saw many different costumes. Knights in shining armor, a bloodthirsty bomber, and far more skin than he was expecting from the girl who could create virtually anything. The rich variety in costumes reminded him how different they all were, despite their shared goal of becoming heroes. What struck him the most, however, was the literally frosty aura flowing off a certain boy with a seemingly thick layer of ice covering half his body, his eye encased in some kind of goggle beneath the eye, making it appear a robotic glowing red. Wow, and I thought that bird guy was edgy, although I guess I can't really judge him myself. Izuku's costume request was designed to be practical, but still somewhat recognizable. A pair of simple black combat boots, with minor modifications designed to make his footsteps less prominent. Despite not being as heavy as a tank, Izuku was still heavier than the average adult male, and his invisibility would not be as useful if enemies could hear him coming. Black cargo pants, with additional pouches strapped to the sides to carry basic medical equipment and other small miscellaneous gear he may pick up in the field. He may not have had any legitimate medical experience, but that has not stopped him from photographically memorizing every single video and guidebook he could on the subject, in the hopes that it would one day be useful. His chest was covered by a custom lightweight vest, its intricate weaving encompassing his entire torso. Its purpose was to offer basic protection from blunt force trauma, while remaining light enough to not negate the stealth modifications to his boots. His arms and face were left completely exposed, to complete his iconic look as the #1 augmented hero. He had thought about putting on some shades to look like a spy or agent of some sort, but that just seemed over the top. He hadn't been expecting his costume to look so dark and military though. Hopefully nobody would tease him for it. Oh, good. Izuku. God damn it. You look like a badass. Oskanaj Spanch. Mina was there, giving her best smile to her best friend, with Ida and the red-haired boy, Kirishima, in tow. Midoriya-kun, I admire the practicality of your costume. Having space to carry gear into the field is obvious evidence of your tactical prowess. Dude, your costume is manly as hell. You should totally lose the vest though, and grace those you rescued with some rockin' robo abs. Izuku reddened again for what was the 7th time that day before responding. Well, actually my chest isn't as augmented as my arms and legs are, so it's actually a weaker point for me, so the vest really helps. Kirishima just kept up his smile and nodded, while Mina relieved the tension in her own, Mina way. Those costume designers are really good. If they made someone as dorky looking as you look cool. The group laughed at her teasing, even Ida suppressing a grin. All Might smiled even brighter at the conversation he may have accidentally eavesdropped on, taking no shame in doing so. He remembered his first encounter with the boy, willing to go through the wet work of cleaning up a villain. Not afraid to do an unglamorous job just to make it even slightly easier for the #1 hero. A humbleness that evidenced his desire to help others, no ulterior motive at place, and it seemed to have resulted in him forming a friendship with young Ashido. Whenever she interacted with young Midoriya, he always seemed to have a smile on his face. Their spirits shine the most bright amongst their classmates. That's right, young man. Always a smile. You will serve as an inspiration to those who follow you, and show those you face that you are unyielding. Seeing that all students are accounted for, All Might explain the combat exercise. Each student was placed in a group of 2, and each group would be engaged in combat against another group in an indoor building, taking on the roles of infiltrating the building as heroes, or defending a nuclear weapon as villains. The goal being to familiarize the students with quirk usage in a combative setting, as well as take into account their enemies' quirks. The first group consisted of Izuku and Mina, Much to their delightment, while the heroes in the exercise were Todoroki, the icy student with the scar, and Bakugo. Villain team, you have 15 minutes to familiarize yourself with the building, and the hero team will be using that time to plan their infiltration. The hero's goal is to capture the weapon by touching it, and the villain's goal is to hold them off until the timer runs out. Both teams may also incapacitate each other via capture tape to achieve victory. Begin preparation phase. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX A crinkle and a few pops reverberated off the enclosed walls. Pretty realistic for paper, Izu? Yes, Mina? You got a plan or something? 'Cause I have no idea how I'm gonna beat Bakugo. I looked at his entrance exam video after looking at yours and… He's something, isn't he? Don't worry, Mina, I can hold him off. Who I'm worried about is Todoroki. I know he can create ice, and he is also a recommended student, so he's probably very capable. If he's really strong, he could freeze us in place the moment he sees us. He might also make that I don't know that ice stairs up to one of the windows and get in without me hearing. Mina burst out in hysterical laughter, breaking Izuku's concentration and spreading red across his face when he realized she was laughing at him. Ice stairs, Izuku? God, you are too much sometimes. It's a very real possibility. He might do it. Mina continued her onslaught of embarrassment towards her best friend, before finally catching her breath. Izu, you're a riot. I think I got it. Huh. I have a plan. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX over the schematics of the indoor area. Not a single word had been exchanged since they met up. Bakugo decided to make something crystal clear. Ice Brain, listen up. Todoroki chose not dignify him with a response. Deku, the demon robot kid in black? He's mine. Your ice powers won't be enough to hold him, and he's fast enough to put you down. I'm the only one who can beat him, understand? You know, you can freeze the pink beach all you want, just stay out of my way or we lose. The response was cold and monotone. You seem to hold him in high regard, yet you call him useless. Katsuki did not like that. It's none of your FNG business why I call him that. All Might spoke up on their communication devices, speaking to the hero team as well as the villain team. 1 minute until the hero team begins their infiltration. Prepare yourselves, students. The hero team shifted, one full of fire and ready to affirm his dominance over his rival and training partner, the other's veins filled with ice, ready to freeze everything inside and touch a fake weapon. Oh, and one more thing. Todoroki looked at his partner, the voice composed and collected compared to his previous angry tone. He can turn invisible. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Using his invisibility and enhanced hearing, he would get an early attack on Todoroki, the unknown factor of their enemies, and use the capture tape to end the fight before it began. With him out of the way, Katsuki would engage him immediately, to which he would hold him off as long as he could with his crystalline armor. He would lead him around a corner, and Mina would use her acid to destroy those gauntlets of his from a safe distance. If Izuku knew Kaken, and he very much believed he did, those grenade-shaped pieces of armor around his arms were not armor, but some kind of offensive tool instead. With the gauntlets destroyed, it would be a simple 2v1 fight against the hero. What Izuku did not consider is that while planning is indispensable, plans themselves are worthless. Izuku and Mina creeped down the stairs and dimly lit hallways, using Izuku's memory, eyesight, and hearing to guide them down and choose an appropriate ambush point. He figured Kaken would be making some kind of noise, sprinting to defeat him as soon as possible, but he heard only soft footsteps. One pair of soft footsteps, not two. He signaled for Mina to stay behind. Good luck, Izu. Thanks, be ready for Bakugo. Izuku felt a chill in the air and noticeable increase in sound. They were very close. Activating his thermal vision, he looked through a corner, into the hallway. Two bodies were walking, one significantly colder than the other. That must be Todoroki, his quirk naturally giving him a lower body temperature. But how is Kaken being so quiet? He is the least stealthy person I've ever known. Something is wrong here that I see too, but only hear one. Activating his invisibility cloak, Izuku crept around the corner and pressed up against the wall, but Kaken was nowhere to be seen. Focus Izuku, he's right there. The cold intensified as Todoroki approached him, and Izuku wondered just how much cold the human body could take. Before he finally passed him in the narrow hallway, his back turned to a smiling, unseen Izuku. All he had to do was wrap the capture tape around his hands, and he wouldn't have even been able to react. "You're pretty warm, you know," commented the unsurprised ice user. Todoroki immediately lashed his right hand towards Izuku, the close range providing no means of rebuttal for the augmented hero in training. He became completely encased in ice. Heavy footsteps and a guttural cry were heard from a few floors down. "I'm gonna make your sorry but regret ever surpassing my score. Get away from him, freezer burn." "Sure thing." Todoroki applied a few more layers of ice to Izuku to hold him steady, before leaving him behind and putting up an ice wall between them. While his entrapment was taking place, Izuku noticed a very interesting detail. Only the right side of his body is cold. The left side is very warm, even with that ice suit. He looked like two people while I was using my thermals. There must be more to his quirk than just ice. Once Todoroki's footsteps became little more than vibrations, Izuku strained his artificial muscle and broke through the thick tomb of ice he was encased in, sending shards of frozen water flying everywhere. He spoke to Mina using his communication device given to everyone by All Might. "Mina, Todoroki got past me and is heading for the weapon. I gotta deal with Kaken, so retreat and go for Plan B instead, just slow him down as much as you can. Odim and Izu. Anything I should know? Don't let him see you." "Got it." Izuku delivered a heavy punch to the ice wall, destroying it. However, it appeared there was no time to follow, as a certain someone has caught up. He activated his crystalline armor just in time to take a brutal explosion to the side of his head. Even with the armor, his vision momentarily slurred and lagged from the fierce blow. He turned his attention to Kaken, taking in his costume and bloodlust expression. Everything about him screamed violence. In this case, he was seeking it out. "Alright, Deku, let's do this." Izuku narrowed his gaze, every literal fiber of his being swarmed in determination. "No holding back, Kaken, let's go." Combat assessment complete. Kaken prefers brute force over technique, but is capable of both to defeat user. Explosion Quirk provides massive offensive potential and mobility. Is aware of your preferred combat techniques from various past training sessions. Vulnerable to arm blades, but user will not employ lethal tactics. Capable of gradually breaking through crystalline armor. Will fire explosions indiscriminately if invisibility cloak is used. Activation of pheromone emitter will cause momentary hesitation or enrage him. Recommended course of action: retreat and assist Mina against Todoroki. Should run away? Something about that did not sit right with Izuku. They were training to be heroes, weren't they? Heroes beat the villains. Or in this case, villains beat the heroes. He remembered All Might, his overwhelming tsunami of power being able to defeat a villain that Izuku barely fought back against, without even technically touching him. It was the hurricane force winds that came from the sheer force of his punch that put that villain in prison. All Might was the epitome of power, and he wants to be just like him. So why was his base instinct to run away? He's fought him before, even won a few times. All Might himself said that he could be the new number one, so why? All Might. Their confrontation on the rooftop nearly a year ago played back, and Izuku Midoriya remembered All Might in a way very few could, his true form sending shivers down his spine. His hollow face, sickly thin frame, skeletal arms, and weakening voice. His own blood leaking from his mouth because he was dying and nothing could save him. His injury from years before is killing him. Yet All Might still fought on, not because there were villains to be fought, but because there were people who needed help. Because someone needed to do the unglamorous wet work of heroism, because heroism is not about fighting villains. It's about what serves society the most, and right now, It was that weapon. Izuku focused intently, Kaken coming at him with a explosion-propelled kick, but he saw right through it, because just as his friend knew him, he knew his friend. He never opens with a kick. Switching to a frenzied haymaker at the last second, Kaken put all his force into his right arm, only to have it ducked under and receive an almost cruel punch to the gut, nearly vomiting from its impact. The punch, however, was not nearly as cruel as what happened next. Izuku pulled something from a pouch on his leg, and sounds of shattered glass were heard, along with a dripping liquid. "I'm sorry, Kaken, but this isn't our training. I can't just fight you because you're here. A real hero focuses on the objective." Deku smacked him across the face, gripping his brow to get the vile liquid in his eyes, and Jesus F, did that burn. An insurance policy from the Pink Beach. Fing Deku. That was fine though, perfectly fine. He had an insurance policy of his own. He still heard his footsteps, he couldn't possibly be far. Extending his arm in Deku's direction, Bakugo rested his fingers on the pin of the grenade-shaped gauntlet. "Young Bakugo, I know you are angry, but a hero cannot let their emotions cause harm to innocents. If you pull that pin, the building is at risk of collapse. It will not even be a confirmed strike. You cannot see your enemy. That weapon is simply not suitable for indoor use." Furious silence was all that remained as Izuku Midoriya rushed up the stairs, not just to defeat an opponent or just to help a friend, but to follow the objective and stop Todoroki from touching that bomb. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX powerful ice user Todoroki. He has flash frozen the surrounding area a few times, but her reflexes and acrobatic ability allowed her to evade the sudden blitzkriegs of cold. She threw acid at him as he rounded a corner. He reacts crazy fast and throws up an ice wall. She covers the floor in acid to slow him down. Dude makes an ice bridge over the acid and keeps on moving. She uses her acid skate technique to ambush him and get a good punch in. He recovers immediately and freezes the entire hallway at once, her with it. An ice bridge. Not ice stairs. An ice bridge. Izu, I'm gonna kick your butt if I don't freeze to death first. How is this guy so powerful? If that stuff melted, it'd be a literal ocean. But there's only one thing left to do now, and I'm not exactly proud of it. Your acid can't get through the ice fast enough for you to stop me, and your partner has been taken care of by Bakugo. Tell me where the weapon is so your recovery isn't as problematic. Attempted the cold, monotone hero. That's that very courteous of you, oh great hero. You must be pretty popular with the ladies, huh? So dark and brooding. Why, I'm sure there isn't a single soul who wouldn't consider you a catch. That how about instead of all this bomb business you and Dash? Mina was, in her own opinion, rudely interrupted by a severe increase of cold as the hero placed his hand on her forehead, nearly knocking her unconscious from the low temperature. I don't have time for games. Tell me where it is, or I will put you to sleep and find it myself. Okay, I'll tell you. Man, dude, you really gotta chill. Wait, it's a joke. Okay, the bomb is. Mina let out an overdramatic sigh. The bomb is in room C, Raven. Todoroki paused, attempting to remember such a room on the blueprint, to no avail. C, Raven? Craven? I'm sorry, Todoroki, but Omi wa Mao Shindiru. Craven these nuts, ice boy. Mina spit out as much as she could at the last few words, the acidic saliva she'd be discreetly cultivating burning the inside of her mouth, but it was so worth it. The acid hit Todoroki directly. In his face, getting in his eyes as well, causing the stoic ice-cold enemy to lose his composure and be momentarily blinded. As if fate itself was on her side, there came a familiar set of heavy footsteps rushing up the stairs, sprinting down various hallways. Her partner in crime Izuku Midoriya rushed into the room. Izu, he's blind. He reacted immediately, grabbing Todoroki's left arm and flipping him over his shoulder, quickly taking out the capture tape and tying up his hands. Shoto Todoroki has been incapacitated by the villain team. Todoroki stiffened momentarily upon realization of defeat, then went limp on the floor, keeping his face a forced monotone expression. He couldn't help but feel more shocked than anything else. Every battle so far that wasn't against him, has been beatable, most of them barely taking any effort. Ashido had a higher willpower than he had expected, and Izuku threw him around like it was nothing. Bakugo must have failed then, but how? They were of similar speeds, yet it seemed Midoriya had plenty of time to rush up the building and defeat him. However, the exercise was not over, meaning Bakugo was untied and would be here soon. Mina, are you alright? How long have you been in there? Can you feel your toes? Wise Izu, I can feel my toes. Thanks for the concern, but could you maybe? Maybe what? Said the incredibly dense boy, who forgot he broke out of an ice 2 minutes prior. Izu, for the love of Dash. Do you? And then there were 4. Bakugo turned a corner and assessed the poor situation. His face was red and blotchy, and his eyes were nearly squinted shut from the irritant, but they were open enough. He looked ready to kill as always. Ice brain taken out, raccoon eyes 2.0 frozen, and FENG Deku ripe as rain. God, the sheet in my eyes stings. Must have been some weak sheet if I still have eyes, though that didn't F up his hand at all. Izuku assumed a combat stance, his eyes open, arms up, feet spread apart, and center of gravity lowered. He placed himself in front of Mina and walked steadily towards his opponent. In the dimly lit hallway, eyes glowing gold surrounded by void, arms a mixture of silver and black. Some would consider this sight menacing, but not Kakin. How much time is left? 4:37. That's doable. The two boys kept up the glaring contest, until Izuku took the initiative, dashing forward and swinging his fist towards Bakugo's chest, at a force just below the threshold of breaking ribs. It should completely stun him, allowing for a capture tape takedown. Or it would have, if Izuku had actual experience being on the offensive with his longtime rival. He telegraphed his intentions so clearly, even with his speed, the explosive teen was able to react perfectly, sidestepping the blow and responding with a detonating smack that would have made his mother proud. The augmented hero in training flew across the hallway, brutally flopping down the set of stairs on the other side. While he was flying, however, he stuck his arm out in what he hoped was the right direction, and he was right. His metallic limb hit Mina's ice tomb hard enough to weaken its structural integrity, giving her acid enough leeway against the prison. The pinkette slid out from her bounds, limbs numbed and uncalibrated to their newfound freedom, and nearly collapsed. She looked up at Bakugo, his face twisted into a sadistic grin that expressed his intentions perfectly. He wasn't like Todoroki, who was icy and just business. This was a very real human with overflowing emotions of rage and bloodlust, who would legitimately delight in hurting people, whether it was a villain or a rival. Right now, she felt like prey. His murderous gaze sent shivers down her spine. How the hell had Izuku fought this thing, every time and come back for more? The answer would elude her for today. Bakugo raised both his hands towards her, popping and crackling sounds from his quirk echoing down the hallway, until an almost invasive calmness invaded their minds. The explosion quirk user hesitated upon feeling so much less than he had been feeling before. His normal tsunami of emotions faded to a mere trickle, but he knew exactly who was the blame. Move! Izuku's voice rang out from the other side of the hallway, and Mina followed the request, no, the warning, as if her life depended on it. She willed her numb legs to life and narrowly dodged the speeding human bullet that was Izuku Midoriya, before hitting the floor behind Bakugo as he let loose at his opponent. You're gonna have to do better than shitty but pheromones still beat me, defend against this. Izuku activated his crystalline armor, its near-invincible structure enveloping his entire body as all hell broke loose. Bakugo was putting everything he had into a series of channeled, continuous explosions from both his hands, utilizing the confined hallway to ensure his offensive either blew Deku away so he could finish off Pink Beach, or to prevent that stupid robo-nerd from getting any closer. God FNG dammit. Unfortunately, Deku wasn't blown away. That stupid but armor of his was withstanding the storm, and he was getting closer. Slowly, step by step, with his arms raised in front of his face, he was advancing. Bakugo remembered when he was quirkless, how he was just a pebble on the road, waiting to be kicked away. Now he was a FING mountain. His arms strained and he could feel the muscle fibers coming apart. His quirk was nearing its limit as well, yet Deku stopped. 4 feet away and he just FNG stopped. He can't move further anymore. Feeling victory within his grasp, Katsuki Bakugo let out a primal roar and redoubled his efforts, pushing through the pain and embracing his second wind. Izuku stayed in place, using every ounce of artificial muscle and natural human spirit to not be blown away. The stalemate continued between the two, a battle of pure will against will, and it seemed Deku's armor was unraveling at the seams. Just a few more seconds of agony and victory would be his. While the two rivals were testing their wills against each other, Mina was on the floor, covering her ears and inching away from the middle of the now unbearably bright hallway. Bakugo's explosions created a tremendous force, heat, and noise that, even though she was behind him, still made every instinct in Mina's body command her to just get the hell away. But she knew Izuku was there, withstanding the point-blank eruption. His inky black silhouette was barely visible in the oppressive brightness, and he had stopped moving. Probably took everything in him just to stay in place, and Shida wasn't doing anything. It was just like when he faced the zero-pointer. I won't let this happen again. I can't keep relying on him to save me from robots or ice dudes. We both deserve better than that. I am the pro-hero alien queen, and I will save you, Izuku. Struck by a burst of adrenaline, she got up, uncovered her ears and immediately felt a ringing pain, but ignored it in favor of doing something she secretly really wanted to do, punching Katsuki Bakugo in the head as hard as she possibly could. His explosions ceased as he swayed side to side, before hitting the ground with a forceful thud. He was unconscious and looked quite angry about it too. Izuku, on the other hand, could only wish he was unconscious. He nearly collapsed, leaning on the wall to support him, his breathing rapid and forced. Mina got the tape. She brought out the capture tape and wrapped it around Bakugo's his hands. The gloves that once encased his hands were gone, unable to withstand the immense force of his rapid explosions. His hands were, if she put it politely, fed up. The skin of his palms wasn't there, and his knuckles looked as if they were forcefully stretched away from his wrists. The back of his hands were burned and gave off a putrid smell that none of the remaining three wanted to think about. Oh God, I think I touched. When his hands were tied, all might formally announce their victory. Katsuki Bakugo has been incapacitated. The villain team prevails over justice today. Mina. Izuku raised his head, a tired, pained, but genuine smile on his face. We did it. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Todoroki made it back to the viewing room, All Might started his analysis and legitimate teaching to the students. This was a very good matchup and yielded excellent results by all. Todoroki's observational skills and quirk mastery put a wrench the villain's plans in the beginning. Bakugo's aggression and combat prowess was enough to almost win the match. Ishido's tactical usage of her quirk was excellent at stalling for time. Midoriya's judgment as well as endurance kept him in the game despite overwhelming odds. So, my students, who do you believe was the MVP of the match? A swarm of opinions, loud and quiet, but mostly loud, invaded the pro hero's ears. One name in particular stood out though, and he couldn't say he was surprised. Dude, the way Midoriya just walked towards the explosions was the manliest thing I've ever seen, it's him for sure. Midoriya's tactical prowess knows no bounds, using Ishido's acid to escape from Bakugo was an excellent decision. That shoulder throw on Todoroki was perfectly executed. Todoroki remained silent, displaying a stoic indifference to Midoriya's praise. A worthy guess, but you are incorrect. The MVP of the match is Mina Ishido. Anyone care to tell me why? Momo Yororozu spoke up, her tone dignified and alert. Ishido is the MVP because she stayed most true to the objective of the game, keeping the heroes away from the nuclear weapon. She provided her acid to Midoriya to even his odds, and when his plan failed, she stuck back and slowed down Todoroki considerably, buying Midoriya time to retreat and engage Todoroki himself. Even when she was ultimately defeated by Todoroki, she resisted his interrogation, as well as assisting in a takedown by Midoriya, in her own fashion. This allowed for them to engage Bakugo in a 2v1 scenario, which won them the game as he could not hold them both back at once. For a moment there was a stunned silence at the detailed analysis that seemingly came off the top of her head, but gave way mutual agreement. All Might was impressed. As expected from a recommended student. That is precisely correct, Yororozu. Good analysis. Everyone in this exercise gave it their all, and that gives me hope for the future. I expected similar amounts of willpower from the rest of you, so do not disappoint. Up next, the heroes Ida and Hagakure versus the villains Siro and Ioma. As the requested students headed their assigned buildings, Todoroki walked up to Mina and Izuku. Okay, so then he told him that I am Katsuki Bakugo, and I'm gonna be the best goddamn hero in the entire world, and don't you forget it. And man, that 5-year-old just started bawling his eyes out, and since I was with him at the time, we both got kicked out and banned from. They both stopped talking and laughing, even their smiles faded as they saw him approach. I guess I just have that effect on people. Hey Todoroki. Mina spoke first, her expression less discomfort, more curiosity. Izuku looked cautious though, as if he sensed he was here for retribution. His posture turned rigid and his eyes were focused intently. In truth, it worried him. So far, Midoriya has shown traits of indecisiveness, social inexperience, and fidgety behavior. His normal self did a complete 180 in combat, but they were not in combat. He felt threatened and was not hiding it. Hello Ashido-san, I just wanted to know if your acid will leave scarring. Mina paused, before cautiously laughing at the sensible question. No, it won't scar you Todoroki, it'll be gone by tomorrow. It burns, yeah, but it's closer to pepper spray than it is to my signature melt-your-flesh acid. I see, thank you. Before he could leave, however, Izuku's voice called out to him. Hey Todoroki, wait up. I'll be back Mina. Mina narrowed her eyes. Her robo-boy Izuku Midoriya leaving her to talk to Todoroki? That was odd at best. Maybe he wanted to talk about the match? Is my shy boy Aiza gonna make a new friend? So brave. What are you up to talking to Todo? 1,000 yen says he's gonna ask about his quirk. Midoriya-san. Hey Todoroki-san, don't, take this in a weird way or anything, but I'm really interested in your quirk. See, I know you can make eyes stut, but you only seem to launch it from your right side. Silence. Midoriya fidgeted a little. His leftover confidence from the training exercise was beginning to wear off. My quirk, Augmentation, allows my eyes to have a thermal vision mode. I use them to spot you through a corner and with the thermal's ISA dash. You saw the temperature difference between my left and right sides. Yes, I did. Todoroki sighed. Truth be told, he was never particularly good at socializing with others. Sometimes he wondered if things would have been different if his father wasn't breathing down his neck 24/7, or if he still would have been inept. Was a very personal subject Midoriya was approaching, yet he seemed genuine. My quirk is called half cold half hot. It allows me to create ice from my right side and fire from my left. I don't use the fire. It is my father's quirk and I am not on good terms with him. That's all there is to it. Midoriya's face lit up like a Christmas tree. He started mumbling incoherently about the quirk, its potential uses, strengths, drawbacks, cool combos, and too much too fast to keep track of, his social energy a complete contrast to what he was showing before. Todoroki glanced at Ishido. So that's how they get along. Despite the eyes and the curly hair, they are opposites initially, but get him even slightly interested. Or, you could cauterize a wound in an emergency, if freezing it left too much risk for frostbite. Midoriya-san. Oh, I'm sorry Todoroki, I was rambling. It is all right, I appreciate the insight. I will be going now. Sure. Once Todoroki left, Mina playfully ruffled her friend's hair, half annoying him but half making him feel that nice. It felt nice. Weird. So Aizu, what did you guys talk about? Was it boy stuff? You can tell me about that too, you know. No, it wasn't boy stuff, I just asked about his quirk. Ah, that sounds more like the nerd I know. Let's watch the next match and see how cool everyone is. I'd love to, but... Explosion boy? I understand. I can come with if you want. Did you just say Sai? No, I thought I should really visit him alone. He hates losing and he will probably be mad. I'll help him cool off. Ah, okay, see ya later, dude. Later, Mina. Izuku Midoriya excused himself from class with All Might's permission and made his way to the school infirmary. Even during classes, the hallways of Yui were peppered with noise from the surrounding classrooms. The booming voices of pro-heroes, the groans or excitable screeches of students, and juicy gossip between the staff left a white noise full of interesting things to know, if one only listened. Izuku found himself trying to block out the noise on his walk, preferring the silence that was so rare and hard to find in his city. "You lost, Sonny?" asked a familiar short old lady in a white coat. "Oh, it's you. I remember you from after the entrance exam." "HMPF, I'm just me, huh?" Kids these days only know those like All Might and Endeavor, real powerhouses. There are other ways to be a hero, you know. Izuku looked at the short woman's name tag, Chio Shizenji. Where has he heard that before? Individual profile, Chio Shizenji, aka Pro Hero, Recovery Girl. Her quirk, Heal, allows her. Oh my god, you're Recovery Girl, the youthful heroine. I watched all of your instructional videos to better understand how to help people. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. The old nurse chuckled at the boy's newfound enthusiasm. At least she still had some fans nowadays. Those videos are from decades ago, kid. I don't blame you for not recognizing me. Every video you say? I'm gonna test that later. I assume you're going somewhere. Of course, I wanted to check on my friend Katsuki Baku. Ah, the kid who overdid it with his quirk. I'm surprised his arm didn't break from that. He's doing fine, a little out of it right now as I had to put him to sleep, angry kid. Heh, that sounds like him all right. Guided by Recovery Girl, Izuku made his way to the office, gingerly opening the door and spotting Kaken on the far side of the room, sitting down on a bed. She gave them some privacy. Hey Kaken. He looked back, his trademark resting default scowl in full play. He had this faraway look in his eyes, as though he was not there, but imagined. His hands were wrapped in gauze, but otherwise unrestricted. There were no scars or injuries visible aside from his hands. His face had fully healed from Ishido's quirk. His silence said it all. You're angry. He simply shrugged at the fact. No yelling or otherwise explosive volume from the ticking time bomb that was Katsuki Bakugo. That's a really strong sedative. I lost. To you. Again. Heroes lose sometimes, you know? All Might doesn't. Izuku paused. Kaken doesn't know. No student knows. Only he knows the true nature of All Might, their greatest inspiration. His sickly form and darkened, hopeless eyes, his voice lost of all spirit and hope. Kaken would never know the true nature of All Might until that wound killed him, and even then, it might be covered up to preserve hope and dignity. He wasn't allowed to be seen as weak, even though he was human as well. To Izuku, the prospect of having to live a lie to serve as a worldwide symbol of peace was terrifying. Yet, both he and Kaken were rushing towards that future, eager to fill the massive void that All Might would leave behind when he passed. Only now had he realized the massive responsibility it entailed. All Might is not human like the rest of us. He sometimes can't save everyone. But he never loses a fight. Being a hero isn't just about fights. Silence. Deku. Izuku couldn't help but notice just how pronounced he uttered the once demeaning nickname. You got a thing for Pinky? Huh. Where the hell did that come from? Kaken, what does that have to do with Dash? You two work together as if you've been doing it all your DMN lives. I lost because you two go together like Petflia and Anime. I would have won if it was anyone else. He lost his energy at the end of his rant, the sedatives working their way through his blood and exhausting him of his usual energy. Katsuki couldn't help but compare it to when Deku used his pheromones on him. At least Deku turned it off. I don't know. She's friendly and really pretty, and sometimes when I'm with her I feel this. Yeah, no sheet, but would you cook her breakfast the morning after? Kaken. Answer the demon question. I don't know, alright? Uncomfortable silence. You ran to death. It was you and me, and you effing ran to save her, instead of facing me. You don't hit back as much as you should, yeah, but you never run away. You wouldn't have ran if it was anyone else. You ran because it was her. I ran because the objective of the villain team was to protect the bomb, and she wouldn't have been able to take on Todoroki on her own. It wouldn't have mattered if I won our fight, he would have found the bomb. It was about being smart. It wasn't about her, it was about being a hero, finished Bakugo. Another uneasy silence pervaded the room, intensifying with each passing second. Izuku felt a measure of anger and disappointment. He came here to make his friend feel better and to show him he cares, difficult as that was. All they've done is fight so far. I miss Dash. Don't ever apologize for winning. Heroes always win, and should never say sorry, not even when they kill the villain. That particular word sent chills down his spine. He could feel his longtime friend's will and determination made manifest, sedative or no, he fully believed in everything he was saying. He wasn't just full of hatred for villains, he was a generator of hatred. Izuku chose his next words carefully. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly how I feel about Ishido, and you're right, my familiarity with her helped us work together better than if anyone else was my partner. You're exhausted from the sedative and your treatment, so try and relax, I'm heading back. The explosion spammer simply huffed. I don't know what you're talking about, Deku. I'm always relaxed. Izuku smiled. Yeah, I know you are. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX constantly slowing down and ambushing Kirishima, and it was more evenly matched than one would suspect. Zero was using his sticky tape to completely block off hallways, while Kirishima was forced to activate his hardening quirk to make his hands sharp enough to cut through the artificial jungle. Kirishima's partner, Koda, was unfortunately out of his natural element in this exercise. Izuku would be geeking out so hard right now. I'll have to tell him all about it when he gets back. Oh, speaking of the green-haired devil. Midoriya, you gotta watch this. Izuku turned towards her and she couldn't help but notice a solemn frown plastered over his usual thought-filled neutrality. He looked as if someone got him a puppy and took it away 2 days later. He put on a weak smile, but she knew the truth. Whatever happened with his friend was bothering him. Maybe she should have tagged along. Hey Izuku, Mina lowered her voice and walked over to him, creating a bit of space for them to talk. Did something bad happen in there? Dang, you saw right through me, huh? Just a lucky guess. The green bean shook his broccoli head. Just Kaken being Kaken is all, attempted to assure Midoriya, but Mina just happened to be an experienced social butterfly. She knew the tells of deception and holding back information. A slight pause in the voice, irregular eye contact, too much eye contact, body language. She could tell his stress levels were high, something was still bothering him. She figured there was only one way to know for sure. She stepped slightly forward, bringing her face just barely in front of her friend's personal space bubble. Most people wouldn't think twice about it, but Midoriya would likely recoil, being the awkward around pretty girls type of guy she knew he was. Are you sure? Yeah, Mina, positive, nonchalantly responded Izuku. You didn't flinch at all. Well, that confirmed it. He's putting up a false casual front to avoid any more questions. Whatever this was is probably hella serious. All the more reason to help him though. She'd have to figure it out later. So, who's fighting? Oh, Kirishima and Koda, the rocky dude, versus Zero and Hagakure. Oh sweet, exclaimed Izuku as he found his way to one of the many screens the class was watching, and just like that, their conversation ended. A minute Izu, why won't you tell me? Izuku let out a steep breath upon putting distance between himself and Mina, not out of necessity to breathe, but out of tension. The words exchanged in that infirmary left a question in his mechanically altered heart, and no augmentation would help him find the answer to it. Mina is perky and beautiful, and brings so much positive energy that I can't help but be carried away by her. Yet, do I like her really? Or is she just a girl, and this uneasiness will go away in a month, tops? All I know is that I don't want to lose what I have. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX yesterday, congratulating and consoling each other on their results. Kirishima was attempting to establish some kind of social contact with Kaken, who barely tolerated his presence and gave short, simple responses. Izuku was having a rather heated debate about hero versus villain matchups with Ida, who was stubbornly insistent that the heroes would always prevail, while Izuku took a more realistic approach. Mina was chatting it up with Hagakure about girl stuff, said both of them whenever Izuku questioned them. Girl stuff? What does that even mean? I guess I can't judge though, I've been keeping quiet about girl stuff too. Then, a shadow darker than Tokoyami's breached the entrance to the room. The class sits still and quiet at the necessary intrusion of their homeroom teacher, Shoyuda Aizawa. His presence filled the room with uncertainty and slight discomfort. Silent before I entered the classroom, these kids are learning. Students of Class 1A, today. The class braced themselves for another rational deception or otherwise underhanded assignment that would make them either cry or rage in the stress it brought, but thankfully, they were spared. That you will be choosing your class representative. The classroom's fuse was set and exploded in energy. Nearly everyone raised their hands and called to be chosen, but Tenya Ida had an idea. Everyone. I am well aware of the enticement of class authority, but not everyone is capable of leading others into glory. I suggest we hold a democratic vote to ensure whoever is in office is mutually decided to be most worthy of such station. Would that be suitable, Aizawa-sensei? Sure, just pick someone before class ends, said the sleeping bag on the floor. What's to stop people from just voting for themselves though, cynically countered Kyokajiro. Our battles against each other from hero training, of course. We have all seen each other strive and struggle yesterday, and I believe that is sufficient enough data to choose our vote. Ida did not miss a single beat in his response. The class begrudgingly agreed that made some sense, and was far more productive than just screaming pick me, although of course, the prospect of a vote made others commit to some popularity strategy. Nearly everyone chimed up to be elected, claiming policies and promising rewards. Vote for me and I'll bake you all a bunch of sweets every other week, shamelessly bribed Rikido Sato. Vote for me and I'll let some of you extras get in on me and Deku's training sessions, angrily enticed Bakugo. Vote for me and I'll make it so the girls can only come to school in skimpy outfits, desperately exclaimed the grape-headed pervert, Mineta. The class had very little to say about that one, particularly the girls. At the end of Mineta's self-shaming proclamation, the class chatted amongst themselves and their friends, taking on a more personal approach. Hey Izuku, you gonna vote for me or what? Questioned the upbeat Pinkette. Can't say I'm surprised by Mina wanting the job, but I seriously think Ida has a point about responsibility. Well, I'd love to, but you're not the most responsible if I'm being honest with you. Why Izuku, what makes you say that? You almost never turn your work in on time and you keep messing with my hands like I'm some kinda animal or something. That's 'cause they're cool as hell, dude. It's a compliment. Oh, wait a minute. You're just saying this so you can touch my horns, huh? Sneaky Izuku. The boy blushed at the girl's suggestion. He had taken some glances at his friend's horns. That would be rather pronounced if her hair wasn't as curly and messy as it was. It's not like he really wanted to mess with them or anything. It's just simple human curiosity, right? We want to know new things. In this case, he really wants to know what Mina's horns feel like. Nothing creepy or anything like that, not like trying to feel her up or something. What was that about curiosity and horns? I knew it. Come on Aizu, vote for me and I'll let you feel them. Damn it, I was muttering again. I can't vote for you just to feel your horns, Mina, that's weird. Mina's voice lowered in volume and considerably softened. Aizu, you don't actually have to vote for me or anything, my money is on Yamomo if we're being real here, but if you actually want to touch them, you can. It won't be weird if you're doing it, promise? The boy hesitated before responding. Are you sure? Yeah, go for it. Show me some of that Midoriya spirit like when you're fighting. Izuku took a deep breath and reached forward towards his friend's messy head of hair, the horns jutting out providing an admittedly enticing reason for his action. A smile gripped his face when he realized he was about to fulfill one of his many curiosities, and there was nothing quite as satisfying to him than that. It's a shame that wasn't going to happen today, however. Izuku stopped his reach upon realizing the sound in the classroom, or rather, the lack of it. The girls in the classroom had their eyes on him with varying levels of suspicion and disgust, while the boys looked curious, indifferent, or in the case of some certain grape and lighting-headed boys, unnerving. "Go on, Midoriya, touch her horns," nearly begged Mineta. "Shouldn't you people be electing class prez or something?" shouted Mina, completely embarrassed by the invasive and perverted attention the class was giving them. Sorry Mina," weakly offered Izuku. Hey, it's not your fault, I kinda put us in this mess, you can touch em later." Izuku never noticed before, but Mina's violet blush that rarely crossed her face was beautiful. It made her seem so unlike herself, vulnerable and reclusive, yet physically, it was the best possible makeup she could ever apply. Wait, does she wear makeup? I suppose not, since her acid would mess it up the moment even the slightest amount appeared, but maybe she found a way to circumnavigate that issue. After all, there are several products that take quirks into consideration, but even then, Mina did not get a response out of the boy. Instead, he started muttering about circumnavigation, whatever that was. What she did take note of was how his eyes never left her face. No matter how she waved her hand in front of him or snapped in his ears, he remained entranced. Her blush deepened in area and intensity when he, as well as the class, wouldn't stop looking at her. Damn it, Izu, this is no time for flattery. Eager to escape the awkward situation, Mina let some acid drip on Izuku's hand, nothing too serious, but it would hurt normal flesh, so he should at least notice it. Izuku broke out of his trance and laughed. "Mina, that tickles." "No freaking way." Izuku kept laughing even without direct contact. Her acid stuck to his metal hand and ate into it with minimal success, the sensation similar to nibbling, but on a much smaller scale. Mina saw her opportunity and reached for his hand again, which Izuku saw coming and kicked his chair away from her, desperately cornering himself to avoid the sensation. "Mina, wait, dash. Nah, Izu, I have another way to mess with you, and I'm so gonna abuse it." Mina dash. Ashido. One word. One word was all it took for Aizawa to ruin the cheery mood, silence the classroom, and break the previously unproductive attitude spreading that seemed to come from Midoriya and Ashido. Those two seemed to have a positive influence on each other in battle, but elsewhere it would bring them ruin, and as a teacher he could not allow that. There is nothing more cruel than being held back by the ones you hold dear. Stop tickling Midoriya. As for the rest of you, stop gawking at basic social interaction and get back to work. Ida saw this as his chance to reestablish order now that the chaos was cleared away. "Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Everyone, I will pass out strips of paper. Please write the name of your preferred nominee. The person with the most votes will receive the title." And so he did. Once he collected the papers and counted them up, he wrote the results down on the board, starting with those who received the least amount of votes. Tsuruhagakure, 0. Mineta, 0. Rikido Sato, 0. Kyokujiro, 0. Hantasiro, 0. Ejiro Kirishima, 0. Mashireo Ojiro, 0. Minashido, 0. Koji Koda, 0. Shoto Todoroki, 0. Tsuashiri, 0. Mizo Shoju, 0. Denki Kaminari, 0. Peko Uraraka, 0. Teneida, Yuga Ioma, 1. Fumikage Tokoyami, 1. Bakugo Katsuki, 3. Momo Yororozu, 7. Izuku Midoriya, 7. A tie. Curses, defeated by my own system. Why the hell is you higher up than I am? I do not want this. A stalemate between Midoriya and Yororozu. We must have a tiebreaker to continue forth. May I suggest an intelligence quotient test? I do not think that would be wise, Ida-san. Yororozu herself spoke on the matter. She wanted this position. She felt that she, not to be imposing, was the perfect person for the job. She was also aware of Midoriya's particularly interesting quirk, but one thing she took of note was his grades on assignments. Quite often he was the first to start working after he glanced at his notes, first to finish, and first to turn work in. Almost as if he only needs to look at his notes once to absorb their information. Whether by photographic memory or simply an astounding intelligence, Midoriya will outpace me in traditional IQ tests. There is only one way I can defeat him, and that relies on the unpredictability of my quirk. Aizawa-sensei, for a tiebreaker I propose a trial by combat. The class gasped and went silent at this. Aizawa on the other hand, smiled to himself and got up off the floor. A bold move against one of the strongest students in the class. You really want this, don't you? At the worst, it's extra combat exercise. At best, it will inspire your fellow students. Aizawa-sensei, we cannot possibly settle a democratic vote with barbaric viol dash. I accept your proposal. Everyone, make your way to Training Ground Delta, and be quick about it. Midoriya and Yororozu will be allowed to wear their hero costumes. Izuku gulped. This was not how he wanted this day to go. He risked a glance to Yororozu and immediately regretted it. Her usually calm demeanor and presence was replaced by one of cool determination and intensity. Mina was trying not to laugh at him, but failing. And Midoriya, regardless if you want this position or not, you are not to hold back or you will be expelled. Are we clear? Why yes, Aizawa-sensei. Class 1A arrived at Ground Delta, a massive indoor warehouse setting complete with cover, stacked industrial storage containers, wooden boxes and barrels, and a large assortment of other storage utilities. The warehouse was well lit and just a little too hot for the taste of most who resided within, resulting in the classmates of 1A casting off their heavy outer layer of uniform. Shoyuda Aizawa looked unbothered in his black head-to-toe apparel, naturally. The students not participating in combat were on the upper walkways on the warehouse, which were shielded by heavy plastic boards attached to the railings that allowed for a relatively safe viewing of any such exercises below. The females and a few males supported Yororozu, while most of the males supported Midoriya. The audience was ready, but Mina Ishido was not. Blah, it almost feels wrong to oppose Aizu, even if it is for something as silly as nominating class representative. I'm worried about him too. I know he's a tough cookie, I just don't like that look in Yororozu's eyes. Momo Yororozu and Izuku Midoriya were adorned in their hero costumes, one of them with the aim to reach higher and the other simply wishing to keep his enrollment intact, and that meant fighting with everything he had. The two competitors were instructed to opposite sides of the arena warehouse. If there was one good thing to come out of this though, it was the excitement this confrontation was having on the class. You can do this, Yororozu. Don't kill her too much. Teach that gross horn grabber. Jiro, he didn't even dash. Don't hold back Midoriya. Remember, equal rights and lefts. Find out if he's got any junk, give it a good kick. Toru. Midoriya, Yororozu, you are both to fight to the best of your ability. Victory conditions are incapacitation, or SBMSN to the other. Midoriya, if you hold back for any reason aside from outright killing her, you will be expelled. Yororozu, I expect the very same effort from you. No matter how much pain your victim is in, you are on the side of the law, and they are not. Show no sympathy. Are both of you ready? Yes, sensei. Begin. Combat assessment. Complete. Threat. Situational. Momo Yororozu is physically inferior to user in terms of strength, speed, and size. Main and only danger stems from her creation quirk combined with her significant intelligence. Completely and utterly unpredictable, threat can skyrocket depending on what she creates. Recommended course of action: close distance and end the fight before she has time to create anything that will give her an advantage. I'm sorry, Yororozu, but I can't be expelled. I need to be a hero. Izuku dashed across the warehouse, vaulting and sliding between cover to ensure he could reach her as soon as possible, but unbeknownst to him, it was too late. Izuku was in the process of vaulting over some boxes when he heard a crack, and received a shotgun blast to the chest. Whoa! Holy shit! Hell yeah, go Yororozu. Get the F up, you faced worse in training. A shotgun? Aizawa, how is the dash? That firearm shoots non-lethal beanbag projectiles, and will not seriously harm someone like Midoriya. Ishido, you will address me as Aizawa-sensei, are we clear? Why yes, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku quickly recovered and rolled behind a shipping container, breathing heavily from the unexpected impact. Holy shit, is that real? No, and oh, it can't be. It has to be filled with non-lethal rounds or something. That scared the hell out of me. I'll have to use armor or invisibility to get close. But what if she has planned around that too? How do I even begin to create a strategy against someone with limitless potential who can flip the entire playing field? Izuku activated his thermal vision and looked through his cover. Yororozu has changed her position, now atop a pile of boxes to gain extra visibility, carefully aiming between the 2 points of cover that he could expose himself to. Something odd was on her head. What is that? He activated his invisibility and moved to the edge of his cover, and noticed her head turning like a swivel towards him. I think she can see me. He faked a movement like he was about to stick his invisible head out, before quickly ducking back, narrowly avoiding a blast to the face. Yep, she definitely sees me. Damn it, she has thermals too. I have no choice but to play into what she expects. Activating his crystalline armor, Izuku made a mad dash for his opponent, shrugging off the beanbag rounds that collided into him with surprising accuracy. He jumped onto her and nearly reached her weapon, but she fell backwards and swung from an already set-up grappling hook fastened to the walkways above, putting even more distance between them, and landed roughly on the concrete ground. Dimon, she's relying on my need to get in close. Whoa, she played him like a fiddle. Pfft, she was lucky he nearly got her. Izuku ran for cover, or would have if he had the ability. Why can't I move? I have you now, Midoriya. Izuku strained to jump off the wooden box, but some kind of intangible, invisible tether kept him roped to its surface. Only Yororozu and Midoriya knew what kept him bound. A magnet. Shot after shot of beanbag rounds from her semi-automatic shotgun found their target, Izuku, who was straining to escape the magnetic grip of the magnet in the box while also keeping up his armor to minimize damage taken, but he was running out of time. In a fit of desperation, he punched through the box, causing the strong magnet to latch onto his left palm, effectively locking it into a fist. He sprinted towards Yororozu just as she was unluckily caught in a reload and reared his fist back, smashing either her or the gun into pieces, and she chose the gun. Unfortunately, she was still in his range and had no further equipment available. I'm sorry, Yororozu. Izuku grabbed her arm and secured it firmly in a vice-like grip while rearing his magnetic fist back. One solid punch was all he needed to end this fight, and while he ultimately respected his opponent for covering her bases, coming up with an ingenious plan to trap him, and amazing accuracy with firearms, some fights were simply unwinnable. She couldn't kite him around forever, and he was simply too tough for non-lethal ammunition. She grabbed and pushed desperately at his face with her free arm, trying as hard as she could to disorient him, or so Izuku thought. No, Midoriya, I'm sorry. How is she tickling my face? Izuku, came a familiar, bone-chilling shriek from above. Then, a maelstrom of pain engulfed his senses. The smell of burning metal and flesh assaulted his nose, the sound of gasps, frantic screams of excitement and incredible agony, an oppressive infinite darkness shrouded his right eye, as he found himself partially blind. Worst, however, was touch. Her touch. From the moment she said sorry, horrific, overwhelming, and unprecedented suffering latched onto him, ate through his armor entirely, and drove their hellish teeth directly into his nerves, even their natural pain-numbing properties not being enough to prevent him from adding his scream to Yororozu's. Yororozu didn't stop screaming, but she didn't just sacrifice her hand and hurt her classmate for nothing. She pulled another shotgun out from her torso, placed the business end against Midoriya's temple, and pulled the trigger. He was released from his suffering before he hit the ground. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX one of a hospital bed. The blinds on his window were open. He was back in the infirmary, his hero costume still on, with the exception of a removed vest, fully leaving his upper body exposed to the sun. What he was surprised to find, however, was that he was not the only one there. Across the room, his homeroom teacher Aizawa stood, staring at him. "You're awake." Yeah," eloquently responded Izuku as he covered up his chest with a blanket. "I apologize for letting things get out of hand." "Oh no, it's all right, I can recover from nearly anything. You're Yorozu, okay? I don't fully remember what happened." "It has been a few hours." The pro-hero paused, before throwing him a bundle of clothing, his Yui gym uniform, which Izuku gratefully accepted. Much has transpired since your defeat. Once you're dressed, follow me. Aizawa drew a privacy curtain next to his bed, allowing Izuku the dignity to dress himself. Izuku got off his bed and followed Aizawa, sparing a glance at a nearby mirror. No evidence of injury whatsoever. He was completely healed from not having extremely corrosive acid gushed onto his face. I can still feel it on me. I've never been in that much pain before. Shizenji-san, he's awake. Oh please Shida-kun, just call me Chio. How many years has it been? Izuku was approached by the very same recovery girl he had spoken to many times before, and the stern, disappointed look in her eyes said it all. Boy, do you legitimately enjoy being in pain? No judgments here. I simply believe you should limit your methods. And no ma'am. HMPF, well I believe you. Yororozu is right over there, behind the curtain. Aizawa, the grumpy old cat of a hero, said you two were related injuries. I imagine you two have some choice words to say to each other? Just don't let it escalate to violence. Thank you recovery girl, for everything. You should be thanking that girlfriend of yours, came in a few times to check on you and make sure nobody closed the blinds, not that I would let them. Girlfriend? I already told you, Shizenji, there are no romantic happenings between any of my students. Yet, enthusiastically remarked the old hero. In any case, after you are finished talking to Yororozu, I want you to talk to me before you leave. I have something of significance to tell you before you resume your classes. With that, the medic and homeroom teacher left Izuku alone, with Yororozu apparently on the other side of a flimsy curtain, their only illusion of privacy. He thought for a moment on what to say to her. What even could he say to her? Oh hi Yororozu, congrats on the promotion, hope your hand didn't melt off, because my face is 100% okay. Would she be angry at him for driving her to such extreme measures? Would things be awkward? Would she feel bad about rubbing acid in his face just for a title? Granted, they hadn't really spoken to each other, but this may have ruined whatever first impression he might have wanted to make. The H.So this is the muttering that Mina talks about. Come in Midoriya-san. Stealing his nerves and casting away his turbulent thoughts, Izuku walked through the curtain, revealing a surprisingly okay sight. Yororozu was laying down on the infirmary bed, her right hand wrapped in several layers of gauze. Like Izuku, she was not in her hero costume, instead having donned a simple hospital gown. She looked clean, rested, and generally pretty considering how injured her hand must have been. Her face wore a slight smile, as though she had reassured her dignity despite the sacrifice. How is you? Well you tried, Midoriya. My hand, you mean? It will recover in time, but the scars will never fade, so I'm told. Truth be told, I don't think I want them to either. All my life, I have been training and training and training to fulfill this impossible dream, to become a hero. My family doesn't exactly approve, but in my heart I know it is the right choice for me. When I came here, I expected that training to pay off, to bear fruit. Yet you always seem to place first, always surpassing me. You achieved a record-breaking score in the entrance exam, got ahead of me in the Quirk apprehension test, and even your grades seemed to outdo my own. So when the opportunity for class representative presented itself, I knew I had to have this, if only to reassure myself that my training wasn't for nothing. Training for as long as I could remember, to make myself as close to perfection as possible, and your quirk.it. It makes you the perfect human. I was striving for perfection, but you're already there. How could I compete with that? Yororozu took a deep, shaky breath and sighed, her voice trembling at the end of her speech. Midoriya could tell from experience that she was nearly at a point where tears would flow. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I'm sorry I was so reckless and brash, for succumbing to my desires for greatness, and to my envy of you. It was not very heroic and only put us both in the infirmary. I am also sorry for ruining whatever friendship we could have had. You and Ishido get along very well, and while she and I have our differences, I know she is a good judge of character. I also Yororozu-san, Izuku offered a warm smile to her. I'm not angry at you. I'm very impressed you saw what you wanted and took it, despite the overwhelming odds. You wanted the job far more than I did, and that showed today. To see someone other than Bakugo defeat me is refreshing, and the way you did it, to go so far just to win that you remind me of his strength, his drive. It's one of the highest compliments I can offer. Your strategy of using your range was brilliant, and that magnet trick? That was legit mate pro hero thinking. You're amazing, Yororozu. I would love to be your friend. Wear those scars with pride, and don't ever apologize for winning. Momo Yororozu was shocked, for lack of a better word. She had expected him to chastise her, to tell her just how petty and recklessly stupid she had been just to win, but it seemed to have had the opposite effect. He respected out-of-the-box thinking, as well as the mental fortitude of others, their drive. It suddenly made sense how he and Bakugo were mostly friendly with each other. They respected each other's strength and determination to become heroes. Despite his easily flustered and geeky attitude, one of his values is power, but there was kindness too. In his smile, in his almost somber expression when he got a hold of her and reared his fist back, he didn't legitimately enjoy defeating her, he just had to, and right now, reassuring her that what she did was right, and there was no reason to apologize. Izuku, where have you been all my life? Thank you, Midoriya. I never approached the topic that way before, that since we're friends now, we should call each other by by our names, don't you think? Yeah, of course you're right. It's been an honor to fight you, Momo. Likewise, Izuku. She furrowed her brow, remembering that her new friend had been sleeping for a while now. He didn't know, did he? Izuku, you should talk to Aizawa-sensei, he has something important to tell you. I see, well, I'll see you around? She chuckled lightly. I'd certainly hope so, as we share classes. Oh, PFT, right? Izuku Midoriya left the still injured girl to rest, his heart lightened of its heavy burden. He could only hope he did the same for her. It didn't take long to find Aizawa, as he had been waiting at the entrance to the infirmary. How is she? She's all right, Aizawa-sensei. But how are you? Caught a little off guard by the question, Izuku stumbled a bit before fully answering. And then I said, you should never apologize for winning, and after that she seemed to have cheered up a bit, and then she I understand. I am pleased to know no lasting trauma will remain between the two of you. Midoriya, something embarrassing happened while you were unconscious. An unauthorized individual or individuals trespassed onto Yui, past the security barrier that keeps the usual press out. How is that even possible? They weren't even caught? Is everyone okay? Nobody received any serious injuries, thanks to our class own Tenya Ida, who spotted the press outside and found a way to grab a frightened mob of teenagers' attention. He told them it was just the press, and that there is nothing to worry about. As far as the student base goes, you are the only one who knows the truth of what happened, and I expect it to stay that way, are we clear? Izuku took the information in. It seemed almost impossible that anyone would willingly break into a school patrolled by some of the most powerful heroes in Japan. It was clever to use the press as a smokescreen and buy time, but the task in itself was nearly suicidal. What could possibly be worth breaking into the school for? Another thought occurred. Aizawa-sensei, why did you tell me the truth? Aizawa glared at Izuku, almost as if he had already declared him unworthy for simply questioning authority, but he couldn't be further from the truth. In the field, a hero must rely on logic and information to make decisions, but there are also moments where he needs to trust his gut. I have a very open relationship with my instincts. This infiltration is not an attack in itself, it was for the purpose of gathering information. I do not know how or when we will be attacked, or who the infiltrators will target, but I do suspect it is going to happen sometime in the future. Midoriya, I told you because you are the most naturally inquisitive of Class 1A. If you find or see anything wrong, you are to report directly back to me. Also, congratulations on becoming deputy representative. You are to assist Yororozu and occasionally fill in for her as class representative if the need arises. Understood, Aizawa-sensei. Good, now follow me, press break in or no, class must continue. You and your classmates, excluding Yororozu, will be transported by bus to a facility some fair distance from the school. You are allowed to wear your hero costume, but it was damaged during your fight. Gym uniforms are acceptable, however, so there's nothing to stop you from immediately heading to the bus. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. With Izuku Midoriya in tow, Aizawa made his way to the Yui bus and got in the driver's seat, already aware of the explosion of noise that would erupt from a certain pink-haired individual once she saw a certain green-haired one. A small part of him was relieved that Midoriya had no complications in recovery. As a teacher, it was his duty to guide his students, and that included keeping them from permanently disabling themselves over what was essentially an additional burden of responsibility. Sighing, he motioned for Izuku to board the bus. Students, I am pleased to announce that Izuku cheered a speeding pink bullet as it collided onto the poor boy and nearly knocked him over, his frame completely locked in her arms. Izuku's face turned a flurry of reddish tones, accompanied by a drastic increase in temperature once he realized just how close they were. The girl's generous upper half wasn't helping either. Mina's face was extremely close to his and set ablaze in a bright smile at seeing her dear friend unharmed and flustered. I was so worried about you. You were all I'm sorry, you're a rosette and she was all you, are already dead. And you went all nanny? And wow Aizu, is it me, or did that acid do your face some favors? Teased the still uncomfortably close Mina Ishido. Mina. Tisk, I'm just messing with you dude, I'm really glad you're okay. I got really scared when Yaomomo did what she did. I honestly feel like she went too far, you know? Kirishima spoke up, his smile bright as ever at seeing his bro Midoriya unharmed. Well, I dunno about that Ishido, what she did was honestly really manly. I mean come on, she almost melted her hand to defeat the strongest guy in class, and it worked. Who you calling strongest guy in class, Shark Week? Yelled out Bakugo, who was admittedly pleased to see his free rival. His rival and training partner had made a full recovery. Everybody sit down, we're going to a rescue training site and it would be impractical to have one of you sustain a head injury beforehand. Now it was Izuku's turn, let his emotions run rampant as he sat down next to Mina. Rescue training. This is what it means to be a hero, not just fighting people, but saving them. I've been looking forward to this for ages. Well, as long as it's not a crashed ship or anything. The frog-like girl Tsuyu Azui raised an eyebrow at that statement. Are you unable to swim, Midoriya? Well, embarrassingly confirmed the supposedly upgraded human. Well Datsu, he's a pretty heavy guy in case you haven't noticed, once again teased Mina. You're right Ishido, Midoriya does look a little on the heavy side, supported Hantashiro, catching wind of Mina's teasing and going along with it, his mischievous smile widening. Wait, I'm not that kind of heavy, am I? Sputtered out Izuku as he frantically looked down at his gym uniform. Wait a minute. The laughter of his classmates said it all. You're so funny Mina, just so funny. Time passed by and Izuku grew closer to Class 1A in their short talks and interactions with each other. Just as he had formed a close bond with Mina, some other students seemed to have formed friendships as well. Kaminari and Jiro teased each other, but it was a little rougher and mean compared to what he and Mina had. Uraraka and Hagakure both had bubbly and playful personalities, and covered a variety of subjects from bargain shopping to fashion. Kirishima appeared successful in befriending Bakugo, as they now legitimately talked about things, one of which was comparing workout regimens. Shoji and Todoroki were spotted giving each other short nods and occasional words. Every friendship starts somewhere, right? The only one not making contact with anyone was the bird-headed Tokoyami, who looked like he was professionally brooding. Hey Midoriya? Tsuyu Azui caught Izuku's attention. Oh yes Azui-san? Just call me Tsu. I tend to say what's on my mind, your quirk is kind of like ours. Like yours? Well, not mine but like others. That black armor of yours is like Kirishima's hardening quirk. Your invisibility is shared with Toru, and your legs rival Ida's. Even your strength is comparable to Sato's, hearing like Jiro. Need I go on? How do you know about my hearing? Educated guess. Tsuyu shrugged. Hey, Aizu just happens to have a really good quirk. He's copying our best traits, so what? I think it's really flattering you decided to copy my eyes, Izuku. I didn't. Oh, so you don't think my eyes are fantastic, is what you're saying? Mina jabbed at Izuku, eager to see his reclusive evasion. God, he's so cute when he's embarrassed. A pause, a realization. Wait, cute? Mina, leave Midoriya bro alone, he's had a long D-dash. I think your eyes are wonderful, Mina, said Izuku before he could stop himself. Silence came over the bus as Izuku and Mina both started muttering and stammering, eager to clear up what must have been a misunderstanding of some sort. Mina's cheeks flushed a dark lilac as she wrestled the storm of violently powerful thoughts and emotions around her head, trying to make some sense of it. Jiro discreetly passed Kaminari a significant sum of yen along with a huff of defeat. Jesus, Mina, get a hold of yourself. He's complimented you before, how is this any different? He stares at your eyes for crying out loud. The embarrassed teasing thing, he's cute like a puppy, like a shy robotic puppy. Right? No reason to feel that what I'm feeling. If that is what I'm feeling, I don't know. It's too early to tell. Way too early. Say something. Haizu Aya dash. Then, the bus stopped in front of a massive dome. Aizawa, thank God for that scruffy, beautiful man, broke the awkward tension in the air. Students, let's go. You are about to meet another hero. Once they got off the bus, they were introduced to someone who looked like they were wearing a space suit with weird caps over their fingertips, but once they turned around, the class caught on immediately. Uraraka in particular seemed to be awestruck by none other than the space hero, 13. Let us go inside without further delay, there is much for you to learn. Looking forward to working with you, respectfully acknowledged most of the class. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX wonder, surprise, and anticipation. The dome was far bigger on the inside, with multiple disaster scenarios contained only by the sheer distance between them. Destroyed buildings, a raging fire, a wrecked ship, a mountain covered in snow, and so many more settings made the dome seem endless. 13 spoke to the students, having rehearsed a short speech beforehand. Greetings, students. I am 13, and this is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. This J for short. I personally designed this structure for the purpose of simulating natural and unnatural disasters, in which you will all participate in. Before I go into any further detail, I must speak with your teacher. 13 walked over to Aizawa and spoke in a hushed tone, but Izuku heard things loud and clear. Aizawa-san, regarding All Might. Aizawa's eyes widened as he brought a finger up to his lips and tapped once at his ear, glaring at Izuku as he did. Ah, I see. I'll explain later. What was that about All Might? Why'd they stop talking? Returning to the crowd, 13 spoke of quirks, how they save lives and just as easily end them. She, or perhaps he, used her own quirk, Black Hole, which was capable of skinning up matter and turning it into dust, as an example. She went over their quirk usages so far, in Aizawa's test, All Might's combat training, and in Izuku's duel against Yororozu, much to his embarrassment. And today, you will be using your quirks to save lives. That is all I have to say. After a polite applause from the enthusiastic crowd of students, Aizawa turned to them to start the activity, but stopped when he felt a chill down his neck, his finely tuned sixth sense alerting him to a disturbance. Turning towards the center of Yude, he spotted a purple void materialize, with far too many figures entering through it for his liking. He spotted the costumes of the individuals, most of their faces covered by masks or hoods, and came to his own conclusion. Villains. Students, don't move. Why are they attacking here? How could they have known we would be here at this exact time? Diligently questioned Ida. Izuku and Aizawa came to the realization immediately. The infiltration. Someone must have found a way to disable the sensors and disrupt communications between USJ and the school beforehand, finished Aizawa. Due to its relatively remote location, USJ is the safest place to strike directly at UE from a villain's perspective, but to gather information and attack on the same day? Arrogant villains. Kaminari, see if you are able to contact the school. 13. Protect the students. I will buy time for reinforcements. Aizawa put on his signature yellow goggles and prepared to engage the enemy. Izuku recognized the gear the moment he saw it. Individual profile. Pro hero, Eraserhead, name acquired, Shoyuta Aizawa. Predatory hero with Erasure Quirk, capable of nullifying the quirks of others, locking his opponents in a quirkless duel. Uses stealth tactics, armed and unarmed combat, and gadgetry to neutralize foes. Avoids press attention to minimize the information gathered by villains. Eraserhead-sensei, do you intend to fight them all by yourself? Your fighting style revolves around ambush and stealth. A group of that size will catch on to your erasure quickly. A frontal assault is downright suicidal, warned Izuku. No sugarcoating on that one, Midoriya? About time. Students, Bakugo and Midoriya, do not assist me in this fight. The villains are here for you, and we cannot allow them to gain any further control of the situation than they already have. 13. Evacuate the students. Also, a hero can't be a one-trick pony, Midoriya, and with that last remark, Eraserhead jumped into the fray. There is merit to the boy's words, but I do not rely on quirks and equipment alone. The simplest solution is usually the best one, thought the pro-hero Eraserhead as he punched a villain square in his jaw. Whoa, he's beating them all. That's what it means to be a pro. It's almost like he's dancing. Our teacher is so cool. 3 more figures emerged from the portal. The first, a tall, lanky man with disembodied hands covering his face and body, radiating murderous intent. The second, a massive, pure black beast of human with a bird-like head, with the exception of a fully exposed brain. He looked as though his humanity was stripped from his core, and stood still as a statue. Last was the portal's substance itself, taking a vague gaseous form, and with him, the last of the villains entered USC. Students, we must evacuate. Aizu, stop fanboying and let's go. Reluctantly breaking away from Aizawa's awesome dispensation of justice, Izuku followed the group to the exit, but were all blocked by that same mysterious portal substance now in front of them. The portal rose up, higher and higher, until it towered over the students. 2 eye-like slits of light in the villain's gaseous form peered at them from the abyss as he spoke. It may be presumptuous of us, but we let ourselves in. We are the League of Villains. We are here to end the reign of the symbol of peace, All Might. One question remains, however, where is he? Our intelligence suggests he was scheduled to be here, but he is not. Combat assessment. In progress. Threat. Unknown. Possess a form of portal or warping quirk that allows himself and others to be transported to various locations. Most likely serves as a utility as opposed to a combatant. Physical form is either shrouded by gaseous substance or composed of it. Recommended course of action. Gather more information. He isn't here to directly kill us, he would be defeated by our sheer numbers. He wants to scatter us with whatever those portals are. The villain continued his speech. It matters not, for that is not my role to play. My presence here is to kill every single one of you students. Bakugo and Kirishima tensed up, and only Izuku caught it in time. Kacha, stay out of 13's way. He glared at Izuku with a partial killing intent, but held himself back a bit longer, begrudgingly accepting whatever plan Deku had. Kirishima followed suit and just nodded. 13 took this as her time to make a choice, between the lives of her students or the life of a villain. Unfortunately, she was in no position for non-lethality. I may not be a combat hero, but I cannot let you harm my students. Surrender, or be devoured by the empty void of space. 13 let out a shout before uncapping one of her fingers, and unleashed her extremely lethal quirk on the villain. Massive pressure and tornado winds wrestled with the villain's amorphous form, exposing a metallic brace in its shroud-like form. It seemed victory was at hand, as he was pulled closer and closer to 13. Until the last second, of course. Faster than anyone could react, a portal opened up directly behind 13, and the intense winds from her quirk ate into her back instead, tearing a massive hole into her spacesuit. She couldn't even scream as she fell limp on the ground. The shrieks and gasps of terrified students shook the air. Ida, you have to escape and get help, whispered Izuku. Ida straightened his glasses and nodded. He did not feel okay leaving his friends and classmates, not in the slightest, But nobody else was coming for them, regardless if they defeated this one villain or not. Besides, he was just given a direct order by class deputy. It would be nothing short of dishonorable to disobey. Before he could stop him, however, Midoriya walked forward. Everyone stand back. I'll deal with him. Izuku extended his arm blades and took his place at the front of the crowd, putting on a false front of bravado to convince the villain who the real threat was. Hopefully, before whatever happened to him, Ida would escape and save the rest of the class. Bakugo figured his plan out, but Mina and most of the class could not possibly understand why Izuku was going out there, exposing himself to this thing. Do you intend to end my life with those blades of yours, young man? I don't believe you are capable, physically or otherwise. If you wish for a prolonged death, step forward, and I will make yet another example. Ida prepared himself. With a fierce, uncharacteristic war cry of die. Izuku dashed towards the villain and moved forward, attempting to predict where that metal brace was, but whether he missed or the villain dodged, he lost his mark. Caught sight of that, did you? Congratulations. I deem you worthy of polluting my warp gates with your entrails. Polluting his warp gates? Suddenly, the ground below him opened up, and Izuku narrowly avoided being split in half by the wrap gate as it rapidly closed, but his left arm blade was not so lucky, as nearly the entire blade was severed. Guess I should be thankful I can't feel those. Time for part 2 of the plan. Kaken. Finally! Bakugo literally blasted himself into the action and unleashed a massive explosion into the thick smoke villain, blowing away his cover and exposing the metal brace that contained his true body. Izuku rushed for it and tried to grab it, but faster than even his eyes could see, his right arm was engulfed in a shadowy warp gate up to his elbow. Then the gate closed. The entire class stared in a mixture of shock, horror, and pure rage, except for one. Izuku gasped at the sheer pain his hyperactive mind was taking in, and stumbled back, holding what remained of his right arm as it dripped a golden ichor, staining the floor. The villain laughed at his victory. Having your classmate expose and distract me while you go for my true body. Excellent improvisation. You're swift, but I have trained for decades. It may as well be instant. Something I question, however, is your choice to retract your blades and reduce your range at the last second. If you had not, you may have found your mark. Why? Izuku's pain suppressants kicked in and the boy found himself able to stand up straight and speak again, albeit with some difficulty. They. The villain chose to allow him his last words, if only to satisfy his curiosity. They were not the distractions. I was the distraction. Everyone looked at the exit to USJ. The door creaked ever so slightly, but was forced open enough for a student to get through. Someone had escaped. The students of Class 1A knew immediately, but the villain had no such luxury. His voice's tone turned from amusement to a forced, deadly calm. Done. Tell me your name. Izuku Midoriya. Congratulations on your victory, Midoriya. It will be your last. Farewell. With those last words, the villain opened a portal underneath him, and Izuku fell into the void. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX positives first. Let's see. Ida escaped. Everyone knows that Smoke Villain has a weak point, so maybe they can fight him, and Aizawa is actually the badass Eraserhead. Okay, now let's focus on the negatives. 13 is out of commission, possibly dead. That Smoke Villain is still very capable of killing or scattering some students before being overwhelmed, and can instantly escape at any time. My arm was just cut off, and I'm hurtling towards what looks like a very large body of water from a height of at least a few hundred feet. Once I impact the water, I'm gonna have the wind knocked out of me, and oh yeah, I still can't swim, arms or no. Hopefully it isn't too deep. Izuku plummeted down to earth and adjusted his body to hit the water feet first before doing exactly that. The rush of water overwhelmed his senses, but thankfully he was perfectly capable of seeing clearly under the water, at least for now. He sank further and further beneath, the rays of sun growing dim. His ears picked something up, however, a noise from down under, in the dark. It got close enough for him to see it on his thermals. A villain? Please don't have a ranged quirk. Lady Luck favored him that day. The villain's quirk gave him a shark-like appearance, evidenced by his extremely fast swim speed. The shark approached Izuku from directly underneath and rushed upwards to deliver a gut-ripping bite, but would be denied his glory that day. Izuku punched the man directly in the nose and grabbed his thick throat with his remaining hand, bringing his ears close to his mouth as he struggled in his grasp. Swim. Now. The man understood him, and swam upwards to the surface, to the light. Izuku wrapped his hand around the villain's torso to secure himself and withstand his breakneck swim speed. When they breached the surface of the water, the augmented students saw they were not alone. Surrounding them were other villains with aquatic-type quirks. Izuku felt a shiver down his spine, but not one of fear. This shiver was familiar and electric. A new augmentation. Please be wings, or flippers, or something that helps me move. New augmentation. Pheromone emitter, fear. Fear? Well, okay. That's disappointing. God damn it. Did you seriously get taken hostage by kid with one arm? Yelled an aquatic villain with an intimidating mask, or worse, his actual face. Hostage? How did okay? It's just acting, right? I hope this works. Before the villain in his grasp could respond, Izuku activated the fear and shifted his remaining hand over to his hostage's throat and extended his arm blade as far as he could, a stunning half-foot since it was damaged by that rap gate. He twisted his face into a cruel grin and brought the blade closer into his throat, drawing blood in the process, but not going through muscle. It's just acting. Everything's gonna be okay. Good evening, you subhuman wastes. My name is Deku, but from what I see, that applies more to you than it does me. They really did just pick some degenerates off the streets and drop them in a pond without telling you how deep the water is, huh? They didn't tell you what my quirk is either, did they? Some of the villains looked angry at the insults, but some actively shifted at his words, as uncertainty was sown in their thoughts. The fact that one of their allies had a blade at his throat and the kid was goddamn smiling at the whole thing wasn't reassuring them of their advantage. To my thought not. My quirk really speaks for itself, and my unusual appearance is a byproduct, as I nearly killed myself with it at a very young age. Unfortunately, every other person within a few hundred feet did not have the same luck. It's called Electric Storm. The vast majority of villains were now clearly unnerved. Some had swam away to put as much distance as possible between them and electric death, while the masked villain swam his ground. DMN, he must be a leader-type individual. We do not wish for death, Deku. That being said, our ally is still in your hands, and from what you've told me, you wouldn't hesitate to kill him and all of us after he brings you to shore. Why should I lay down and let you kill us without a fight? Izuku kept his wicked grin. Because you won't get close anyways, your forces are in fear, they wouldn't dare take up arms. It would only be you, cutting off any chance of mercy in some vain attempt to rescue him. If things go my way, you have a chance. If not. Izuku tightened his grip on the hostage, momentarily strangling him in front of all of them. Fine. I surrender, spat the lead aquatic villain. Excellent. Dear pet, lead me to shore please, Izuku commanded. Wyas. Nearly choked out the almost crying shark quirk villain. The shark swam towards shore before walking onto the land, where Izuku gained control over his movement and unhanded the villain. He stared at the augmented hero awkwardly and realized that he wasn't afraid of him anymore. Not even slightly. It's as if a switch in his head was turned off and he saw Deku again, as a kid with a missing arm that he was being paid a lot to kill. Sure. I still have the blade in my arm, in case you forgot. Make a move and I'll gut you, and all your friends once this is over. Or, get in the water and I'll never see you again. Maybe he could let the kid go just this once. Izuku watched as the aquatic villains received their comrade, and took in a deep breath as he realized just how close he was to dying for the second time that day. Sighing, he looked over to Aizawa cleaning up the last of the low-grade thugs. He was certainly moving slower than he was when he started, and his hair was not up as much. So that signals his quirk use. Then, one of the more dangerous-looking villains with the macabre hand decor sprinted towards him, and grabbed Aizawa's binding cloth as it was thrown at him. Aizawa went in with an elbow move, while also dodging a grab from the villain at the same time. Unfortunately, he was far stronger than he looked, and managed to grab his elbow before it could fully wind him. The teacher's elbow started flaking and disintegrating, the clothes and outer layer of flesh disappearing before him. Aizawa gasped and punched him with his free hand before retreating. Other thugs used the opportunity to attack but were still easily defeated, leaving Eraserhead and his enemy in a glaring contest. A touch-based disintegration quirk? Aizawa must have overused his erasure by now fighting that army. He needs my help. With me we can beat them, and then he'll be able to shut down that warp gate guy. Ida, please hurry. Izuku activated his invisibility and stalked the blue-haired villain, approaching from his flank as he continued to stare at the pro-hero. He was nearly in range. Little brat, there aren't nearly enough screams to cover up your stomping. Damn it. I'm not wearing my stealth boots. He attempted to grab Izuku, but with the lack of a visible body to grab it was easily dodged and countered with a rib-breaking punch of his own. The villain's breath hitched as he retreated, but was covered up by a bloodthirsty growl. Ida gave up? Well, I can't quite fight off Eraserhead and his robotic one-armed brat with broken ribs, can I? I didn't want to damage him, but desperate times, right? This is a hell of a mini-boss encounter. He looked up towards the inhuman bird-faced creature, who had been standing mechanically still this entire time. Izuku pieced it together. They were here to kill All Might, but some lowly thugs and two legitimately dangerous villains couldn't possibly be enough to kill him. The answer to the puzzle was right in front of them the whole time, and so far it hadn't hurt a soul. He felt something wrap around his torso. Nomu. Izuku managed to track him with his eyes, but couldn't react in time to his sheer speed. He was pulled back by Aizawa's binding cloth just barely before that thing could smash a mighty fist into the ground where he once stood, pulverizing the surface and knocking the heroes back from the sheer winds generated. Just like All Might when he defeated the sludge villain. Combat assessment, in progress. Threat, unrivaled. Nomu shows signs of genetic modification, allowing for supernatural strength, speed, and durability comparable with number 1 hero, All Might. Possess massive combat advantage over every other threat user has faced so far. Recommend action. Activate invisibility, escape. Aizawa must have erased his quirk. Is he truly that fast and strong without quirks? He's like All Might. Do you like him? My Nomu has been created specifically to kill All Might, but I don't think he'll take any damage killing you. May as well get the ads out of the way before the final boss, right? Nomu-dash. A booming sound from the entrance of USJ captured the attention of those within. I am here. All Might. Suddenly, the warp gate villain appeared next to the apparent leader of the pack. Much of his smoky mass was considerably reduced, to the point where you could see the outline of his metal chassis. Tamura Shigaraki, a student has escaped. The pros will be he dash. No. Quiet. Don't ruin this. He is here, and Nomu will crush him. He is too. All we've done that this is what it's led up to. The final fight at once he is dead, we will leave. Shigaraki examined his ally a little more closely. Couldn't handle a few kids, Kurojairi? Pathetic. Kurojairi directed his gaze towards Izuku, wet, mutilated and worse for wear, but very much alive. Izuku glared back, an unspoken nemesis established between the two that would have to be determined at a later time. Because right now, All Might was not smiling. The Titan of Peace made his way towards the Grand Plaza of USJ, absolutely crushing every villain in his path to ensure no further interference. Like Nomu, he was too fast to react to, even Izuku could barely track him with his eyesight. He tore off his tie and took his place by Eraserhead and Deku, raising his fists. Dear friends, I apologize for not being here when I was needed. Please stand back and watch the number 1 hero in action. All Might took in the situation before him. Shigaraki and Kurojairi, with another, unknown big guy who didn't look quite alive. Shoyuta Aizawa was breathing harshly, and through his goggles he could see his eyes red and bloodshot from quirk overuse. His elbow was injured and bleeding heavily. He needed to get to a hospital. In Midoriya. The sight of one of his favorite students with a dismembered limb and stains of golden blood on his gym uniform sent earthquakes of rage and remorse through him. His failure to have his priorities in check is the reason why this had happened. That arm was his failure. His expression of valor he displayed in the combat exercise was all but gone. He looked afraid now. However, his golden irises shone through to him, and they showed him to still possess hope. Hope in him. All Might, that thing, it's as strong as you are. They made it to fight you, and your I mean. My time limit, Midoriya? You really don't just think about yourself, do you? To think the soul most worthy of one for all will never hold its power. All Might gave him a thumbs up and rejected his rage, choosing to smile instead. He couldn't lose control, no matter how angry he was at such scum for hurting his students. He had to act like a hero, not a vigilante. He had to set an example to his students. Thanks for the advice, young man. Now please get to safety. I have a feeling this is going to get messy. Midoriya nodded and ran to the stairs with Aizawa, making it halfway up before he heard a massive impact and a rush of wind. Turning around, he saw the raw devastation unleashed by the titans of good and evil. The ground itself broke before their blows, trees uprooted and flew as if they were tossed by tornadoes. Izuku stood and watched, fully captivated by the raw power emanating from his hero. He had a feeling he was going to be rewatching this particular memory until his dying day. I am the world symbol of peace and justice, and I will show you what these words truly mean. Go beyond, plus ULT. With that last, glorious phrase, the Nomu was forcibly removed from USJ out of a massive hole in the ceiling that definitely was not there before. All Might had prevailed over evil once again, and secured USJ. Next to Izuku, Aizawa gasped and closed his eyes, blinking repeatedly and cursing under his breath from extreme pain. How long has he been erasing his quirk? Aizawa-sensei. At the epicenter of the battle, All Might stood tall, glaring at the remaining villains. He wasn't moving, but he wasn't steaming either. It was only dust. He must be trying to keep that form in place. Izuku did not need enhanced hearing to get a grasp on Shigaraki's emotional state, as he screamed out at the sky. God damn it. You were supposed to be weaker, but you haven't lost item in step. Shock absorption, super regeneration, a modified genetic makeup that yet he was perfect. You beat him as if he had nothing. You filthy trash of society, I'll FKI dash. Shigaraki. This has been a crushing defeat, but we still have our lives and our freedom. If you go for him, I cannot guarantee our escape, warned Kurojiri. An uncomfortable silence filled the battlefield as Shigaraki took in the information. He started scratching at his neck violently, shivering and muttering under his breath as he did. Oh my symbol of peace. We were clearly underprepared for this final boss encounter, but next time, we will kill you. I will see your corpse before me, and dash. From the entrance to USJ, a gunshot rang, then a few more, from the Western hero, Snipe. The bullets found their mark in Shigaraki, embedding themselves in his arms and legs, before Kurojiri escaped through his warp gate, dragging the man-child along with him. The pro-heroes. Kirishima. Izuku recognized the voice at the top of the steps, and remembered just how the last of his classmates saw him before he was warped away. He rushed up the stairs with newfound determination coursing through his artificial veins. Mina probably thinks I'm dead. When he reached the top, he was happy to find out that 13 was and all of his classmates were alive. Unfortunately, that also meant Kaken, who was stomping towards him at an increasingly fast pace. "You stupid but motherfucker, who the hell do you think you are?" Demonier screamed his friend rival. This, of course, gained the attention of all the students as well as some pro-heroes. Hi, Kaken, meekly tried Izuku. Don't FHI Kaken me, your dumbass almost got killed while you were on that being a hero bullshit. I could have kicked his butt, your girlfriend could have threw some lethal shit at him, but you're stupid. I can't let anyone get hurt, Kaken, but decided to get your arm cut off just so you could save them. Wow, I don't think he's ever cared about me this much before. Well, that IT worked, didn't it? Ida got out and got All Might and the pros over here. Katsuki Bakugo simply huffed and punched him in the shoulder that still had a full arm, knowing well that it would have hurt himself more than it would Izuku. Mina approached him, unsure of what to say. Really, what was there to say? Oh hello Izu, glad you didn't die for the second time today. Could you maybe stop almost dying? It kind of freaks me out and makes me so scared I can't think properly without your stupid puppy dog face popping in every 5 seconds, thanks. Feeling too emotionally strained to be witty in any way, she just wrapped her arms around him and sighed, remembering the tears that shamelessly flew out when he was taken from her. He was taken from us. Izuku returned the hug without hesitation, doing his best to ignore the fact the hug wasn't quite complete without a certain limb of his. She massaged her fingers through his hair and sighed into his shoulder. Was she really this worried? I'm so sorry, Mina. Don't be like you're a real hero. You were always my hero since the entrance exam, but now the class sees you the same way. At least they better. I'm not mad at you, Izuku. I just wish you didn't have to get hurt to keep us.to keep me safe. That's a really bad habit of yours. Will the arm grow back? If my face can grow back after being turned into goo, I should be able to grow my arm back. Great. She's still upset. What do I say to her? This is all so new to me. What would All Might do? Izuku remembered his very first sight of the hero, from before his quirk manifested. All Might saving hundreds from that disaster, his signature smile proudly displayed. He would make her smile. Well, that I gotta hand it to you, Mina, you sure know how to make someone feel appreciated. Mina raised an eyebrow. Did he just? Man, no wonder my comedy act never took off. Mina felt light all of a sudden. Was he really making puns about this? Like that one? Guess it's a warp then. Just stop. Mina couldn't help but smile at his genuine attempt at comedy. For a robot, he had a pretty decent DLV. Time for the grand finale. What if I don't stop? Will everything still be All Might? Finished Izuku, while also molding his face into his best All Might impression which he had been practicing in secret for years. Ha ha ha, oh my god Izuku. What's with that face, ha? What started as a slightly amusing joke turned into full-on laughter, and Izuku couldn't possibly be more proud of himself for making her smile. That beautiful, adorable smile that made him want to hold her close, and I'm still holding her close. Mina felt Izuku's frame stiffen considerably in her arms, and judging from the violent shades of red on him, he just now realized how close he was being with her. Normally she would have found this situation funny and maybe would have broken some boundaries to mess with him a little, but this time, something had changed. She could feel it. Their relationship wasn't quite the same anymore. What started as fun teasing turned into something more, something noticeable. Their grip on each other wasn't something done out of necessity anymore, they were both choosing to touch each other. She was doing this because it felt good. I like him. I have legit feelings for you, Izu. Coming to terms with herself, she tightened her grip on Izuku Midoriya and looked directly at him, despite the heavy blush now accommodating both of their faces, and gave him a signature prize-winning Ashido smile. She was pleased to feel him relax his stiff grip, while still keeping firm, and smiled at her back. This is good. After USJ, all the students were to be taken to Recovery Girl's infirmary before being questioned by police. To think villains would directly strike at the #1 hero school chilled her to the bone. From early reports, only one student received serious injuries. So long as it isn't that troublesome Midoriya, I should be able to stabilize them. Enter Midoriya and company. Supported, unnecessarily, it looked like, by Bakugo and Ida. With Ashido alongside them, the injury-prone student walked into her infirmary, with a grisly wound to his right arm, which was all but removed at the elbow. The mentioned student shuffled uneasily, showing signs of social anxiety, not excruciating pain. Recovery Girl Sanai. Boy, just sit down. I think we both know there's not much I can do about this, but as official nurse of Yui, I must formally examine you before I can let you loose to fulfill your urge for injury again, understand? Please stay still. Am I correct in assuming there are no other major injuries? Correct, no other students received injuries greater than a scrape, Shizenji-san, confirmed Ida. I suppose it's fortunate that an injury this severe happened to someone as durable as Midoriya. That being said, Midoriya likely only received this injury because he would willingly place himself in dangerous situations. Your quirk grants you a particularly high pain tolerance. How much pain can you feel? It's all numb. I can't feel anything past my shoulder. No wonder he hurts himself so much. He likely hasn't felt immense, prolonged pain since before his quirk developed fully. Rules out autism, meaning his natural, relatively healthy mind simply disregards the dangers in favor of doing what it believes is right. Reminds me of a certain someone. This is an extremely clean cut. I doubt this was done by some knife-wielding maniac, especially through such dense material. How were you injured? The boy grimaced. A natural response. I thought a villain named Kurogiri used his warp gate quirk to get those villains into and out of USJ. He closed a gate that my arm was in and that I don't know where it is. I'll make sure you're informed if it's found. Teleportation quirks are very rare, yet the villains would risk their main utility by having him participate in combat? Hard to believe they attacked just to hurt some children. After finishing her examination of Midoriya and putting everything in fine print, Recovery Girl turned him over to the police. Knowing full well another certain individual with a knack for hurting himself would be in for a checkup as well, the no longer youthful heroine prepared herself some tea. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX erupted in a roar of doubt, worry, and shame. The greatest hero academy in Japan successfully attacked before the week's end. It was rumored that students received injuries, with one unlucky student in particular losing part of their body to the villains. That very same student was escorted home by police personnel after an examination by recovery girl and questioning by school staff and police. That's to say, he got home very late. Steeling his nerves and preparing himself, he opened the door to greet his mother. "Mom, please don't freak out, it's okay." "Izuku, what the F happened to your arm? Did she just?" "She never does that." Immediately recoiling in shock of herself, Izuku Midoriya collapsed to the floor and cried, and cried and cried and cried, and just when she felt done crying, she cried once more for good measure. One of her nightmares had come true, yet to come true so soon was horrible. Her baby boy was attacked by villains and missing half his arm. Izuku.h how? Seeing his own mother break down like this was heartbreaking for the boy. While she was known for losing her composure and being worrisome, this broke the limits of everything he'd seen so far. His heart became submerged in a guilty substance, and it was golden. "I bet you heard about the attack at USJ, right? My class was there and I didn't want anyone to get hurt. I couldn't let them separate us like they planned because if they were able to do that while I was there, when I could have done something how would I ever be a hero?" Izuku's voice broke near the end. He had never seriously considered how his mother would be affected by the dangers of his job, always wondering if her boy was going to get himself killed one day. Never before had he just wished for a day to end as badly as he did now. The idea of sleep and unconsciousness appealed to him far more than it had before. I love you, Izuku. I know you want to be a hero more than anything in the world. I just want you to be happy, but you have to stay alive too. I will, Mom, I promise." Izuku hugged his mother, stayed up a bit with her, and helped her with dishes that day, 2 arms or no. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX completely refreshed and full of energy. Yui was cancelled that day, in favor of an official investigation by staff and police into the USJ incident. Internet speculation ran rampant, with hundreds of articles theorizing the villain's goal. It amused Izuku to see how inaccurate their guesses were, though it was hardly surprising. Breaking into a school full of heroes to kill the most powerful hero? It was outlandish and plain stupid. No one would ever guess that's how it really went down. After laying in bed for another hour on his phone, Izuku got up. I feel like a train wreck, but my body feels like it could wreck that train. Does that even make sense? Sometimes the atmosphere doesn't match the scene. Something he took notice of, however, was that his injured arm grew back about 4 inches, the metallic appendage having glossed over the open end of the wound. That's good. This is great. Almost nobody grows their arms back. Don't be selfish. It's great. Izuku, you have a visitor. his mother called to him from the kitchen. Must be Kaken. Weird, he usually sends some angry texts before coming over to drag me to training. Deciding to stay in his all-might pajamas, Izuku figured he could use a break today given his condition. Kaken would probably understand, right? Probably not. When he opened his bedroom door, he saw something very unexpected. Aida. In the flesh, Tenya Ida awaited him outside his door, wearing semi-formal blue clothing that could only be described as dad's playing golf, and started performing his erratic hand gestures. Good morning, Midoriya-san. With the absence of both class representative and deputy assistant, I have taken it upon myself to accompany Bakugo, Ishido, Uraraka, Hagakure, and Kirishima in their journey to your home. I must say, I did not expect humble beginnings from such a promising fellow student, but if anything, it is a testament to your willpower and intelligence to push through regardless. Oh, I like him. Izuku's mother chuckled at the sheer finesse Ida displayed in acknowledging their financial situation. In the living room, there sat all those Ida mentioned, with tea in their hand and smiles on their faces. At least mostly. He couldn't really tell if Hagakure smiled or not. Izuku remembered his failed attempt on sneaking up on Shigaraki. Hagakure, she could probably give me some tips on moving around quietly without my boots. Echich, nice pieces. Mina spoke up a little louder than she needed to, earning her best friend some hollers and hoots from the crowd. Inko Midoriya smiled silently to herself, hoping she remembered to apologize to her son later for the embarrassment. Izuku's face reddened yet again, as he ran back into his room, taking the All Might-themed nameplate off the door before he did. They're here. How did they get here? Only Kaken knows where I live and he wouldn't go telling people for fun. Unless, of course, the person who asked him was close to Izuku, persistent to a fault, vaguely knew Bakugo, and was socially competent enough to convince like-minded others to join her. Obvious. Mina, you're too nice. No, really. After a lengthy session of undressing and redressing himself, Izuku Midoriya left his room wearing socks, jeans, and an All Might t-shirt. He was surprised to see his mother conversing with the students, talking about him. That he never talked to Izuku since. It's a shame they split apart because of something out of his control. And when he was 7, he grew those knives out of his arms, scared me half to death. Oh, you know what? I think I have some pictures of his pre-quirk days. I'll try and find them. Mom. The crowd turned towards Izuku, some of them have clearly just finished laughing, while the rest simply smirked at him, eager to tease. Inko grinned mischievously and get off the couch, going to the kitchen to wash some dishes. So you're a fan of All Might, huh? Questioned Kirishima, his sharp teeth shining brightly when he spoke. Well, that a little bit, sheepishly responded the fanboy. I think it was more than a little bit, Midoriya-kun, Hagakure teased. It is, confirmed Baku. You should see his room, guiltlessly called out Inko. Izuku, I love you, but you really do have to make more friends. Ever since you and Shinso stopped talking. Onward to Midoriya's room, enthusiastically called out Uraraka, as the crowd got up and marched to Izuku's doom. The boy panicked and barricaded the door with himself, making sure to center his body over the doorknob and cover the rest with his fully remaining left arm. You don't want to go in there, there's nanobugs inside. Bakugo scoffed, while Ida furrowed his brow. Nanobugs, Midoriya? Yeah. It's what happens when someone who has a mechanical type quirk has lice. That won't infect you, but they will bite hard. Interesting, I've never heard of such a thing. I must thank you for protecting your fellow Dash. He's full of shit. Deku, let him see your geek but room already. No. Guys, it's kinda embarrassing. Surprised at the outburst, as well as taking note of his legit-mate discomfort, Kirishima and Ida backed away from the door. Uraraka did the same, but the remaining girls were undeterred. Mina and Hagakure grabbed Izuku's left arm, pulling as hard as they could to try and budge him. Come on Izu, it's not that bad. I'm a hero nerd too, you know. Let us in. Let us in. Let us in. Good luck trying to budge him, the diamond wall will break before you tear him away. Struggling in vain, Hagakure gave up and backed off, panting and reclaiming her breath. Mina stayed and put her hands on Izuku's mechanical bicep, leaning in close so only he would hear. You know I could probably tickle you into defeat, but I don't want to embarrass you or anything. How about you show me what it looks like later, just us two, okay? Izuku nodded, knowing this was probably the best deal he was going to get out of her, as well as wanting some personal space back. Her face was so close and the faint aroma of strawberries gently caressed his senses. Wait, since when did she smell like strawberries? Once he was assured he gained victory over his privacy, Izuku relented his guard and joined the others on the couch, sitting on the farthest end he could. Mina made sure she was last to sit down, claiming the spot next to him. Amidst the chaos and embarrassment, there was a very crucial question that needed to be asked that he had previously neglected. Hey guys, not that I don't mind your company, but why are you here? Also how? Well, I was worried about you, Izu. Losing an arm is kinda a big deal. Thing is, these guys were worried too. They asked me where you lived, but I didn't know and I couldn't ask you cause the police got their hands on ya, so I asked him where you lived, and he told me to. Well, you could probably guess what he told me to do, but then the rest of us started asking too, so he finally gave up, but said he was coming with. He didn't say why though. Oh, well that's actually really nice of you guys, thanks. Sorry there's not really much to do here, but Izuku stuck out his injured right arm the best he could, tracing his thumb over the end of it. My arm will grow back eventually. It grew about 4 inches overnight, but soon I'll have the entire thing back. Dang, does that mean you can grow back anything? Asked Kirishima. I'd rather not find out to be honest. Uraraka listened intently. If his arm can grow back, does that mean the old one still works? If it still works, that means it would probably sell for a lot. There have been times where quirked body parts can be successfully transplanted. So if he lost another arm. Uraraka paled in fear of herself. What the hell is wrong with me? He sacrificed that fighting an evil smoke monster and I'm thinking about money? Inko finished up a kitchen cleaning and looked at the couch, overflowing with children, laughter, questions, and conversation. The best part of it all? Her little boy was participating in all of it. This tea is exemplary, complimented Ida when he took notice of her. Why, thank you. My dear Izuku finally has a group of friends. I'm so proud of him. He has good judgment with people, especially that tall one. So many girls too, though, if I had to guess. She fixed her gaze at Ishido, though Mina was the name she heard more often than not from her boy's own lips. Pink skin, eyes like Izuku's, and horns. Who knew her child would grow up to be so deviant? She appeared to be very social as well, with high bursts of energy that simply refused to let the conversation die, switching from one topic to the next. They contrasted each other in nearly every way, only sharing eyes, yet somehow, it worked. She wasn't just making him talk to her, she was making him talk to everyone. Hey guys, wanna play some video games at my house? Offered Ishido. Sounds like a good time. You better not be one of those play for fun types. I never played, to be honest. I've played a little before, Mom, is that okay? His mother gave her sweetest smile. Of course, dear. Be back by 8. Yeah, let's go. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX sound to an upbeat rhythm as they walked down the sun-scorched sidewalks. Some passers-by glanced at the unusual group of a pink girl with horns, a floating pair of clothes, an extremely young father with engine legs, a robot amputee, and two normal teens. Yet, the group paid them no mind, happily engaged in their own activities. I can probably guess why All Might's your favorite, Midoriya bro. How so? He's probably gonna say how strong he is or something, being that he's friends with Kaken. 'Cause he's manly as hell. Called it. I don't mean strong though, that I figured that you're pretty strong, but from what you showed everyone at USJ, is that you're the kind of person always willing to help people out, even if it might get you killed. Just like All Might, you've got that hero attitude engraved in your brain or something. To me, that's pretty manly. Mina turned around, walking backwards with surprising control. That's so true. You guys already saw the video of the entrance exam I showed you. Izuku here didn't even hesitate to save me from that giant robot. He should have been racking up more points, but he went after me instead. Mina reached out and poked Izuku's chest, firmly pressing her finger over his heart, or rather, its replacement organ. My knight of shining armor. You've got more heart than any normal human I've met. Happily embarrassed by Kirishima and Ishido, Izuku just smiled and covered his face, nearly crying from the sheer influx of pride and happiness he felt. I think it's fucking weird how he doesn't blink. Damn it, Kaken, I was having a moment. Oh my god, same? I do not ever recall seeing Midoriya blink, now that I think on it. I guess a robot wouldn't really need to blink. Mina and Izuku just sighed at the spoiled moment, but even the sigh was interrupted by a man in a dark hoodie colliding into Mina, knocking her over onto the sidewalk. Ah. Oh my. His voice was smooth, but gravelly as well, as though he was sick with something. I apologize for bumping into you, I was not paying proper attention as I should have. Something about him did not sit right with Izuku. His was pretty clothed for the heat, and his face was mostly obscured. The man offered his hand to Mina, which she hesitantly took, and allowed herself to be pulled up with almost no effort. Oh, it's okay really. I was the one walking backwards, huh? The hooded man only nodded his head, before directing his attention to Izuku. Young man, may I ask how you received that injury? Izuku tensed under the stranger's question, but chose to answer it before Kaken started a fight. I don't see how that's any of your god dash. I received it during the attack at USJ. He valiantly sacrificed himself for us, and succeeded in preventing any major injuries. You see, we were all involved in USJ, concluded Ida. The man paused and thought it over before replying. I see. You have the makings of a real hero. Villains with so little purpose as to break into Yui. Just to strike down kids disgust me. Thank you for answering my question. Goodbye. The man walked past them, before rounding a corner. He seems .ha. Yeah. You shouldn't have told him sheet for eyes. Perhaps you're correct. Are you all right, Mina? Mina offered a reluctant smile. Oh, it's fine, Izu, let's keep going. Creepy guy or no, he seemed all right. Izuku allowed himself to relax. Yeah, I guess so. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX palace. It was a legit-made house, with multiple front-facing windows and everything. She looked down at her phone, deftly scrolling through menus and interfaces before acknowledging a single text for a tenth of a second and putting it away. Alright, ahem, that we are here. The door should be open. Opening the door, Mina casually strolled in, with Hagakure doing the same. Kirishima and Ida entered with more caution, taking a moment to observe their surroundings. Uraraka seemed awestruck by the house like Izuku, her expression remaining as she went in. Bakugo simply waited for his training partner go in first. I'm about to go into a girl's house and oh, it's not like that. It's just Mina, and we're here to play some friendly matches of whatever she has. Walking through the doorway, Izuku was assaulted by a wave of discordant noise, categorized by many loud and overlapping voices, causing his internals to track them all subconsciously, much to the displeasure of Izuku. He followed Uraraka in the hopes that they were going away from the chaos of it all. Mina, who are these new guys? Commanded a booming, friendly, and male voice. Just friends from school. Remember when I said I'd visit Midoriya's place with the others to check on him? We're gonna play some video games. Alright, CYA, responded who may have been her father. At least I know where she gets it from. Hey Mina, is that your dad? Yeah, that's my dad, don't worry about him, dude's built like All Might and yells just as loud but he's a total softie. Come on, my room is just up here. Going up a set of stairs and taking a right, the UE students found themselves in front of a door, with a Mina-style nameplate on it. Opening the door and lazily sprawling out on her bed, Mina introduced them. Welcome to Maison de Mina. Pretty cute, huh? Mina's room was, if it could be described simply, lively. However, it can't be described simply, at least not in Izuku's opinion. The overload of stuff and colors required his mind to take its time in absorbing all the information in. Her bed, pillows, even walls, were adorned in a black and hot pink pattern with similar style to her hero costume, with the difference of it being more snaky as opposed to splotchy. Other details stood out too, like the pillows covered in hot pink hearts, stuffed animals on the bed and on her dresser, and a coat rack covered in various outfits. Nearly every surface was covered in pink or black, fuzzy material. It was clear what Mina's favorite colors were. The room reminded Izuku of one inescapable fact. Mina is a girl. A very feminine one at that. Wow, Ashido-kun, I can tell it's yours just from looking at it, possibly complimented Uraraka. That's the idea. I did not imagine you the studious kind of individual, yet you have a surprising number of books in those bookcases, also possibly complimented Ida. Studies, right? Nice poster, bluntly, but clearly complimented Kaken, who gestured to an alien poster on the wall. Oh yeah, those old movies are my favorite franchise, excitedly squealed Mina, as she dug under her blankets and pulled out an alien plushie, tossing it over to Izuku. What do you think of my room, Small Might Midoriya? Izuku blushed again, hiding his face with the alien plushie as he did so. The students gave a hearty chuckle at the teasing. Ugh, she told you about that? Your mom's really cool, bro, but that she told us a lot of things. Sorry, Kirishima figured the poor dude was about to overheat with the sheer amount of embarrassment he'd gone through today. Come on, answer the question. I think it really represents you, like Uraraka said, but that it's so full of life and color. It's like over time your positive and upbeat energy kinda seeped into it, and made it your own. Does that make sense? Mina smiled at the boy's generous, although admittedly poorly phrased compliment. Only a little, but I love the way you said it. Alright, let's play something. Mina jumped up from her bed and turned on the TV in her room, picking up 4 controllers as she did so and tossing them on the bed. She began gliding through her bookcase, one section of which filled to the brim with video games. Alright, I got Nintendo Racing, Pro Hero Smash, Immortal Conflict. As Mina continued on, Izuku and his new friends came to a chilling realization in their own ways upon picking up the controllers. How is Midoriya going to play? And there's also Mineshaft, but to be honest I have a feeling Exploding Splotterson wouldn't enjoy it. So, what's your pick? Ida decided to break the news. There's a bigger problem than FNG Mines dash. Excuse me, Ashido-san, but there is a significant problem that has not been accounted for. You see, Midoriya does not have both hands available to use the controller. If Mina could pale, she would've. How am I so stupid? Of course he can't play video games. I don't know. I can fix this. Somehow. Izu, I am so sorry. Mina, it's fine really. I hardly ever play video games and I'm happy just watching so dash. No. Sorry. That was loud. I mean, let's just share a controller, that could work, right? How does Pro Hero Smash sound? HMPF. I'm good at that. I shall sit out in favor of letting someone else play. I have little experience in this field, I admit. Let's go, Ashido-kun. Putting the game on and starting it up, Mina took her seat on the bed next to Izuku, sitting on his right to ensure he could fully use his left arm. The other 3 playing were Kirishima, Bakugo, and Hagakure. Mina already knew she wasn't going to win against Hagakure, but part of her was worried on how Bakugo would react to losing because he definitely wasn't going to beat her. Setting up a match by herself, Mina then draped her left arm over Izuku, much to his surprise, and scooted closer, her warm thigh brushing up against his. She began to explain the basics of the game and his role as the left side of the controller, movement and such, while the right side controlled attacks and advanced techniques. They were brought up to the character selection screen. Izuku's eyes immediately found All Might amongst the vast array of pro heroes. I bet I know who you want to pick, Izu. Sorry, I don't mean to obligate you or anything. No, it's fine, I like playing him. Even if he is a little off meta at the moment. Bakugo picked Vlad King, no surprise there. Kirishima picked Crimson Riot, meaning him purely because he was his favorite in real life, and Hagakure. Mina sighed. Why do you always have to pick Edshot? This is supposed to be a friendly game, Toru. Alright, ready? Yeah. They were not ready. Immediately Hagakure and Bakugo cleaned house, mopping the floor with the soaps that were Mina, Izuku, and Kirishima. Showing a massive gap in skill level and reaction speed, The two professionals faced off against each other with deadly calm. Suddenly, the session of friendly video game became less casual. Geez, Kaken, how are you so good? I didn't even know you played this. My old hag was worried I couldn't ever relax and that I was too obsessed with training, so she bought me this when I was 9. Turns out, it's a decent test of reflexes. That honestly makes a lot of sense. No one else can react on par with me like he can. If only I had both hands. What about you, Hagekirsen? How long have you played this? A year, she responds simply, too focused on the game to go further in detail. What? How in the F are you keeping up with me in just a year? I dunno, I'm just really good, that's what Ishido says. That's amazing, complimented Uraraka. Just 1 year? She looks like she could keep up with pro players. How is? Izuku examined her playstyle a little closer and noticed something crucial. She prefers to remain on the offensive, using elaborately guided movement to bait out Kaken's defenses and leave him vulnerable, yet she doesn't react as fast as he does whenever he is on the offense, choosing to retreat instead of block or parry. Hold on. Hey, Hagekure-san, can you not see your own body? Nope. That's it. She's able to pull off that kind of movement because she has perfect hand and finger dexterity, like me. She never had the luxury of knowing where her own hands and body parts are, so she's had to have developed super awareness and control of her own body to survive as a child. That kind of control translates to video games perfectly, as she can push or pull the analog sticks and buttons with the exact amount of pressure required. No wonder she's so hard to hear. Aizu, did you really pick up all that just from watching her play? Mina whispered in his ear. Damn it, I was mumbling again. Why yeah. That's amazing. I bet she didn't even know that. You're smart as hell, Izuku. I think that's why you're gonna be a great hero. You're really good at thinking. Another rush of endorphins and good feelings bubbled inside him, just like before when they were walking to her house, and when she got very close to him while he was barricading his own door. Taking great care not to say his thoughts aloud, Izuku sighed. You make me feel happy. Hey, Mina. Thank you for checking up on me today, and not barging in my room, and sharing a controller with me just so I can be involved. And thanks for everything. You made this day fun. You're a great person. Mina smiled at him and gave him a hug, eager to hide the violet flush spreading through her cheeks, while also just wanting to hug him for saying such kind things. Is just a compliment all that's needed now? Good. Eventually, Hagekure won, much to the dismay of Bakugo and Kirishima. Ida and Uraraka were given multiple turns as well, with Izuku trying to man the right side of the controller. He did better that time, but there wasn't much one could do with half a controller and zero experience, perfect dexterity or no. It didn't matter. All that mattered was that he was at a friend's house, with a group of friends, all having fun, and that couldn't have been bad to him, win or lose. When Izuku Midoriya went home that day, he wished only to stay awake and daydream about the future he would have with his friends. In a place unknown to the conscious of Izuku, a great and ancient evil thought to itself, before being intruded upon. A gaseous, shadowy substance materialized in his dark room, with an equally shadow-like man stepped through. Kurogiri spoke. Sensei, I have discovered something of importance. The ancient evil spoke, his tone calm, but radiating immense power, like a supposedly disarmed nuclear weapon. Kurogiri, it has been some time since you personally visited. This must be important. Kurogiri unwrapped a cloth he carried, revealing one half of a robotic arm. It is from the USJ incident. It belonged to a student who caused great disruption of the plan. Izuku Midoriya. He nodded. Correct, it is my belief that this could benefit us in some way. Great minds think alike. Of course. What did you have in mind? The ancient evil thought only for a moment before responding. The answer to their problems had been in plain sight, yet he never paused to consider it before now. It amused him greatly. He had experimented using genetic modification and quirk assignment, but what if that was not his only option? Kurogiri did not see it, but the ancient evil grinned. Nomu. After a free day of friends and games, Izuku Midoriya was happy to return to Yui Academy, knowing he would see those who visited him and the rest of his class once again. Walking into his homeroom, he was ambushed from the left by Mina, who let out a holler and jumped sideways onto Izuku, forcing him to catch her bridal style with a yelp. The augmented, but also injured, teen struggled to securely hold her in his arms, with his right being significantly reduced. Her skirt is... Told you he'd catch me, Kaminari. Oh no, looks like you were right, too bad. Kaminari gave a surprisingly subtle wink at Izuku, whose right stump was very close to the hem of Mina's skirt. Unfortunately for the lightning-haired student, Jiro was already used to his perverted antics, and caught on to his scheme. His sides would hurt for reasons other than laughter that day. Haruchi likes to punish his flirty behavior, but she doesn't ever really tell him to go away or to stop, and loves to make fun of him. He kinda just rolls with it. Is that healthy? He makes moves on nearly every girl and does his best to come off as cool, but he takes the teasing and physical abuse without any complaint. I wonder, hey Midori, you gonna keep feeling me up with your stump, or are you just gonna keep staring at my favorite ship? Half-teased the bold Pinkette, cutting his thoughts off. Oh, sorry. He set her down as gently as he could given his situation. Favorite ship? Mina's face lit up at the mention of the word ship, her previous teasing smile turning into one of energetic glee. Her eyes widened, hands turned to fists and brought up to her biers, and skipped in place, once, twice, 3 times. Her entire attitude turned, if Izuku could describe it, gossipy. She lowered her voice to a whisper, yet its volume was barely below normal speaking. Oh my god, okay, so Jiro doesn't really talk to many guys, right? But she still lets Kaminari ramble on until he says or does something pervy, then well, you know what she does. From an outside view, it seems like he's just annoying her, but whenever I see her smile, it's because he's involved. Whether she's laughing at him when he shouts out the wrong answer when he thinks he's right, or when he screws up talking to a girl, it makes her smile. She doesn't know it, but she's making herself like him. They're totally gonna be a thing later. I'm really good at sensing these things. What do you think? Izuku was struck by the sheer force of her enthusiasm. She is so into this. Well, to be honest, I kinda think they're more friends than a couple. Yeah, he flirts with her and she lets him until he goes too far, but they seem I don't know, too comfortable? They're not really putting themselves out there for each other, I guess. Mina blinked. That makes a lot of sense. Putting themselves out there for each other. Lame. I was for sure at least one of them was crushing on the other. Makes sense though. So. Who are you crushing on, Midori? Izuku's body reacted before his thoughts could, face flooding red and mind becoming unresponsive as the secretly stern Pinkette feigned innocent curiosity. I'm not. Oh, that blush betrays thee, Midori. You are crushing on someone. Who? And nobody. TSK, liar. You better tell me. You are a quiet type. Uraraka? And no. Arich, obviously you're a Rozu, she's pretty smart like you. Not to mention her assets. Mina winked at him. Izuku's legs were now vibrating in place as his anxiety overtook him, assaulting his mind and body in all might-esque waves of power. He tried to respond, but couldn't. No? Is Itsuyu? Don't worry, I won't judge. Izuku shook his head no, praying to whatever would take pity on him for some kind, any kind, of divine intervention to save him from the terrifying ironic situation Mina placed him in. Even a villain attack or a fire drill would be acceptable at this point. Well, we just talked about Jiro and you weren't weird about it, and if you had a crush on Hagakure I would have noticed it yesterday at my house. Amina class is about to start, we should really. So that just leaves. Izuku held his breath, remembering the words of his brash friend after their battle. Do you like Pinky? Wow, Izuku. You never told me you swung that way. It. It's not so loud. Oh, that explains the cute nickname. Kaken. Dang, how long have you been crushing on him? Ahem. The pair of close friends turned towards the source of the noise. Yororozu stood up straight in her seat, looking naturally authoritative, as though she had practiced from childhood to do so. She smiled politely at the two and spoke. It is approximately 1 minute until homeroom starts. Aizawa-sensei will likely arrive before that. Please take your seats. Was she always that rigid? Mina paused, before she shrugged and ruffled his hair. He smiled, unsure if it was from the friendly contact, or if it was self-defense mechanism in response to the sheer monstrosity of a conversation Mina forced upon him. Oh well, if you ever feel like telling me who your crush is, I'm always here for you, concluded the teasing girl as she slipped a scrap of paper into Izuku's hand. With that, Mina left and sat at her desk, immediately striking up a conversation with Tsuyu, leaving him to regain control of his emotional state. Izuku sat down in his seat as well, doing his best to avoid looking at the ash-blonde male in front of him. He glanced at the paper in his hand. A phone number. It must be hers. As Yororozu predicted, their homeroom teacher Shoyuda Aizawa, known as Eraserhead to the group of hero fans, walked into the classroom. The silence was immediate and effective, like a hive mind resuming its control. Students, I am pleased to report that the Pro Hero 13 has been hospitalized, and will make a successful recovery provided enough time. However, the fight is not over. Today we discuss something of significant importance. The Yui Sports Festival. The mood of the class skyrocketed. 13 is okay. The sports festival right after the villain attack? So manly. Wait a minute, called out Kaminari. Isn't it a little risky to have the sports festival right after a villain attack? Jiro questioned. She's right, what if they decide to attack again? Asked Ojiro. Aizawa signed. Yui has chosen the continuation of the festival as an opportunity to show the public that the villain attack has not significantly damaged us, and that we can handle any crisis thrown at us. Besides, security has been strengthened up to 5 times to previous years, and I doubt they will have the same number of recruits after their failure and high capture rate of USJ. The Yui Sports Festival is one of Japan's biggest events. It will not be cancelled on account of this villain attack. The Olympics were once a worldwide event and operated similar to our sports festival, but with reductions to scale and population, they're now a shell of their former glory. In Japan, the Yui Sports Festival has taken their place. Yororozu spoke from 2 seats behind Izuku. Pro heroes will be watching our progress, for scouting purposes. After we graduate, it's typical to join a pro hero agency as a sidekick, Kaminari reinforced. It's also an opportunity for people to lose their independence and end up as eternal sidekicks. You seem like you'll be one of them, since you're dumb, Jiro casually lashed out with a stone-faced expression. Kaminari blushed and looked at her incredulously. What? Interning under a pro hero means you'll be able to gain more experience and popularity if the hero is well known. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, the sports festival is your first invaluable stepping stone. 1 chance a year, a total of 3 chances. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this opportunity. The mood in that room would remain tense for the rest of the day, as the students' possible futures glared at them with nostalgia, remorse, and pride. All around the room, every student felt heavier, as though a coat was prepared for incoming rain. I suggest you all train, study, and otherwise prepare for the future. Yes, sir. Homeroom is dismissed. As Izuku and his classmates went through their average usual day of school, minus the dismemberment and violence, he couldn't help but wonder the various aspects of what was discussed with Aizawa. This is a huge chance to show myself to Japan, even the whole world, that I can be the #1 hero, like All Might. As it's a physical-based event, I should have an edge in the competition. I think I can make it in first. What happens after that though? I always dreamed of working under All Might, but realistically he will still be teaching at Yui and be unavailable. I guess I could try and reach Endeavor or another top 10 hero agency, but I don't know them nearly as well as All Might. I guess I'm just fantasizing about our interactions if I could have accepted his power. If I had it and he trained me directly, that would be so cool. Now that I think about it, that he still needs to pass it on, doesn't he? He still obviously uses it, and I haven't seen his real form ever since that day. Would he still be able to use it after passing it on? Could someone with a quirk copying .quirk be able to copy one for all, or can it truly only be given? If it can be copied, can the copy of one for all also be able to be passed down? Would that mean there could be 2 one-for-alls in the world? Just the fact that a quirk that can be passed on is amazing enough, but when you consider all the other outcomes of such a game-changing ability. Amazing. DKU. Stop thinking about the 3 fucking musketeers. Class is over. Izuku gasped and startled in his seat, looking around to see their previous and last teacher has left the classroom. Somehow, an entire day swept past him faster than All Might's top recorded speed. How much of that did he catch? Alright, thanks Kaken. The blonde just rolled his eyes before retorting. Your mumbling get worse every day. How am I supposed to keep track of this boring sheet while you're buzzing like a DMN mosquito all the time? Get your sheet together, pay attention. Izuku assumed as much of a haughty smile as he could, adopting a snobbish tone as well. Well that doesn't really bother me, I can't forget things, you know. He sneered in response and walked away, muttering dipshit under his breath in a volume only one could hear. Never change, Kaken. Izuku, get over here. Midoriya-kun, Ashido and I humbly request your earnest opinion. Getting up, Izuku slung his backpack over his uninjured arm and walked over to the group of students, consisting of Mina and Ida. He observed Kirishima and his company getting pumped up for the sports festival, Jiro further teasing Kaminari, and Hagakure having a one-sided conversation with Ojiro. It was interesting to him to see that even those not particularly social could converse with each other so easily. They really were just a bunch of hero geeks lumped into a room. Yet not everyone was talking. Todoroki and Yororozu don't really talk to anyone unless spoken to, and the former doesn't even do that all the time. Even Kaken made a new friend, of sorts. Are they going to go through the entire year without making any meaningful relationships? We'll likely team up with each other at one point in our lives. Izuku looked at Todoroki. Sitting at his desk patiently, just waiting. He seems more antisocial, as opposed to just shy, and whatever business he has with his father must be deeper rooted than I thought. Who even is his father? I doubt I'll find a Todoroki in my memory bank unless he happens to be a pro hero. Individual profile, Enji Todoroki, aka Pro Hero Endeavor. His father is Endeavor? How did I miss this? Having a pro hero as a father must be intense, he must be under a lot of pressure to succeed. So, he has an ice quirk and Endeavor's Hellflame, which he doesn't use because of its relation with his father. That doesn't make sense though, he's handicapping himself. He was born with it, it's his quirk. Izuku glanced towards Yororozu, but immediately regretted it. She's looking right at me. Unsure of what to do, Izuku offered a friendly wave, at which Yororozu smiled in return, a hint of uncertainty creeping on her face as she turned away from him. I hope I didn't make her uncomfortable. I can't imagine what's going on in her head, hearing stories of USJ but not being there to experience it. I wonder if her hand has fully recovered yet. She probably has no idea why my arm is gone. She wasn't there. Maybe someone told her? Should I tell her about it? How would I even do that? Does she even want to know? Storing his thoughts on the reclusive students into their own boxes, Izuku pushed them away and continued to his friends, who were patiently waiting on him. "Whatcha doing looking at my third favorite ship Aizu?" asked Mina with enthusiasm. "This shipping practice of yours is particularly interesting, Ashido-san. On what basis do you consider those two to be romantically compatible? They're both quiet and mysterious. Todo broods and Momo is super smart. I can totally see them becoming a thing later on, much later on though. In that case, Midoriya and Yororozu may be just as eligible for romance, as they both share superior intelligence. Their increased proximity from their duties as class representative and class deputy may also serve to increase familiarity between them, wouldn't you say?" Any trace of enthusiasm vanished from Mina as Ida finished his romantic compatibility suggestion. Her face underwent multiple emotions at once, the primary being doubt. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Momo cared more about winning some dumb responsibility than Aiza's face, so really, how would that even work out? I dunno, it doesn't feel right to me. Izuku shifted uneasily at the memory of their battle and the idea of romance between them. He glanced towards Yororozu once again, who looked deep in thought and didn't take note of his gaze. They didn't call me over just to get my opinion of ships, did they? You are correct, Ishido-san. Yororozu's desire to overcome any obstacle directly interferes with whatever natural kindness that may correlate with Midoriya's. Therefore it is my belief that, taking into account Yororozu-san's raw desire for victory, she would be most romantically compatible with Bakugo. The previous mood, once sapped of enthusiasm and comfort, was now replaced with bewilderment and barely suppressed laughter. Ida, naturally, was confused at the sudden shift in tone. Yororozu and Kaken? Izuku barely got out before retreating to suppress his laughter. Holy shit, dude, imagine them in bed, and he just gets screams out die. Before he, Mina, that was way too loud. The hell is this sheet? Demanded who already know who. Fearing the worst, Izuku turned towards Bakugo, only to find him nowhere near Izuku or Mina. Instead, he was at the door, seemingly unable to leave. He glared at the other side with a furious gleam in his crimson eyes. Curious, the members of Class 1A took place by the door. Looking out, Izuku saw a massive crowd of students blocking the Class 1A door, impressive considering the door's size. They looked curious, but cautious as well, like a deer approaching a human child, no dangerous parents to be seen. He heard murmurs and secret conversations from the crowd about USJ. They know we were at USJ when it was attacked. Is that why they're here? No FING answers? Albeit, scouting the competition, probably heard about USJ, right? You extras think it's fucking funny or some shit. No one took the initiative to answer him directly, and Izuku knew the only thing his friend detested more than opponents, weak allies. Answer me, boomed the explosive teen, startling the crowd. I came to see the famous Class 1, though I suppose it should be expected from you to be so arrogant, as well as in that class. Are all the students in the hero course like this? The voice came from a student somewhere in the middle of the crowd, who was nudging his way to the front to directly confront Class 1A. He had wild purple hair that sprouted in all directions except forward, and his face. The individual profile. Hitoshi Shinso, quirk, brainwash. A former friend, Shinso grew resentful of user through stuff. Seeing something like this makes me quite disillusioned. Shinso, oh so briefly, paused to glare directly at Izuku as they noticed each other, memories flooding back in their minds and breaking the dam they both tried to build. He resumed his speech, his tone devoid of softness. There are quite a large amount of people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they couldn't make it into the hero course. Did you know that? The school has left those of us a chance. Depending on the results of the UE Sports Festival, the school may decide to transfer one of us into your class with one of your former classmates being transferred out. He paused to let the thought sink in. One of them could lose their hero course membership. Scouting out the enemy? I at least simply came to say that if you get too carried away, I'll sweep your legs out from under you and take my rightful place. This is a declaration of war. Bakugo leaned forward and brought his voice to a whisper, knowing but not caring that someone else would hear their words. You never should have wasted his FNG time. After saying what he wanted to say, Bakugo shoved his way past the crowd of onlookers and made his way home. Shinso looked furious, but just as quickly as before, shifted his expression to neutral coldness and glanced at Izuku once more before leaving as well. Izuku sighed and swallowed his emotions before retrieving his bag, preparing to leave Yui. Before he could get out the door, Mina gently tapped on his shoulder. Izuku, do you know him? Too sapped of energy and motivation as well as not wanting to lie in general, Izuku simply responded. Yes. We used to be friends, but some things just don't work out, you know? Izuku walked out the door, leaving Mina with her thoughts. I've heard of broken friendships, but that was like an entire navy. I've never seen him get that upset so quickly. They didn't even say anything to each other, just on-site hostility. I can tell it's a touchy subject, but I don't think Bakugo is really the best audience that I should talk to him. After a bittersweet day at UE, Izuku crashed on his bed and scrolled through his phone for news of heroes, updated fanfictions, something he seriously hoped nobody ever found out about him, and trivia over the sports festival, hoping to find any information he may have missed. Part of him was still affected by his earlier reunion with Shinso, but as before, he took those thoughts, placed them in a box, and locked it away to the best of his ability. No point putting himself in a bad mood, right? Thinking back to class, he remembered something important. Mina's phone number. Awkwardly navigating through his phone by holding it with 4 fingers and tapping with his index, Izuku pondered what he would even say to her. It would be somewhat awkward just to leave a, hey, here's my number in case you want to talk because I'm too nervous to initiate a subject of conversation, Now that I think about it, I don't ever initiate conversations with her, do I? She shouldn't carry that just so we can talk to each other. People like being wanted. Okay, just start. Hello Mina, how are you? Hello Mina H. Hello I would much rather speak in person. Hello Mina, how are you? Taking a deep breath, Izuku hit send. You get a new phone or something, daddy? Izuku's reaction was delayed, but powerful. Daddy? I didn't tell her who I was, I just appear as a number. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Responding at the speed of sound, or as close to it as he could, he clarified the situation. Sorry, it's me, Izuku. You talk like my dad or maybe Ida or something. Love you RPFP nerd. The teen looked at his profile picture, All Might's signature V-shaped hair with an urban city behind it. The evening sun setting in the background, reddish-purple hues gleaming off the blonde hair. V for victory. Thanks. I really like yours too. Mina's profile picture was actually of her, with some Photoshop making it look as if her entire face was smushed against the phone's screen, a silly smile on her face. Yet you like it? Smiley face. You and you are room? Yes. Show me the inside. Panic struck Izuku as he realized the situation he found himself in had no escape. Why did he confirm he was in his room? He could have been doing anything else. Of course she wanted to know. Frantically looking around, Izuku hid some of the All Might figures and merchandise, but he knew there was no way he'd hide it all. Swallowing his pride, Izuku took a video of his room, walking around and showcasing the interior of his room, hoping it looked geeky, not obsessive. Here you go. I'm a bit of an All Might fan, but you already knew that. You are such a hero geek, is that a plushie? Izuku gasped and looked at his bed. The All Might plushie was, in fact, there. Damn it, how did I miss that? Maybe. Cute 3. Who is your favorite hero, Mina? I really like All Might and Ryukyu the Dragon Girl, but I don't really have a favorite, all the heroes are cool AF. AF? Bakugo's fave word XD. Izuku and Mina continued to text for the rest of the free time they had, until Izuku pointed out that if Mina didn't sleep she'd have a hard time at school tomorrow, to which she unhappily conceded after 30 minutes of resisting. Izuku stayed up, of course, wondering what would await him at UE the next day. When he arrived at his homeroom class, Izuku was surprised to see Aizawa waiting for him, with no other students in the class. He threw a bundle of clothes at him. Gym clothes. Get dressed and report to Gym A, we are starting early. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. While getting dressed, the augmented teen in healing noticed his right arm has nearly grown back, a wrist-like stump finishing the grotesque limb off. One more day and he'd have his arm and hand back, theoretically. Once he finished getting dressed, Izuku traveled to the gym and walked through a large pair of double doors, similar in size and fashion to Class 1A's. Inside was a massive gymnasium, full of equipment for every possible workout, a track for running, laps for swimming, and an area with a rectangular perimeter painted on the concrete. About 5 feet away from the paint, a large wall of plastic 10 feet high ran along its length, creating a perimeter around its perimeter. Aizawa-sensei, when do we get to fight? Spoke a neutral Kaken, who must have been in a good mood to maintain a respectful tone from such a distance. When I deem it necessary. Izuku flinched at the closeness of the voice. He's right behind me. When did he get here? How is he so quiet? Midoriya, this is Gym A. Your purpose here is to work on your primary physical weakness. Flexibility. The arena is closed until I open it. The matchups will be in similar fashion to those held in past sports festivals. The conditions of failure are being pushed out of boundaries or incapacitation by the other. Our physical weaknesses? Looking around, Izuku saw various members of Class 1A working on themselves. Hagakure and Yororozu were doing pull-ups on a bar, Mina and Mineta were lifting weights, Kaken was running laps with Koda, Kirishima was struggling to balance, and Sato was working on his flexibility. Everyone was working hard, preparing for the sports festival. That means I have to work hard as well. Going over to a simple device that measured how far one could reach from a sitting position, Izuku took an unnecessary breath and extended his arms as far as he could, one arm protruding significantly over the other, producing a mediocre result. Will this even work for me? My tendons can't exactly grow more elastic than they already are. Maybe stretching will damage them and replace them with something better, like a real human body? I guess there's only one way to really find out. In the middle of stretching, Izuku's eardrums picked up something of interest. It sounded like a large crowd approaching. Turning his head, Izuku saw another class of students, with Vlad King himself leading them. Aizawa-kun. Ken-san. HMPF. You got that loud one under control? Yes. Taking a short break from his stretches, Izuku looked towards the students of Class 1B. Half of them looked exceedingly normal, while the other half looked mutated or altered otherwise. One in particular was making his head hurt, a fully average male from torso down, but his head was a full-on speech bubble. Is that actually two-dimensional, or am I just perceiving it that way? One of the students approached him, her aquamarine.no teal eyes meeting his. An admittedly attractive girl with strawberry red hair tied in a ponytail, similar to Yororozu, though he had to admit the spiky part was less in the tail and more on the remaining unbound hair on her head. She offered him a friendly smile and a wave, before sitting down near the device next to him. Hey, you're Midoriya, right? First place in the entrance exam? I think you're pretty cool. I know some people in our class are kinda jealous of you guys, but most of us really have nothing against you. I'm Itsuka Kendo, class representative of 1B. She seems friendly. I'm Izuku Midoriya, class deputy representative, I think. Nice to meet you. That tall girl with the ponytail over there is Momo Yororozu, our class representative. I'm surprised you didn't get class rep, you seem like you'd be popular with your quirk. The pause. Not to say that your quirk is the only reason why you're liked or anything, that doesn't really make sense. Izuku smiled at her. It's alright, I know what you were trying to say. I probably could have gotten class rep, but that's something a little embarrassing happened before and all the girls plus a few guys voted for her. We actually fought each other for it. Izuku's grin became far more genuine. She won. Kendo looked shocked. How? It's quite a story. Izuku started stretching again, doing his best to hold a conversation with the redhead while doing so. As it turns out, Kendo really was more of a listener than a talker, choosing to limit her interruptions and only quip when it wouldn't disrupt the flow of his story. Yororozu sounds like a master strategist. She really is. Itsuka Kendo hesitated before asking her next question, and spoke in a gentle tone while doing so. Midoriya-kun, did you lose your hand in USJ? I cannot wait until that stops getting pointed out. Sighing slightly, he responded, Yes, I lost my arm. It obviously wasn't my plan or anything, it's just my quirk makes me pretty hard to kill. If I got injured, it'd be less dangerous than if someone else got hurt. So I stood at the front lines, so to speak. No wonder you're the talk of the school. And what dash? If IT isn't class 1 of us best, spoke a voice full of indignation and possible anger. Izuku turned and saw one of the average-looking students of 1B. He had purple eyes with white pupils, blonde hair parted towards the left with his bangs hanging over his right eye. His smile looked artificial and nearly sadistic, along with being contemptuous. Itsuka Kendo immediately grimaced, stress plaguing her expression. Hello Minoma. Why hello Kendo, you're speaking to the acclaimed Izuku Midoriya, aren't you? Not giving her any time to respond, the blonde literally started talking down to Izuku. That's quite a grisly injury you got there. You know that's actually quite odd, how the top 1A student, supposedly superior in every way to Class 1B, lost a limb during USJ, but did not directly contribute to the captures of any villains during the event. It's almost as if Class 1A is not superior to 1B in the slightest. One could say your exceedingly reckless behavior could lose a life one day, or lose another limb, or even K-. The boy had no further opportunity to say anything, as Kendo had gotten up and gently incapacitated him. The thud as he fell to the floor was nearly comical. She sighed and beckoned to Vlad King, who simply nodded and walked over to Monoma, picking him up and laying him on a nearby bench. Please don't mind him, Monoma has issues. He's the worst you'll come across when it comes to our class, don't worry. That's alright, our class has one too, but he's alright if you get to know him. I'm sure Monoma is probably like that too. Nope. After an interesting half-hour of stretching and pleasant conversation, Aizawa instructed the students to spend the rest of their time as they pleased as long as it was productive, which most of the class was extremely happy to hear. Hey Midoriya, spoke Rikido Sato, who had been silent the entire time while working on his flexibility. Oh yes. Arm wrestle? Offered the sugarman with a grin just as sweet. Izuku couldn't resist the friendly energy radiating from him. Let's do it. Shoji, Kirishima, it's happening, he called out. Oh my god, yes. He sounds just like Mina. The two muscular teens walked over to a table, taking chairs on opposite ends. Quicker than expected, a crowd gathered among them, mostly consisting of Class 1A and a few curious members of Class 1B. Who do you think is gonna win? I'm thinking Sato. All that extra stuff Midoriya has isn't going to help him here. You guys saw what he did to the zero-pointer, Aiza has got this. He was using his entire body for that though, this time it's just his arm. His left arm. Idiots. It doesn't matter if diabetes is as strong as Deku. What do you mean? What does he mean? Gentlemen, on 3, announced Yororozu, who couldn't help but be intrigued by the matchup of brawn. Izuku Midoriya and Rikido Sato put their left arms in position on the table, with Sato popping a sugar cube in his mouth beforehand. His entire body's musculature thickened, as if air was being pumped into them, but Izuku could feel his hand and see the determined, if somewhat empty haze in his eyes. It was all very real. Quirk assessment, complete. Sugar rush quirk dramatically increases strength upon consumption of sugar. Cognitive abilities reduced. 1. I'm actually kind of nervous. 2. So many eyes are on us. 3. Hope he can handle a loss, thought both of the boys. Bringing his arm down, Izuku was surprised to find as much resistance as he did, while Sato was surprised at just how inhumanely strong Izuku actually was. The augmentation user had the upper hand, but the sugarman was not done. Not going down that easy. Come on Sato, you can do it. Quit fucking around Deku. So manly, ugh. Adrenaline rush detected in opponent. With a legitimately intimidating roar that impressed even Katsuki, Sato tripled his efforts on top of his sugar rush, forcing Izuku's arm back and causing him to respond with more strength in turn. The two teens were fully exerting themselves. Wow, he looked said. Which one? I know, right? This is the furthest I can go without using an adrenaline rush of my own. That being said, I can manually activate it if I wanted to, but would that be unfair? He was pushed to do so, so shouldn't I be as well? I still don't know what Kaken meant by what he said. It doesn't matter if he's as strong. Of course it matters, that's the point of arm wrestling. Izuku looked up and saw Sato, sweat beading down his face, which was twisted in an expression of extreme focus and pain. Images of Izuku's last painful experience flashed through his mind, his right hand flaring up in phantom agony, as well as the area where the limb was cut from in the first place. His superior arm of metal and plastics, being cut through so easily. Never before in his life had he remembered feeling so mortal. Against Kurogiri he was flesh and bone. Flesh and bone. Sato! Don't go easy. If I go any further, your arm will break. My bones are stronger than yours, and we are both strong enough to break normal bone. If we keep this up, Your humerus is going to snap. Sato glared at Izuku, before smiling and loosening his grip. Izuku did likewise. Thanks. Arm hurting. HUH.SO That's what his reduced mental capacity looks like. It's not as bad as Kaminari's at least. What? Such a letdown. Did you really want to see his arm snap? Well no, but I did want someone to win. Getting up, Sato stretched his exhausted limb, gently massaging his bruised palm. It appears Midoriya's greatest strength is his durability. Indeed, the ability to overcome life's darkness is a strength of its own. So manly. Walking away from the crowd, Izuku stretched his limb out, pleasantly surprised to have engaged in something physically challenging that wasn't stretching. Looking back, he saw Sato give him a thumbs up, to which he returned without hesitation. A grin crept onto his face. A challenge and a friend. This feels good. Izuku. Fear sprouted in his heart, similar to when his mother pronounced his full name. This situation was just as terrifying because Mina, being the energetic, happy girl she was, liked to call him Aizu or Midori. Rarely was it just Izuku. His fears were found to be unfounded, however, as Mina Ishido hugged him from behind. That was really nice of you. A lot of other guys would have kept going and would have hurt him just to win, but you're not like that. You're better. You're like All Might. He can probably punch a skyscraper down, but he always brings in the villain alive. People like him, like you, have to be really careful. An. Is she crying? Mina calmed herself, breathing in deeply before speaking again. After seeing 13 almost die. And you. Losing your. I just don't want any of my friends to get hurt. So thank you, Izuku. Izuku's phantom pain flared up once more, his pain suppressants doing nothing to counteract. He did his best to ignore it. Turning around, he returned the hug fully, his arms fully wrapping around her, his one hand accidentally brushing against her horns. He instinctively recoiled, causing the girl to grin. No one's looking. Feel. I don't think I show dash. Do it. The girls will be mad at me. I'll be mad at you if you don't. No, you won't. Please. Mina looked directly up at him, widening her eyes and putting on her most formidable pouting face. Immediately, the mechanical teen felt his emotions take over. He sighed and gave in. Has she been practicing or something? Slowly, but without any plan or guide, Izuku ran his hand through her messy pink hair and rubbed his metallic fingers over her skeletal horns. They felt softer than he had been expecting, as soft as bone could get, anyways. Mina hummed softly, happily. Maybe they're not made out bone? Lots of bone isn't just bone, but cartilage or keratin. I feel if I really tried, they might bend slightly, just slightly. A shadow fell over them. Midoriya. Ishido. At Yui, you are expected to learn and become a hero. Your current recreational activities play no part in this goal. Aizawa inched closer. So learn. Why is Aizawa-sensei? The two blushing students separate at speeds faster than he had seen before, with each of them on opposite sides of the gym in less than 4 seconds. HMPF. Good time. If they continue to lose focus due to each other, I will have to do more than just remind them. They are both intelligent, as most in this school are. The problem is they don't care as much as they should. Beckoning to the teacher of Class 1B, Vlad King, Aizawa spoke to him. Kan-san, I believe this is an appropriate moment to open the arena. I agree, but Kan-san? You are too cold, Aizawa-kun. I am well aware on how you coddle your students. It is not relevant in my class. HMPF, all right. Vlad King announced the news to the students while Aizawa unlocked the reinforced plastic door to the arena. Classes 1B and 1A. That got their attention. The arena is open. Any student who wishes to test their mettle against each other may do so in here, for the purpose of simulating a possible sports festival activity. It should also be noted that watching the matches is allowed in place of training, so long as it is for the purpose of analysis, not socialization. The two students didn't even need to look to know who that comment was directed at. As soon as Vlad King and Eraserhead finished speaking, Katsuki Bakugo ran in. Come on, you class of extras, someone fight me already, Bakugo demanded from the arena. Well, this will be something. Most of classes 1A and 1B gathered by the see-through wall and waited in anticipation for whoever would challenge the loud, angry one. Surprisingly, a 1B student took the initiative. A girl with an emotionless expression, pale gray hair parted to the right, with the left side of her face being mostly obscured. The most interesting thing, however, was her stance. As she walked and then stood, her arms held high as her elbows, with her hands draped down. She put distance between herself and Bakugo, walking over to the side nearest the gym wall, within a few feet of the boundary line. She almost looks like a zombie, but she must have a plan. Why else would she position herself so close to being out of bounds? If only I knew what her quirk was. Reiko Yanagi? Queried Kendo. Yanagi? What is she doing? Doesn't she know that's one of their top students? Unbeknownst to everyone, Vlad King smiled. You ready, emo chick? Challenged Bakugo. I am indeed in a state of adequate preparation, over-responded Yanagi. Aizawa blew his whistle, and Bakugo's happiness grew tenfold, as did his bloodlust. Wasting no time, the aggressive aggravator jumped towards Yanagi, boosting himself with his explosions and reaching dangerous speeds. Yanagi ducked, but even the most novice of fighters could tell she had ducked too early. Bakugo readjusted his course. The audience couldn't bear to watch, but did so anyways. Too early. He's going to hit you dead center. Yet, when Bakugo reached a distance of approximately 6 feet from her body, he flew right over her, cursing the whole way. Izuku was bewildered. He hadn't miscalculated or changed course. He had done everything right, except for knowing his opponent. It's as if he was yanked by some invisible force and thrown over her and the boundary line. Aizawa blew his whistle, signaling the match's conclusion. DMN, that was quick. Bakugo got played. A most interesting quirk. What was that? Some kind of velocity redistribution? Looked like. Drawing on the first comparison he could, Izuku remembered his mother manipulating objects from a distance, as Reiko did. The way he changed course, that she must have a telekinetic quirk. Nice butt-kicking Yanagi, spoke a zealous 1B student with a snake-like head and a green mohawk. I knew you could do it, said Kendo. As she's the ultimate big do-I goth girl fry dash. Smith. Karo. Reiko simply nodded, although if Izuku was correct, he could have sworn seeing the faintest trace of a smile as she walked out of the arena. Bakugo had gotten up, looking surprisingly calm at his failure, and walked out behind her. He's either getting better at dealing with defeat, or he's just really angry. All right, who's next? Asked Aizawa, although it sounded more like a definite statement. I'll go, offered a friendly-sounding Class 1B with sandy hair and a remotely terrifying mouth. No lips, all teeth, giving a skull-like appearance. He had an average build and black pupils, no discernible color otherwise seen. Only if Izuku Midoriya wants to go too, though. The classes gasped, laughed, and otherwise showed their reactions to what was essentially some random directly challenging the mostly undisputed champion of Class 1A. For a moment, all was still. He's a little scary looking, but I am too, at least to some. He seems friendly though, and by aiming high he's really pushing himself. He probably wants to be a hero just as much as I do. I accept. He walked into the arena, putting roughly 25 feet of distance between him and his opponent. I swear if Deku Fenji loses. Show him your darkness, Midoriya. Just do your best, Izuku. I will, Mina. Aizawa brought his whistle up to his lips. Combat assessment. In progress. Enemy has shown average physical attributes. Intelligence is unknown. Recommended course of action. Gather more information. That's right, that if I just rush towards him like Kaken did I'll slip up. I need to know what he can do first. The whistle was blown. Bringing his injured arm up in front of him, Izuku took a stance which hid his fully functioning hand behind his profile and advanced cautiously towards his opponent, who hadn't moved an inch since the match started. He wants me to come to him? Damn it. Fear, pheromone, active. Izuku changed his stance, choosing to stand tall, and extended his arm blades, his right arm being healed just enough for the blade to be fully functioning as well. His opponent shifted restlessly, but stayed in his position. Now for the last advantage. Invisibility, active. Gasps came from the crowd behind the plastic wall. Izuku-kun, how many abilities does this kid have? I'll send you a file later. Treading as softly as he could, he circled towards his left side and advanced forward. He noticed someone, Yororozu, in the crowd, wearing a set of thermal imaging goggles. She smiled and waved at him, smiling even wider when he waved back. When Izuku reached a distance of 10 feet from his enemy, they gave into their fear. Placing their hands on the ground, Izuku felt the area below his feet grow unstable, and leapt backwards. The ground he previously stood on turned into something akin to quicksand. He touched the ground once more, and the quicksand hardened into normal ground. Quirk assessment, complete. Quirk, softening. Allows user to soften any non-living material they touch to a quicksand-like consistency. Touching the effect material once more reverses the softening. That's a cool quirk. He was probably waiting until I was right on him, then he would have trapped me in the ground. With a devious grin, Izuku deactivated his invisibility. That was a really smart plan. His skull-faced enemy was caught off guard by the compliment, but accepted it. Oh well, thanks dude. Messed it up though. I'm guessing it's over? Yes. Sorry. Well, I'm not just gonna give up. If there's anything our classes got in common, it's that we both hate losing. My name is Juzo Hananuki, by the way. Izuku Midoriya, although you already knew that, huh? You're pretty alright, Midoriya. Let's do this. Did they really just become friends? Izuku jumped forward, taking great care to avoid touching his feet on the ground, and aimed a punch for Hananuki's center mass. His opponent made no effort to dodge, instead bringing both his hands out to block the blow. Suddenly, Izuku became aware of a very crucial detail about his softening quirk. It softens non-living material. It was too late. Hananuki touched his limb while taking a brutal punch in the process, being launched towards the ground and rolling out of the boundary line. Aizawa blew his whistle and the crowd reacted with cheers and sighs. Izuku, on the other hand, had bigger issues. Before him, he witnessed his left arm transforming before him, its density lowering and his artificial muscle becoming undone, turning into a grainy, free-flowing substance. In a bit of desperation, Izuku activated his crystalline armor over his entire left side of his body and sprinted over to Hananuki's position, but there was no need. My arm isn't dissolving anymore. Turning his head, he saw Aizawa's blood-red eyes shining and hair flowing around him. Calm yourself, Midoriya. You are fine. Taking a breath to calm himself, Izuku offered a hand to Juzo Hananuki. He smiled, which was only slightly terrifying considering his appearance, and took the hand, letting himself be pulled up. They both walked out of the arena, happier than they were when they walked in. He took his previous place next to Mina, who poked his cheek. That was a cool fight. You started freaking out at the end though. Are you okay? She must not have put together his quirk. I'll tell you later and thanks for asking. I'm alright. After that match, a few more students came into the arena, usually the two classes challenging each other. Kirishima and someone else with a similar quirk, Tetsu, whose quirk turned his skin to steel, legitimately spent 3 minutes hitting each other until they both collapsed, exhausted. Next was Itsuka Kendo versus Tokoyami, with the matchup being surprisingly even. Her quirk enlarged her hands dramatically, which provided a good defense against Dark Shadow, but also meant she was mostly on the defensive, as he was too fast to contain. Eventually, Kendo forfeited the match, complimenting Tokoyami. Oddly enough, he did not know how to respond, merely bowing his head. Another even match was Sen Kaibara, an athletically built student with dark hair and eyes, versus Ojiro. Kaibara's peculiar quirk allowed his to rotate his limbs as though they were power tools, giving the melee-focused Ojiro some difficulty fighting him. At first, Kaibara's caution put Ojiro on the offensive, but this gradually turned toward aggression, to which opponent took advantage of. Ojiro swept his legs from under him using his tail, and threw him from the field, winning the match. As match after match passed, Izuku went over his own fight, a glaring weakness revealed to him. I took too long to reach him and he activated his quirk. If I could have been silent without my boots, I would have been able to end the match sooner. My invisibility doesn't work well if I can be heard. Looking around, he spotted Hagakure lifting some weights with Kirishima acting as a spotter. Dang, she's busy. Midoriya. In front of him stood Todoroki, of all people. Oh yes. His icy, heterochromic glare cut through whatever comfort Izuku held. I challenge you. Why is he so serious about this? Sure thing, Todoroki. Mina watched the two enter the arena, feeling the same queasy, uncertain emotions she felt when Yororozu challenged him. A part of her felt she should warn him, or ask him to stay and watch more fights. He had already fought today, why should he have to fight twice? Yet there he went anyways, Izuku being too nice to turn people down. Stay safe, Izuku. Izuku stood in the center of the field, with Todoroki on the far end, performing some light stretches. Izuku couldn't help but worry. It seemed uncharacteristic of Todoroki to challenge anyone. He seemed to just keep to himself. A matchup versus him wasn't the best idea either, as they both knew he was capable of breaking through the ice. So why is he doing this? Combat assessment. Complete. Threat. Moderate high. Todoroki possesses inferior speed, strength, and intelligence to user. Quirk usage dramatically amplifies threat. Ice is capable of temporarily incapacitating user. User possesses required strength to break through ice. Quirk is voluntarily limited by own mental disturbances. Fire is not a factor. Aizawa blew his whistle. Izuku broke into a sprint, but was stopped short when Todoroki launched a massive stalagmite of ice towards him from his right side, the icy serpent zigzagging across the field. Izuku ducked under the projectile, avoiding the attack by inches, and continued running. Izuku activated his invisibility. It'll tire me out, but he has the quirk and the range to outlast me otherwise. Todoroki, however, was having none of it. In a show of brutal power, the ice user conjured a massive glacier, as wide as the entire field and nearly as tall as the ceiling, and launched it towards his opponent. Izuku had almost no time to react, and did what came naturally, his instincts activating his crystalline armor, his consciousness drawing from all might. Using his full adrenaline-boosted, artificially augmented strength, Izuku reared his left fist backwards and smashed through the glacier, instantly shattering half of it and weakening the other half's integrity so much that it crumbled, useless on the battlefield. Such power. Izuku wasted no time, sprinting forward and drastically reducing the distance between them. Todoroki sent spikes, stalagmites, icy prisons and glaciers, but they were either dodged, blocked by his impossibly strong crystalline armor, or completely and utterly destroyed by his raw strength. Soon the mechanical force of nature stood before him, weakened and exhausted, but they're all the same. Todoroki raised his trembling right arm, focusing on his quirk activation, but nothing happened. His fingers were completely numb, and his arm and legs were not far behind. He felt the bitter sting of defeat again, his father glaring down at him. Pathetic. You know what happens when machines overheat, don't you? You need to use your fire, Todoroki, gently whispered the human before him. Todoroki glared at him, face twisted in rage. No. No. Izuku sighed, and grabbed his left arm, throwing him over the boundary line. Aizawa blew his whistle. It wasn't a pleasant fall, but it wasn't rough either. He got up immediately, ignoring the pleading look from Izuku. Students, we do not have time for any more matches. Class ends in 15 minutes. Report back to your classes, the showers are available during that time. Walking away from the arena, Izuku couldn't help but feel defeated from his victory. He went straight back to the classroom, not needing to have showered from sweat and bodily fluids since he had gained his quirk. He sat in silence, pondering on many things, the main one being an icy student. Okay, Midoriya, step. Like this. Lee dash. No. Like this. Okay dash. Wrong. How? Toru, you're not a great teacher. Shut up, Mina, he came to me. Maybe I should do this with someone else. No, and you will address me as sensei. Of course. Hagakure sensei. Toru, lose the shoes? Oh, good idea. Alright, keep your eyes on the socks and step. Like this. Let me try. Is this good, Hagakure sensei? Ugh, finally. Yeah, you're getting it, Midoriya. Good job. Izuku smiled. Still way too loud though, muttered the invisible student under her breath. Izuku's smile faded. I thought I was getting it. You are, it's just after a certain weight, it doesn't matter how good you're stepping, you're putting too much force on the floor anyways. You can either be slow as a turtle, or get close enough to jump them, but you're never gonna be able to ninja sneak like me. Not without your shoes, anyways. Keep practicing. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Well, you beat me all the time, you know? One-on-one that you're usually the winner and whoa, Kaken, are you okay? Just tell me. That you stop caring about winning and start caring about getting better. Winning is only a first when we're heroes and that we're not heroes yet. Getting better. Yeah. Thanks. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX No, I'm just stressed really. You are the worst liar. Is that so? I'm not. I'm your friend, Iz. Your best friend, in case you forgot. Come on, you can tell me anything. Who your mystery crush is, boy stuff, favorite foods, that purple-haired guy. I don't want to talk about it. Have you ever talked about it? No. I'm not gonna push you. I really want to, but that if you ever do want to talk about it, maybe get some things off your chest, I'm here for you. Thank you. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX same room at once. Presumably, to limit the gathering of beforehand intel as well as keeping that festival interesting. To tell the truth, it saddened Izuku. He liked Itsuka Kendo and Juzo Hananuki, and wished to see them again in class or combat. In the meantime, Aizawa doubled down on the weaknesses of Class 1A, holding most, if not all of their homeroom classes in the gym, which meant more stretching, one-sided dodgeball, and being a punching bag for Kirishima, Sato, and Ojiro. Aizawa was very creative in his methods of self-improvement. This continued for weeks, with the students being heavily encouraged to practice during their off time. Then, the fateful day arrived. Izuku recounted the items in his bag, making sure to account for everything he may possibly need. He was dressed in his uniform, hairbrushed, or rather, less messy than usual, and was now filling his time before he truly had to leave. He felt a minor stinging in his right arm, which was now fully healed, down to the fingers. The phantom pain has gotten better since my arm fully healed, but it's still not fully gone. I'd give it a few months before I stop feeling it. Izuku, is everything okay? Asked his mother. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking about the festival. Try not to get too hurt, okay? I'll be alright, Mom, if I can handle Kaken. There's not much else that can really hurt me. Izuka, you're almost taller than I am. Izuku looked at her, seeing how true her statement was. She was a little taller than the average mother, a little healthier as well, with green eyes that radiated kindness and empathy. Her smile was filled with pride. I'm so proud of you. You're already my hero, Izuku. Izuku felt his body swell with emotion. Incapable of tears, Izuku hugged his mother as hard as safely possible, to which she returned with all her motherly might. Thanks, Mom. Do your best, Izuku. I love you. I love you too. With that last phrase, Izuku left for the sports festival. Some time and space later, Izuku found himself in a large preparation room, tables and chairs with little else as decor, where all of Class 1A would be held until the event started, which was quite soon apparently. Mineta and a few others displayed their nervousness without restraint, further dampening the mood of their fellow students. I guess no matter what happens, we are all about to go out there and perform in front of a lot of people and pro heroes. It's natural to be worried. Breathe. Man, I wanted to wear my costume out there instead of the gym uniform, complained Mina. To keep everything fair, no one can, informed Ojiro, the tailed teen. Yeah, I don't think anyone wants a PSS jar thrown at their face while also being punched, sourly stated Bakugo. That's not what it was. Kaken, you brought a device that causes massive explosions into an indoor battle, reminded Izuku. I wanted to fucking use it, alright? You would have been fine anyways. Pardon me, everyone, but it is almost time for us to enter. Please be prepared, warned Yororozu, fully embracing her well-earned position of class representative. Uniform. Check. Internal systems? Energy capacity, 99%. Body durability, 100%. Data functions, 100%. Flexibility progression? Increase of flexibility from training, 6%. Only 6%? So that's what it's like being fully human. Or perhaps I'm progressing slower. Mina, you are amazing for reaching that point. Midoriya. It was Todoroki, his stoic glare less of a glare, and more an expression of indifferent determination, if such a thing could even exist. He clearly had something on his mind. In combat, you are stronger than I am. You are more versatile as well as durable. Your quirk works so well, because the human body is already the greatest thing evolution could possibly create, and your augmentation brings those advantages to levels unheard of, besides All Might. However, I will beat you. The challenge was clear, and for the smallest of moments, Izuku felt joy at such audacity displayed. It felt good to be acknowledged as powerful, but even better to be challenged and fight for such power. It reminded him of Kaken. I accept your challenge, Todoroki. Do your best. Then, Todoroki reminded him of someone else. I know I can beat you because unlike you, I've worked to get to where I am. My quirk doesn't help me academically, or that well physically. I never had to rely on it to the extent you do. Izuku felt anger bubble up within him. What do you mean by that, Todoroki? Noticing the banter was no longer such, Kirishima got between the two, an assertive expression on his face. He did not want to see friends fight. Hey, easy there. Save that fighting for the festival, not before. We're all in the same class here. Todoroki ignored him. Midoriya, you don't deserve to be here. Your quirk has made it so you've never had to work in your life. You have never done anything challenging until USJ. You've never had problems that you've legitimately worked to overcome, because your quirk makes you adept at everything. One day, you're going to face a problem your quirk cannot solve, and then you will fail. I do not say this out of malice, I simply offer truth. Your quirk is the only reason you are here. With great fury and without hesitation, Izuku's allies sprung to his defense, while the rest of the class stood by, emotions of anger, disgust, and conflict sprouting from Todoroki's words. You don't know Sheet Ice Brain. He risked his life to save you, to save me. How can you say he doesn't deserve to be here? Todoroki, Midoriya is one of the most valiant individu dash. You think I don't deserve to be here, Todoroki? Izuku glared furiously at his enemy, momentarily surprising everyone in the room with previously unseen aggression. I know I don't have to try as hard as the rest of you, but I try my best anyways. You only use half your quirk just because you hate someone. You're going to let someone die one day because you refuse to try your best. Izuku's sheer volume caused those closest to jump, while his uncharacteristically vehement tone reminded his fellow classmates just how dangerous a person he was capable of being. Everyone in the classroom shifted uneasily as Izuku continued his outburst. Todoroki looked shocked, even slightly threatened at seeing him lose his composure so violently. For a brief moment, Izuku forgot who he was talking to. Yes, I'm gifted. I'm one of the most gifted people in the entire world. I can't change that, and why should I? What's so wrong with having an easier time helping people? I'm still going to try my hardest anyways. I know others have it worse off than I do, but why should I have to prove myself just to have friends? That's all I ever wanted to do, you selfish, miserable piece of shit. I just wanted to be your friend. Half stunned and half furious from Midoriya's outburst, Todoroki passively let himself be pushed aside by Izuku as he left the room, opting to wait in the hallway instead, away from the others. The glares he received from his classmates were less than pleasant, but it didn't matter. Nobody was here to make friends. He noticed especially vicious looks from Bakugo and Ishido, the latter following Izuku into the hall, and the former giving him a death stare as he sat down alone. The Pinkette followed Izuku, keeping track of his heavy footsteps as he paced the floor, looking down at the ground with a mixed expression of rage and pain. His metallic fingers unconsciously pulled and twirled his messy, green hair. "Hey!" Izuku stopped pacing and looked back at her. To most, his expression would inspire the primal sense of self-preservation, but Mina knew him, well enough to recognize suffering. She stepped forward, close enough for him to hurt if he wanted, but she knew he would never. "I know that there are things that happen between you and the purple guy that you don't want to talk about. I know you're hurting bad and Todoroki said horrible things. I know you need your space too, it's just. If I don't talk about it, it won't go away, right?" Izuku looked considerably calmer, but the pain was all still there. He continued, forcing his tone down and breathing in and out, the activity unnaturally rapid to him. "My friendship with Shinso, the purple-haired Gyuit fell because he was jealous of me, hated me. His quirk is called brainwash. If you respond to him, he can take over your mind and order you around. Others were afraid of him for it, calling it a villain's quirk, but I just wanted to be his friend. For a few months it worked out, but he grew resentful over time, and at the end of it he started saying the things Todoroki just said, that I don't deserve to be able to do the things I can do, that I'm nothing without my quirk. What if they're right, Mina? They're not, I swear they're not. If I didn't have augmentation, would I still be able to get into UE? Would I even survive as long as I have? Would I have bad grades? Mina, would I have ever been able to save you from the zero-pointer? If I was just an average guy, would we even be friends? I don't think so. I don't think I'd be friends with any of Class 1A if my quirk wasn't heroic. I've met so many people who only like me for my quirk. I love you for you, Izuku, Mina angrily spat out. Izuku paused, before standing by in stunned silence as Mina ranted on. I never cared about your quirk beyond thinking it makes you look cool. Your quirk doesn't define you, Izuku. It lets you do things, but you're the one who does those things. You're my best friend because you're nice to everyone, you make me feel good, and because you always put yourself on the line for other people. You got lucky with a quirk, but everyone here got lucky with their quirk. You lost an arm for us and got hurt so many times. You have to let him go. He's delusional, you're the best person I have ever met, the most human person I have ever met. Don't let his issues hurt you, please. Izuku examined her tear-stained face, her tense muscle and body language indicating how emotionally distraught she was. In a minute she seemed an entirely different person, yet she believed every word she said. He could tell. Love me da for me. The words swirled around in his mind, repeating millions of times over the course of a single second. What does a phrase like that even mean? Well, she just explained it, but that wasn't the question. How did she mean it? That was the question. Platonic? Romantically? They weren't dating, but it felt too strong to be platonic. If he wanted, he could spend years going over that exact phrase at that exact time, over and over again, until his mind withered. After what felt like years, he decided it didn't matter how she meant it, because Mina Ashido told him he did not need augmentation to be worthy, and that's all he needed. For now, anyways. Back in reality, Mina cautiously giggled at him, breaking him from his stupor. Does the mumbling mean you're okay? Is holy sh. Not giving her a chance to finish, Izuku rushed forward and effortlessly picked her up, securely holding her in his arms as he spun around multiple times. Mina hollered and laughed from the surprised contact, legitimately surprised her friend, her shy Aizu, would express himself in such a way. He stopped the spinning, gracefully setting her down on her feet, having no issues with dizziness. It's a shame the said couldn't be said for herself, as she stumbled and giggled like a drunk for a few moments before Izuku positioned her to lay against a wall. You could have just said yes, man. Is this what you're like when you're comfortable? He smiled. I guess so, that seemed fun. Thank you for what you said. That's a touchy subject for me, and that you said what I needed to hear. You're one of the nicest people I have ever met. That I'm glad you feel that way, Aizu, 'cause I'm not gonna take ballet practice laying down. Let's see how ticklish you are, Mr. Hero. Mina finished her statement with low concentration acid dripping from her fingers. Threat level, unrivaled. Wait, Mina, not the face. Ahem. Stopped by the bell, Mina huffed and turned towards the door that held Class 1A, spotting Yororozu with a neutral expression. Immediately she knew her vengeance would have to wait and rolled her eyes. Time. Afraid so, Ashido-san. Ugh, I guess that's today. She dramatically turned her head toward Izuku, narrowing her eyes and shaping her hands into claw-like shapes. She lowered her voice and straightened her back, trying to appear as threatening as possible. You may escape today, hero, but one day I shall defeat you and lay eggs in your chest, for I am Alien Queen. Izuku smacked his forehead, trying and failing to hide his wide smile, barely holding back laughter. Mina had no qualms about laughing at her own jokes, her pleasant voice echoing through the hall. Yororozu looked highly disturbed. All right, Mina, let's get the attention of some heroes. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX tunnel, Class 1A exposed themselves to the largest crowd of people they'd ever seen. Izuku focused on dampening his enhanced hearing with very little success. Despite the ear-shattering noise, the unpleasant light adjustment from the dark tunnel into the scorching heat, and the general sense of uneasiness upon realization that all those eyes were upon them, Class 1A stood tall and strong, one thought coursing through their minds, spoken only by Izuku. Let's show the world what I can do. High above, the pro-hero present mix voice rang over the crowd, playing to their emotions and thoughts, hyping them up for what would come next. The Yui Sports Festival. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Here are the contenders, the miraculous new stars who survived the horror of villainy firsthand. Hero Course, Class 1A. Walking further into the field, Izuku noticed the stoic impressions of his fellow classmates turn less heroic and more uncomfortable. Izuku practiced his breathing, imagining a spring of water flowing calm through his veins. I guess the crowd is really getting to them. Will we be able to give our best performance watched by so many people? I suppose being observed by civilians is a part of hero duty, remarked Ida. I kinda like it, to be honest. They're so excited for us, and we get to show them who the next big heroes are, right Izu? Optimistically inspired Mina. Oh, of course. Damn it. I'm nervous. Don't we all have to make good first impressions? You're right, Midoriya bro. If we can look real good in the tournament, our futures can take off, though I'll admit, the crowd does make me nervous. You nervous too, Bakugo? The gasoline-soaked fuse that was Katsuki Bakugo responded with a simple note before resuming his neutral expression. Izuku looked closer and noticed he was deep in thought. He is calm. Normally a crowd like this cheering for him would rile him up. What's going on, Kakin? Present Mike spoke again, and Izuku noticed a familiar, certain group of students approaching. They haven't been getting as much time in the spotlight, but these guys are full of talent. Hero Course, Class 1B. Hananuki, Kendo, Yanagi. So many more too now that I see them all at once. Present Mike continued, announcing the other first-year classes that approached the field, including general studies. Izuku looked and saw him, Hitoshi Shinso, looking right back. Anger started to flow, but then Izuku noticed the students around him, all very average-looking, plain even. They all likely wanted to be in the hero course, just as Shinso does. How many of them would be denied their dreams today? His anger remained, but he found himself able to look away. All of the classes found their way to the center of the stadium, a massive field, similar to the one in Gymnasium A. The pro-hero Midnight stood on a small stage, her less than innocent costume fully embraced, with a suspiciously R-rated whip in her hand. It is time for the player pledge, she announced. Is it really okay that she's wearing that? This is only slightly uncomfortable. The other part is actually pretty how. Jiro. Shouldn't the principal be doing this? He only does this for the third-year classes. Quiet, everyone. Midnight silenced the crowd with a firm, dominant voice and a crack of her whip, leaving some students and audience members particularly confused at their own bodily reactions. Representing the students is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Whoa, I have to go up there. Holy shit, good luck dude, wished Kaminari. It's fucking easy, Deku, just say you're gonna win. Absolutely do not say that, just represent the students of Yui with dignity and all will be well, helpfully suggested Ida. Mina gave his hand a firm squeeze. Okay. Crowds. Speeches. All Might does this often, it's why he's so popular. To be number one, I will have to be good with large groups of people watching and criticizing my every move and talking to them. All Might, how do you do this every day? You better not keep me waiting, Midoriya, seductively threatened the pro-hero. A small chuckle reverberated through the audience at the risque joke. Taking a final breath, Izuku walked to the podium, collecting, filtering, and projecting his thoughts into what he would say next. Streams of water. Liquid calm in my veins. Izuku found himself on the stage, in front of the microphone. Midnight felt a little too close for his liking, but he ignored her sultry gaze and spoke. I pledge, on behalf of my school, my teachers, and my fellow students, to uphold the dignity of Yui. Okay, that's decent. Lets them know I take this seriously. Now let's really rile them up, get their emotions flowing. And dash. Alrighty, let's get this show on the road. What? Midnight leaned over his shoulder, her lips nearly touching his ear, and spoke softly. Sorry, kiddo, I know you probably had a speech prepped, but USJ really threw us off, so we need to get this started. Quick question though, to what extent would you say your quick affects your? Nope, not answering that. Abruptly breaking her grip on him, Izuku stiffly speed-walked down to his classmates with as much dignity as he could muster. Kaken was giving him a sheet-eating grin, while Mina offered a smile more sympathetic. He would make sure to have words with Aizawa about why he was not informed about a DMN pledge in front of an audience of thousands. Let's see what the fateful first event is. On top one of the massive screens overlooking the audience, a colorful animation played in a style similar to a slot machine until it stopped at Obstacle Course Race. All 11 classes will participate in this race, the course being the outer circumference of this stadium, about 4 kilometers. Midnight liked her lips sensually and cracked her whip. Yui is all about freedom, so with that in mind, anything goes so long as you stay on the course. Take your places, everyone. He managed to rush to the front of the crowd, where another wide tunnel was deemed the start of the obstacle course. He noticed Kaken and Todoroki at the start, naturally, but where was? Mina waved and gave him a thumbs up when he looked back. Remember what I told you, Aizu, see ya at the finish line. I'll see you there. She's so far backed up, will she? He purged the pessimistic thought, of course she'll make it. For now, he had to worry about himself. This was his future at stake. He couldn't see them, but the green lights attached to the gate behind him signaled a countdown. Beep, beep, beep. Start. Immediately, Todoroki struck. Before anyone could react, all 11 classes found themselves on slippery, frozen earth, with Izuku and Bakugo being frozen up to their legs. He then ran forward, giving himself a cinematic head start. Half and half busy. DMN. Whoa, did you see that? Ladies and gentlemen, Class 1A's own Shoto Todoroki takes the lead in a stunning display of ruthlessness, severely impeding his fellow students. What a show! What's your critique on this, Eraserhead? Aizawa couldn't be more monotone if his life depended on it. Good job. Hearing the signature sound of popping and crackling, Izuku turned in time to see Bakugo using his explosions on his own legs to free himself. Safety bead med. He flew off after he was done. I'm gonna kill you. Using his great strength, Izuku shattered the ice encasing his legs and stomped down on the ground, creating a stable surface for him to jump forward as hard as he could, using a kick to break the next patch of ice and continue the process, leapfrogging his way to his rivals. Not nearly as glamorous, but it works. It looks like Todoroki's attack was not enough. We have Bakugo discovering flight and Midoriya playing leapfrog, along with Azui. There are also other students quickly recovering. This will make for fierce competition. Looking back, Izuku saw most of Class 1A recover in their own ways, with Mineta catching up. He threw his purple ball across the icy ground, using their bouncy properties to navigate the fields with ease. That's honestly impressive. Midoriya, the purple-haired student screamed. Turning around, Izuku barely dodged a heavy strike from something big, dropping to his knees and rolling before getting back up and assessing the threat. His heart, filled with fear, memories from long ago resurfacing. Targets found. No way that it's the faux villains and the 0-pointers. Lots. In front of him stood not 1, not 3, but 7 0-pointers with multiple type 1s, 2s and 3s. He could almost feel Kaken grinning aside him, likely fantasizing of destroying every single one as a workout, under different circumstances. Todoroki stood, silent. Obstacles have shown up suddenly. Starting with Robo Inferno. However will the students overcome this threat? Where did they get the money for this? Muttered Izuku, voiced Yororozu, and thought Uraraka. Todoroki scowled, before muttering to himself, with only Izuku hearing. If they really went through all this trouble, that I wish they would have prepared something better, especially since my stupid old man is watching. The apathetic student conjured his icy power, dramatically, or perhaps it was practical, spinning around and launching a massive wave of cold at everything in front of him, stopping a 0-pointer's attack before it landed. The affected robot was frozen solid, and Todoroki ran through, using the massive cloud of dust that resulted from the chill winds of his quirk as cover, bypassing the entire inferno. He attacked and defended in one blow. Such elegance. He is the first one through. It's nearly unfair. His actions were logical and strategically sound. As expected from a recommended student. A true elite. Emerging from the cloud of dust, the various robots approached the gathering of students, red eyes glaring in apathetic malice. At home, Izuku's mother watched the festival from the couch, shocked at the sheer mass of metal and circuits before her boy. Was he truly meant to fight them all? She felt pity for the other mothers watching, for she knew not all those children were as blessed as her son was. Izuku readied himself, preparing to fight for his future. After watching Todoroki escape the robot ambush so easily, Bakugo and Izuku rushed forward, only to retreat back when they noticed how precariously dangerous that frozen robot looked. Their instincts proved them right as it collapsed over the crowd of students. "F-O-F-F!" cried the explosive teen as he blasted the incoming mixture of ice and metal away, the explosion's echo heard directly by the audience. Izuku caught a massive plate of metal that fell from the robot, carefully balancing it so nobody behind him got smacked as he threw it to the side, surprising those behind him with his superhuman strength. He turned to the awestruck crowd. Each class has and Todoroki is not here. Meaning 2 are missing. Turning back towards the carnage, Izuku activated his thermals, only to discover his investigation unnecessary. Kirishima, in his hardened form, broke through the wreckage and roared defiantly at the Grim Reaper itself. As if I would die. If it was anyone else, they would have been killed. A few yards away, a familiar, steel-skinned Class 1B student also broke through the metal wastes, in nearly the same fashion as Kirishima. Class A really is filled with bastards. If it was anyone else, they would have been killed. Kirishima did not look pleased. Damn it, our quirks are basically the same. I'm having hard enough a time standing out already. Fucking icy hot, muttered Bakugo, before blasting himself over a 0-pointer, Siro and Tokoyami following him. Izuku realized the implications of being without a way to bypass the inferno effectively. I'm losing focus. I can't jump that high, and climbing without a way to take them down is dangerous. There's too many of them for invisibility to be an option. Thermals or no, I'm gonna have to fight them. Combat assessment complete. 0-pointer robot. Exact same as from last encounter, as it is the exact same enemy, not a replica or copy. Recommended course of action. Utilize Ishido. The same 0-pointer. On second thought, I'm glad I didn't pass this by. Ishido. His plan formed, he turned around to spot Mina nearby. Their armor plates may be too thick normally, but I'm not alone this time. Mina. What? After careful consideration, he held his right arm up and extended the blade to its full length, startling a few nearby students. He could apologize later. I can take one down, but I need the most corrosive acid you have. She hesitantly nodded, rubbing her hands together and focusing, before she slathered an extremely dangerous liquid over his blade. Somewhere, he could have sworn hearing inappropriate snickers, But right now he was far more focused on the subtle, complex primal instinct of, please don't melt my hand. What's this? Have the Class 1A students concocted a plan, announced Present Mike. Izuku activated his crystalline armor over his right arm, hoping it would buy at least a few seconds in the eventuality that some acid would spill onto him. He could hear the blade being eaten away at by the corrosive substance, bringing his fears closer to him. Painful memories of acid injury flowed through him, causing him to pause, but only for a moment. Wasting no more time, Izuku dashed towards the zero-pointer. Be careful, Izuku called out his closest friend from behind him. What's your take on his plan, Tape Man? He is going to incapacitate a zero-pointer, unceremoniously remarked Aizawa. Amazing commentary. With all his might, Izuku leapt upwards and grabbed onto the midsection of the robot behemoth, keeping a firm grip with his left hand. Drops of acid from his extended right blade sizzled and popped as they met the body of the beast below. An ominous, exponentially growing hum radiated from the robot. What does that mean? Ladies and gentlemen, observe the defense mechanisms of the zero-pointer. Something meant to deter climbers. The humming grew until it changed in pitch to a sound that could only be described as electric. Izuku cursed and used his acid blade to stab a hand-sized hole in the robot. The armor will seriously impede my dexterity, but it's the only thing that will save me from an electric attack. Plunging his hand into the opening, Izuku fully activated his crystalline armor, watching as his hand was encased in the ugliest oven mitt ever created, but it served its purpose. The hum and slight stinging sensation circulated through his body as he hung limply from his oven mitt hand. After 5 seconds, the sensation ceased. Midoriya has survived the attack and remains latched to the robot. I've heard of clingy, but this is something else. Izuku heard laughter from the audience, prompting him to uncomfortable. Thoughts of literally hiding inside the robot, never to see the light of day again, but he moved on, for what other option was there? Deactivating the majority of his armor, Izuku wiggled his individual digits, happy at their return to freedom. He gripped his enemy tightly. All right, Zero, let's finish what we started. All those months ago, there's no Bell or injured friend to save either of us this time. Pulling himself up with his left arm as hard as he could, Izuku let go as he finished doing so, allowing him to nearly fly upwards. He grabbed onto another part of the robot, before repeating the process once more, finding himself airborne, and in front of the unliving beast, its eyes glowing malevolent and red. Here he was, in front of the thing that hurt his friend, put him in a hospital, and gained his entry into Yui. Looking back, he would be confused at the emotions he felt today, or rather, emotion. Rage. Izuku swung his acid blade upwards, actively tapping into his adrenaline stores as he did so. The blade cut through the thick, once impenetrable plates as if they were cardboard, giving the zero-pointer a horrendous scar. He was not done. That's for me. He reached the apex of his vertical height, only slightly over its head. He slammed the blade downwards, twisting his body so its full length pierced into it, his fall barely slowed by the attack, as his blade, assisted by gravity and acid, tore through the beast's enclosed metallic maw. Izuku latched onto one of the 4 antenna-like protrusions on its face to stop himself from falling. The beast groaned weakly, almost as if it was a living thing. The grisly sound was music to his ears, the horns of victory manifest. That's for Mina. He hoisted himself over to the downwards cut he made, and gripped both sides of the crevice, careful to position his arm blade so he would not die in the most embarrassing way possible, and placed his fingers directly under the metal plates. He pulled, harder than he had ever pulled before, and tore the plates right off the zero-pointer's face. Underneath, exposed wiring and gadgetry shined brightly, greedily enticing him. This is just for fun. Hanging on with his left hand, Izuku tore, hacked, sliced, and otherwise annihilated the brains of the giant robot, his anger overflowing. For a brief moment, he forgot everything else around him, the race, the crowd, the students, the heroes. All of it, in favor of destroying something that had destroyed him, albeit the differences in destruction were staggering. In his forgetfulness, he failed to notice his right arm blade no longer existed, as it was destroyed by Mina's acid and his own brutal treatment. He also failed to notice a change in the pressures surrounding him until he could not longer smash in the wiring. Midoriya from Class 1A has single-handedly destroyed a zero-pointer, but does he have a plan for the fall? I'm falling. The ground approached him at breakneck speed, a proper term for what was about to happen to him unless he could suddenly grow wings or something. Please? Fully enveloping himself in his crystalline armor, Izuku braced himself for a very rough landing, until he was abruptly stopped in the air by something invisible. Deactivating his armor, he looked around, spotting 3 familiar students come to his rescue. The first, a girl with pale gray hair obscuring most of her face, who looked as though she was in pain and concentrating rigorously. Second, a girl with strawberry red hair, whose hands were dramatically enlarged under him, where he was to fall. The third and last, a boy with sandy hair and a toothy grin, on his knees with both hands spread out on the ground, which was now a quicksand-like consistency. His saviors. Class 1B has come to the rescue. What do you think of such chivalry, Tape Boy? It is in their best interest to keep a heavy hitter in play to overcome this obstacle. Hey, that was pretty legit. They really went out of their way for me? Reiko Yanagi used her poltergeist quirk to set him down, while Itsuka Kendo and Juzo Hananuki reversed their quirks, sighing with relief. Mina ran to his position, when all of a sudden things got much louder. Looking around, he noticed the crowd of students engaged in combat with the robot army before them. The rest of the zero-pointers were destroyed by some kind of projectile attack quirk, or so he thought, until he saw Yororozu standing next to a literal cannon. I feel like that would have been useful to know beforehand. Holy shit, Isa, that was cool. You probably didn't see it, but when the robot went all brwwboom and starting shocking you, it made this massive lighting shield around it, and Kaminari looked like he was gonna pee himself. And no, I wasn't, called out Kaminari. Mina. Thank you for helping me. I wouldn't have been able to do any of that without you. End. Izuku turned to his 3 saviors. Reiko Yanagi, a ghostly girl with a quirk like his own mother's, Itsuka Kendo, the diplomatic class representative of 1B, and Jozu Hananuki, a face like a skull's with a heart of gold. He smiled generously. Yanagi, Kendo, Hananuki. Thank you for saving my life. I know it wasn't something you had to do to win the sports festival, but you did it anyways, and for that, I think you are really good people. Dumbstruck, Hananuki responded, dude, you know we're trying to be heroes, right? Yanagi nodded. What they're trying to say is that winning this festival isn't everything to us as much as we want to take some spotlight for ourselves. Class 1A and 1B are friends, or at least we should be. Don't worry about it, anytime Midoriya, assured Kendo. He observed the battle between the robots and the students, noting massive casualties of scrap metal and wires and plastics, being thrown every which way by cannon fire, blades, lasers, and good old-fashioned raw strength. It looked to be relatively safe to run through, yet it didn't feel right to him. He looked at all his friends. Guys, I couldn't have gotten here without your help, but dash. Oh my god, Zuka, just go. Win the race already. Echuf, okay, thanks for the help, guys. Well, friends, awkwardly hollered out the boy as he rushed ahead of everyone else, pondering just how far his rivals were ahead of him. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX neck and neck, with Shiro and Tokoyami behind them. They looked to be only halfway through. It was easy to see why they had not gained as much as they might have from skipping past the Robo-Inferno. Kaken and Todoroki stepped carefully around the darkened circles on the ground. It's a minefield. This is perfect. Izuku broke into a sprint, even faster than he had been running before. He knew his unique physiology would allow him to coordinate flawlessly where others would fall short, even when running. His feet fell and moved quickly, but he made no mistakes, deftly avoiding the mines. He caught up to them in record time, about to even surpass, until he heard the familiar, unforgettable sound of popping and crackling. He armored his right side against Bakugo's explosion, keeping his momentum. Then he heard a different sound, one of frost forming and ice breaking, approaching him from the left. Several mines exploded from the flash freeze, but they were evidently not very strong, as the ice did not break. He extended his left arm blade and cut down the ice before it reached him, while reactivating his armor on the right side to absorb another blow, perfectly in sync with his body and mind. After a few more seconds, he was out of Bakugo's attack range entirely. After half a minute of dodging and running, Bakugo made another move. Pops and crackles. Odd, I'm out of his range, and to fire directly at me would propel him in the opposite direction, slowing him down further. Is he really going to hit Todoroki instead? Taking a literal picture of the track in front of him, Izuku turned his head to see Bakugo fly past him, at far greater speeds than he had demonstrated before. His individual explosions were in full throttle, nearly indistinguishable from each other, as they blended into a stream of raw, audible power. That's faster than Ida's fastest. Was this what he was saving up for? The bomb of the hour himself turned around in flight, his explosions too far away to harm anyone, until what he did next. Fat chance, this is what I was saving up for, you acid jar hauling beach. Stun grenade. At one moment, Izuku's sight was among the best in the world, capable of seeing over vast distances with clarity unmatched by natural means. In the next, his sight was overloaded with a brutal overabundance of light. His ears, while not overloaded like his eyes, felt as though they were smashed in with a hammer. He kept running for as long as he remembered the track ahead of him, but after that, was forced to stop. Exposing a new move early just to get back at me, in the middle of the sports festival. Kaken, you are such a... Modern flashbangs blind you for roughly 10 to 15 seconds, and the hearing is fully restored after a few hours. Theoretically, I should already have recovered by now, with my advanced condition. Dizziness? No, I don't feel dizzy. At least I got that going for me. Seconds passed in slow motion, and Izuku started to panic when the symptoms of Bakugo's attack still had not worn off. This was bad. What did he do when things were bad? Think about the good, of course. Let's see. I put pretty good distance between myself and Todoroki, and while he wasn't as close to Kaken's stun grenade as I was, the flash should still disorient him to some extent. Us three were far ahead of everyone else, so they shouldn't be an issue. If Kaken does win the race, he'll be a major target for the next round, making things easier on myself. This isn't so bad. Blinking a few times, Izuku made out a faint, blurry image of his surroundings. His ears were still effectively deaf, but that was fine if he could see. He took in his surroundings the best he could, and saw Todoroki recovering as well. Kaken. Izuku took off running once more, hoping his eyes had deceived him in some strange way, but they had not. Far ahead of him, Katsuki Bakugo was running in a straight line, no mines in his path, towards victory. Hey! Looks like second and third place have recovered from that killer flash attack. Will their desperate measures be enough to reclaim victory? Aizawa, presumably, responded with something snarky or indifferent. Izuku couldn't tell. Aizawa! Ears shot out and I can still hear him. Feeling a drastic drop in humidity, Izuku deduced an attack. Glancing behind, he noticed, just barely noticed, a building-sized glacier approaching him at the speed of a car, with Todoroki sliding across the formed ice left in its wake. That can't be easy to keep up, both of them are plowing through their energy. Just as the glacier overtook him, Izuku spun around and delivered the strongest kick possible, his augmented leg's metal fury smashing through the base of icy wrath, causing it to collapse in its tracks, failing its creator. It also fell on Izuku. Seeing an opponent buried and incapacitated, Todoroki continued sliding over the ice, preparing an icy coat for the ground ahead of him. With Midoriya out of commission and Bakugo far ahead, it did not matter if he was helping the others by making the mines obsolete, he just needed to catch up as far as possible. Midoriya has been a thorn in his side for too long, assuming notions of friendship for whatever his reasons could be. I can't figure out why he decided to keep assuming friendship, especially after he defeated me twice. Does he think I am that stupid to fall for his ruse? That outburst as well that such manipulation and feigned emotion will likely make it more difficult for my further interactions with the class. It does not matter. Midoriya Bakugo fathered, and no matter how strong they are, I will not need his power to overcome them. I have all I need, right? pulled from his thoughts by the sound of shattering ice, Todoroki felt something cold and firm grasp onto his ankle. Looking down, he saw a truly terrifying sight. Izuku Midoriya, glaring directly at him, a cold expression of annoyance etched into his face and an almost unnoticeable bloodlust in his dead, puppet-like eyes, which shimmered gold, as if the heat from his rage, combined with the ice, formed a mirage over his face. He almost would have believed it was a mirage, but the metal arm, shattered ice, and uncomfortably tight grasp on his ankle were all very real. The buried threat pulled on his ankle roughly and without restraint, toppling him onto his own ice. Before he was able to even get up, Midoriya had pulled himself fully out from under the glacier, which was now that much more destroyed than it was before. Todoroki raised his hand to attack, but before he could even raise it fully, Midoriya had him on the floor. He silently fumed at how he even did that. When in close quarters he is too fast to account for, and his strength far outclasses everyone else's, if that arm wrestling match is to be taken seriously. He is strong enough to shatter my ice, fast enough to outclass my reactions in melee range, and is so unbelievably durable that even if I did throw everything I had at him he would just get right back up, wouldn't he? Not even my own father is so frustrating an enemy. That's not even taking into account his extra abilities. This is so frustrating. Todoroki suddenly felt a loss of control and immediate fear associated with the feeling. The ice below him was wet, and Izuku Midoriya had a smile on his face. To others, this smile would be one of estism, of unneeded torment being thoroughly enjoyed. To him, though, it was anticipation. He wanted what happened next. Do it, Todoroki. Use it. I will never use his power. Izuku frowned. Todoroki, I might have it easy, but I always try my best and use everything I have. Midoriya brought his right hand in front of him, extending a broken blade. From an earlier fight, likely. That sometimes the things I use aren't even mine, but it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have been able to do what I do without it. Regardless of where power comes from Midoriya, I really don't care. In first place, as the first student to reach the finish line, Katsuki Bakugo everybody. Announced present mic over the two students. After a long silence, he replied, That's unfortunate. Izuku Midoriya sighed, before grabbing Todoroki and gently throwing him as far as he could. He turned around and broke into a sprint after, frustration gnawing at his thoughts the entire way. So much for that. He was so close to using it that he just doesn't care about anything. Why won't he use his father's power despite its advantages? It's an amazing gift. I guess I'll never truly understand that kind of association. I say, you can save lives. And he'll respond, my father's power saves lives. As long as he is stuck on that father's power idea, any arguments are invalid since he just refuses to listen. I'm worried it won't be long before Aizawa is fed up with it, I'm sure. I didn't have to do that. I could have thrown him aside the moment I got my hands on him, and kept running. I might have caught up to him, maybe even got first myself. Izuku saw a tunnel with a very distant shape at the end, enshrouded by light. Despite his ordeals, he couldn't help but smile at the sight. You earned this victory, Kaken.